The story began in America, in the state of Pennsylvania, in the SN area on Plank Street, in House 107. The moment the story began at 7:50 a.m., December 23, 2021. Che Gae-hun came to the red-haired man, brought coffee to both of them and asked how it was. The red-haired man told him that everything was fine. Next, the red-haired man asked Che Gae-hun how long he thought they would have to sit in the place where they were, since 3 years had already passed. Che Gae-hun laughed a little and asked the red-haired man if he thought 3 years was a long time. After that, he also said that he had been here since the founding of this company and would soon celebrate his 8th year in this place. 8 years ago, they were all gathered in one building and told that they had only one task, and they needed to tirelessly monitor Yan Luo on the ship, and this was not their whim, but an order from the CIA and the White House. After Che Gae-hun remembered this, he thought that 8 hours and 1 minute this company has been holding them for 6, 9, 4, 5, 7 hours, and that there are still 10 minutes left until something happens. At some point, the red-haired man noticed and told Che Gae-hun that something was wrong here. When Che Gae-hun asked what exactly was wrong, the red-haired man replied that the speed of the ship suddenly increased. Che Gae-hun looked, made sure of this, and reported to the chief that they had a problem and that a red code was displayed. Everyone at the CIA and in the White House was in turmoil. Further to the South Pacific in Lawn Hill, at 11:30 a.m. Che Gae-hun arrived with other assistants and said at one point that the White House and the CIA were very unhappy with this behavior. Yan Luo told him in response that he needed to tell everyone who was dissatisfied to go to hell, and he also said that now he needed to talk to their boss, and added that this was an order. After that, Yan Luo called the president and asked him not to be angry, because everything was fine. He further told the president that he knows that every agreement has its own expiration date. After that, Yan Luo told the president that during these 8 years, he had done enough for America, and therefore now, he just wants to go to his native land and light a cigarette. Yan Luo also told the president that there was no need to beat around the bush, because he knew everything about his state of health and the medications he was taking, and was sure that doctors had long noted that his illness was progressing. After this, Yan Luo proposed to make a final deal, because those 16 nuclear warheads that were stolen would be deactivated in 3 months, and his conditions were very simple. Among the conditions was that he would not be touched for 3 months, and they would lie to the bottom, completely disappearing from this world. Yan Luo told the president that these were his last demands, and if he accepted them, then everyone would be in chocolate. The blonde also said that if the conditions are not met, there will be an explosion, and clarified whether a nuclear explosion sounds exciting. He further told the president that now he has only one question, whether he agrees or not. The president agreed, and Yan Luo told Che Gae-hun that they could open champagne in honor of this. Che Gae-hun replied that he definitely had to go to the Underworld. Yan Luo asked him if he was angry with him. Che Gae-hun replied that he, the CIA, and the best specialists had been serving him for 8 years and that he was like Lucifer. Yan Luo asked what kind of stupid nickname it was, and whether they were really based on the traditions of his country. After that, Yan Luo said that he still likes it better when people call him Yan Luo. Che Gae-hun agreed to call him that way in the future and said that he had nowhere to run now. Yan Luo sat down and asked if he thought that he could be caught by him, because even the White House had already understood everything. Yan Luo also said that cancer cells had spread throughout his brain, and the tumor was growing more and more every second. Lighting a cigarette, Yan Luo continued that if he was still fit, he would definitely be drugged, but he had very little time left. Che Gae-hun ordered all his other colleagues to disperse and be careful, because Yan Luo definitely had an ace up his sleeve, and it was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Meanwhile, in London, a man asked someone on the phone to report to the fund that these bloodsuckers don't care whether it's dangerous or not, because all they want is billions in profits. A girl codenamed Firefly shot at one of the targets and reported to her superiors that the target had been eliminated. Next, Firefly said on the phone that this toy is really not bad, but the shooting speed is not enough, and asked the fox to take this into account next time. Getting into the car, Firefly said that if she had to do such work again, then she shouldn't call her, because she was forced to overwork, and this is a pretty boring job. The girl started driving. She was told that there would be no more work, because now everyone was going into hibernation mode. Firefly asked how long it would last. She was told that it would last forever. Firefly clarified who gave such an order, and said that she would call the boss now. The fox replied that it was the boss who gave this order, because he recorded a voice message in the chat about this an hour ago. Firefly accused the fox in a raised voice of lying, and said that she should have died a long time ago, but for some reason she continues to live and lie as always. The fox replied that they had been working together for a long time and she knew him. Firefly asked if he really ditched them. The fox replied that his last words were that he hoped that they would all go to heaven, despite the fact that his only way was to hell. Next, the fox told Firefly to carry out the order. The fox also told Firefly that this was their last conversation, and that they would see each other next time, perhaps only in the next life, after which she ended the conversation. After getting out of the car, Firefly said that she would also like to know how things are in the Underworld. In the chat of Yunlo and his 14 little devils, a message appeared that the Firefly was offline. The hummingbird flying on the plane talked on the phone, learned the same news, and after the conversation also said that she had always wanted to look at the Underworld and sent the plane straight into the rock. The fox read on the computer in the general chat that after Firefly, Hummingbird, Blueberry, and Iris also left the chat, she also took a gun and shot herself in the head, after which she also left the network. Meanwhile, Yanluo entered Group 6 at 11:45 on December 23, 2000, and thought that this was great, because he didn't understand anything, which meant that this was truly the Underworld. Having examined everything around him, he wondered if he had really returned to his youth, because this place looked like some kind of educational institution. At some point, someone told him that he should go and think about his behavior because it was not what he needed. Continuing to look around, Yan Luo realized that he had suddenly found himself in a new environment, where there were only strangers around him and not a single person he knew. Next, Yan Luo looked into the sky and asked God whether he considered this a punishment or a reward. At that moment, someone called someone for help, because the first beauty of the school jumped from the roof, and according to that person, they could still try to save her. Yan Luo walked up to the fallen Sun Kke, gave her his hand, and she stood up. She didn't have any particular consequences after the fall. After that, they went to the director's office. While they stood near him, Yan Luo thought that it was good that she fell from the second floor, and if she had fallen from the floor above, she would definitely have died by now. Next, Principal Sun Shangli came out of the office and asked Sun Kk if she had already been to the school doctor, and if everything was fine with her. Yan Luo answered instead of Sun Kk that she was fine, because he was very conveniently there and she successfully fell on him, and therefore can probably be considered his savior. Sun Shangli asked Sun Kk how it even occurred to her to jump from the roof. Sun Kk replied that she was just looking at the scenery and accidentally fell while doing so. She also said that she did not jump on purpose. Sun Shangli told Chen that it doesn't matter how or what, but he is grateful anyway. He also said that he would be released from classes and asked if he had already been to the hospital and if he needed to call one of his guardians. Chen replied that everything was really good and there wasn't a single scratch on him after that. He also said that after rest he would be like a cucumber. Sun Shangli said that this is good, and if something hurts somewhere, then he can take time off from class early at any time and leave. Chen was about to leave, but suddenly a thought came to him and he told Sun Yu Shangli that there was something. Sun Shangli clarified what exactly. Chen asked if he could borrow 50 yuan, otherwise his head was a little afraid. The director lent him 50 yuan. Having read the information that he is Chinese, his name is Chen No. He lives in Province J5 on Penyiek Street in House 205. He went to this address. Entering the house, he said that there was a breath of antiquity here. He walked around the whole house and searched everything he could in it. As a result of searching, he learned about the guy he was reborn into, that he was 18 years old and an ordinary schoolboy. His parents divorced early, and he saw the whole tragedy of their lives. He also found out that 6 years ago, his mother married a new man again and left him and a couple of yuan to his grandmother. 3 years ago, because of her new husband's gambling, his mother got into debt, and the two lived like in prison. Last year, my grandmother died. The young guy was left alone with himself but tried to hold on, even though he was an outcast at school. Chen thought that this was not bad because if he essentially had no social connections with anyone, then this would save him from a lot of problems. Then he sat down at the computer and gave a request on how to get to Seoul in 15 days, and when he saw the results, he thought that it would be difficult, because 15 days would definitely not be enough for this, and in 15 days, he needed to be there. And the whole point is that in 15 days at 12 p.m., one girl will experience the most terrible tragedy of her life, and he really wants to save her. But he has no money to buy a ticket, no passport, and nothing at all. He also thought that an ordinary guy, of course, couldn't get there, but he came up with a plan on how he could do it. At that moment, while Chen Nua was at home, Sun Kk was at home listening to a song about how love requires courage, and that she needs to tell him everything. At that moment, she remembered Chen Nuo, but she didn't understand why she remembered him. Further, she noticed that out of nowhere she received a love letter from him. The next day, Chen Nuo thought that he had been reborn into a guy with the same name as him, and returned to the past and wondered what the real him was doing at this moment. But when dialing the number, he encountered an incorrect number. Approaching the apartment in which he lived as a child, he knocked on the door and it was opened by a guy who did not recognize him and asked him who he was looking for. Chen Nuo left without answering and thought that his phone number was not working. The house where he lived was now also not his. Seeing a familiar saleswoman, Chen Nuo approached her and asked if she could buy him cigarettes. Chen Nuo also saw the fat man who was humiliating him and realized that he, like the saleswoman, had not changed. But the question of where he is in this world did not leave him. He noticed that everything was the same except for one thing, namely that only he had disappeared from the lives of all the people he knew. Next, he called the author and asked him to come to him and explain whether he decided that he was so extraordinary that his story need not be written. At that moment, a talking living pencil flew from the sky and asked Chen Nuo not to worry, because in the future they would explain everything and talk about the intricacies of his life, after which he asked to follow his story. The next day, there were rumors at school that Chen Nuo wrote a love letter to Sun Keke, and that Chen Nuo is a real role model, because he is not even afraid that the principal will break his legs. Sun Keke approached Chen Nuo and asked if he had a minute to talk. Chen Nuo asked Sun Keke if she wanted to talk to him about something important. Sun Keke said that he recently gave her a letter of love and she was very sorry, but she could not accept it. Chen Nuo thought that the guy he possessed was no mistake, because he hit on the director's daughter. Sun Keke told Chen Nuo that she was talking to him, and that she said that she did not accept him. Chen Nuo said that he understood what she said. Sun Keke asked him not to do this again. Sun Keke told Chen Nuo that she was still a schoolgirl, and the main thing for them now was studying. Chen Nuo said that what she said was true and asked how many points she had for the entrance exams. Sun Keke replied that she had 196 points. Chen Nuo said that then, she really should study the material, and he thought that, as far as he remembers, not many people get a passing grade. Next, Chen Nuo wished Sun Keke success in her studies and walked away from her. Sun Keke wondered why she had the feeling that it was her who was rejected and not Chen Nuo. Then Teacher Liu came into the class and made a small announcement that next month on the 10th, the Olympiad was planned to be organized in Yanban, and if anyone wanted, they could register right now. The teacher also added that they could find out more information in the announcement on the stand. He also said that registration requires a guardian's signature and money for the trip. Chen Nuo thought that first Yanban, then to Koryo, and from there to Seoul, and that this suits him quite well, and after that he raised his hand. Chen Nuo stood up and asked the teacher if everyone could really sign up. The teacher asked Chen Nuo if he really wanted to participate in the math Olympiad. Chen Nuo sat down and asked if there were any other Olympiads. The teacher told him that he could go himself and look at the stand. After that, he said that they were starting class and asked to open page 46. Chen Nuo slept during class. During the break, his classmates shouted at him to get up, otherwise they would all get a punch. Chen Nuo stood up and thought that school was quite boring. His classmates came up to him at that moment and asked if he wanted to go and play slot machines. Chen Nuo said that he had just gotten enough sleep and now he needed to move, so he agreed with them and went to the machines. Watching how everyone in these slot machines was just losing, he told everyone that he was not interested and would not play. Chen Nuo was about to leave, but some guy came up to him and asked if he was Chen Nuo by chance. Chen Nuo responded positively, and the guy asked him to go outside with him and discuss something. After that, they all went outside. That guy told many of those who came out that they were great and that they could leave, after which they left. Chen Nuo asked the guy if he called him because of some problems. The guy said his name is Xiao Dao, but he can call him Dao. Next, Xiao Dao told Chen Nuo that there are rumors that he wrote a love letter to Sun Keke. After that, Xiao Dao asked Chen Nuo whether he really decided to play ball with his girl. Chen Nuo, in his imagination meanwhile, wondered what kind of comedy this is, where a gopnik meets the first beauty of the school. After this, Chen Nuo asked Xiao Dao if Sun Keke was his girlfriend. Xiao Dao replied that not now, but he will. And taking out a knife, Xiao Dao asked Chen Nuo whether he knew what would happen now. Chen Nuo did not answer. Xiao Dao treated him like a trifle and said that he was talking to him and he should respond faster. Many people watched this action. Chen Nuo replied to Xiao Dao that he knew this and also knew that such a place was perfect for this. Meanwhile, someone asked Sun Keke that since it was already 8 p.m. and his father was late, he needed to take dinner to him. Sun Keke took dinner and went to take it to her father. but on the way she met Chen Nuo and wondered what he was doing. Chen Nuo searched through a bunch of keys, but none of them fit. At that moment, Sun KK approached him and asked why he was removing locks from other people's bicycles. Chen Nuo asked if she would believe it if he told her that he forgot which one was his. Sun KK replied that she would never believe it. Then Sun KK left without waiting for an answer, and Chen Nuo stood up, caught up with her, and asked if he could ask her something. Sun KK clarified what exactly he wanted to ask her. After that, he didn't ask her anything, but just kissed her instead. Sun KK thought that no matter what he said, she should act calmly and not show emotions. After the kiss, Chen Nuo told Sun KK that he thought she could be gentler with him. He also said that he, of course, understands that she is the director's daughter and should be exemplary. She cannot hang around strange types or communicate with ordinary boys. But at the same time, she could not be so hostile and cold towards him. Sun KK asked Chen Nuo if he wanted too much. Chen Nuo said that she is not bad, and he understands that she simply does not have enough experience to correctly resolve this situation. So she refuses, and this is quite childish behavior, and when she grows up, she will begin to understand his words. He also said that he had saved her life after all and asked if she had forgotten about it. Sun KK replied that it was only the second floor, and it was not that high to die. Chen Nuo said that she really didn't die, but still, even taking this into account, we can say that he helped her, even if it's an accident. Sun KK could not refute this. Chen Nuo then asked if she knew Zhang Shun under the pseudonym Xiao Dao. Sun KK replied that she knew him and said that he was guarding her at the school. One day his father drove him away, but then he came again. Chen Nuo said after that she did not need to worry about him because he would not bother her anytime soon. Sun KK clarified why this is. Chen Nuo replied that he had already said that he would not cause unnecessary trouble for now, because multiple fractures would take a long time to heal, and that there was no need to thank him for this, because he did it for his own benefit. Chen Nuo also asked if she had heard about the event in Yanban. Sun KK replied that she had heard and clarified why he was asking this. Seeing further that Chen Nuo continued to break other people's locks, Sun KK asked him to stop doing this and showed him where his black bicycle with a rusty basket and only one working horn was located. Chen Nuo asked Sun KK how she knew this, since they were not even in the same group. Sun KK replied that she just knew it and did not want to clarify where and why. She also asked him why he was still asking about that event. Chen Nuo told her that he wanted to sign up, but looked at the requirements and realized that he didn't qualify. Sun KK asked if he wanted to go with the group to Yanban. Chen Nuo answered her that he just wants to look at the snow, and her father is the director, and he is sure that she knows how to help him with this. Sun KK thought that this sounded somewhat mature, but he was probably just joking. Chen Nuo thought at that moment that Sun KK didn't even realize that such actions were like a knife to the hearts of guys, and that it was dangerous to behave like that. Sun KK then asked if he had had dinner yet. Chen Nuo replied that he did not have dinner because he had no money. Sun KK asked what was wrong with him because he didn't look like himself. After this, Sun KK said that she knew that it was hard for him, but not as much. She further said that if he needed help, he could talk to her father about it, and he would issue him quotas. Sun KK also said that she didn't want to insult him. It just happened that way. Chen Nuo said that she seemed to know a lot about him and asked if she really asked for information. Sun KK replied that she had just heard rumors. Chen Nuo asked if she was bringing something tasty. Sun KK replied that she was bringing dinner for her father. Chen Nuo took a chicken leg from there and rode his bicycle, enjoying the taste. Sun KK then brought dinner to her father. He opened the container and asked his daughter why the chicken leg was missing today and where it had gone. Sun KK could not answer this question. While at home, Chen Nuo thought that he should take shape, because he has a long way to go to get to the place he needs, so now he needs to work hard on himself. The next day, in the educational department, Chen Nuo thought that Teacher Liu does not work at the school and is one of the employees of the educational department, and he is sure that the company that sent him is organizing this trip. Next, he thought that now educational institutions have sponsors. Therefore, he is confident that Teacher Liu is able to help him implement his plan. After his thoughts, Chen Nuo approached Teacher Liu. Teacher Liu asked him if he had any questions for him. Chen Nuo answered positively and said that he unfortunately did not have time to enroll in the group for the trip to Yanban, but he heard that there are quotas for some students. Teacher Liu said that quotas are given only to students who have stood out in some way, and to receive it they need a signature and recommendation from the director. After that, Chen Nuo handed Teacher Liu something in an envelope that, in his opinion, would help him still go with the group. Teacher Liu saw the contents of the envelope and said that he almost forgot that there were still 3 free places for volunteers, and asked if he knew what the volunteers were doing. After which he also said that they were traveling with the group, eating and living with them, but must carry out some assignments. Chen Nuo replied that it was not a problem for him if he could go with them. Hearing this answer, Teacher Li asked Chen Nuo to prepare his personal information, identification number, and some other documents. At that moment, Chen Nuo handed everything to him and said that there was no need to prepare anything because everything was already here. Teacher Liu said that was good and he could go. He also said that the list of students for the trip would be announced on the notice board this afternoon. After he left, Teacher Liu thought that this kid was not simple. After the exam, Sun KK saw that she only scored 45 points and said that next time she would definitely not fail the test. After all, no matter what, she must keep up with the others. A little later, her motivation disappeared because the average score was at the level of 60 points. Even later, she saw the list of those going on the trip and heard how her classmates were happy to see their names on the list and that they would finally be able to visit Yanban. Sun KK remembered Chen Nuo saying that he wanted to go to see the snow, and after she found Chen Nuo on the list, she was surprised to realize that he could actually do it. After that, Sun KK went to her father and said that she wanted to go to the Olympics in Yanban. Sun Shengli told her that he thought she was not interested in her and asked why she suddenly changed her mind. Sun KK replied that she just really wanted to look at the snow. Sun Shengli said that unfortunately all the seats were already taken. Sun KK said that she didn't care and that she could go with the school choir. Sun Shengli asked her if she had told him before that she hated singing in the choir and the like. Sun KK replied that she liked him now. The father asked what happened to her. Sun KK could not answer this. On January 3rd, on the platform of the Jinling railway station were everyone who was traveling to Yanban for the Olympics. One of the elders asked volunteers to help the students carry their luggage onto the train. Chen Nuo approached Sun KK and took her luggage in order to carry it onto the train. But at that moment, Sun Shengli approached and said that he would do it himself. Then, after all the luggage was brought in, Chen Nuo approached Sun KK and clarified how she was able to join the trip, because he did not see her name in the advertisement. And he also asked what she was going to do in Yanban. Sun KK replied that how she got here should not concern him, and also said that she also wanted to see snow. Sun Shengli looked at the two of them and wondered why Chen Nuo was so close to his daughter, and also thought that it was a pity that he was not leading this trip. Mr. Liu at one point asked Chen Nuo to get him something to drink and pack his luggage in the hallway. He also warned him to be careful with his camera in his bag because he might drop it. Further, Mr. Liu noticed that no action was taking place. Chen Nuo said that he was addressing him. Chen Nuo took a break from reading the book and told Mr. Liu that he was here to travel, not to work as a laborer, and asked if he had made a mistake somewhere by accident. Mr. Liu told Chen Nuo that he was a volunteer, and volunteers must fulfill all requests that come to them. Chen Nuo told Mr. Liu that he had given him the fee for the tour, and asked if he was not satisfied, could he please provide a receipt. Chen Nuo then asked why he shouldn't talk to their guide, and asked him to be released at the next stop, so that he could return to school on his own. Mr. Liu said that he was a very difficult child. Chen Nuo asked Mr. Liu not to be so angry and asked if he would take one cigarette from the pack he handed him. Taking a cigarette and trying to light it, he realized and wondered how Chen Nuo dared to deceive him, because it was not a cigarette. They arrived at Yanban Station, and Sun KK wondered as she was leaving what was wrong with her, because she went on this trip only because of Chen Nuo. Next, Chen Nuo approached Sun KK, gave her a Coca-Cola, and invited her to drink it. He also took her luggage, and they went where they needed to go. Chen Nuo decided to leave the group a little later and said so. Mr. Liu said that they were here for 4 more days and under no circumstances should he leave or even think about it, because if something happens, he will be to blame. Mr. Liu asked Chen Nuo not to mock him and advised him not to play with fire. Mr. Liu also clarified whether he thinks that he can do whatever he wants and nothing will happen to him for it. Mr. Liu grabbed Chen Nuo and said that he was not scared at all and that he was ready to report right now to be kicked out of Group 3. Mr. Liu asked Chen Nuo not to be so careless because it would be bad for both of them if he showed it. Mr. Liu told Chen Nuo that it was not easy for him to get this job and asked him not to do anything that would cause him to get hurt. Chen Nuo gave Mr. Liu 200 yuan for partying and whatever he wanted. Mr. Liu asked if he understood how strong he was and said that he could have tried harder to convince him. Chen Nuo stepped on him and Mr. Liu said that he was mistaken and asked to let him go. Chen Nuo said that there was no need to worry so much. because he came to discuss what he wanted to say and just wanted him to know that he was leaving the group. Chen Nuo also said that as far as concealment is concerned, he believes that he can cope with it because there are always more solutions than difficulties. After that, Chen Nuo told Mr. Liu that he was counting on him, wished him good luck, and left, leaving Mr. Liu crying. 36 hours later, Chen Nuo was on the border between South and North Korea late at night at -13 degrees. Making his way across the border, Chen Nuo thought that he would be able to get to the base safely, but at some point he ran into a border guard who noticed the intruder. Chen Nuo overpowered the border guard and changed into his clothes so as not to arouse suspicion among the other border guards. Then he went to the guard booth and asked what happened. Another border guard said that it seemed like someone had just walked through the searchlight. Chen Nuo said that he was sure that it was just a bird, and said that there was no need to worry so much because they still had patrolmen from below. After calming down the other border guard, Chen Nuo changed into his clothes again and drove on, thinking that this untrained body was still too weak. After eating a chocolate bar and climbing through a thorn, Chen Nuo thought that he needed to eat some calories and get ready to go through the minefield. As Chen Nuo got closer to him, he thought that for others this minefield is full of dangers. But for him, it is the easiest line of defense to pass through, because he has carried out tasks here many times in his past life and has been familiar with it for a long time. Having passed part of the field, there were still 30 meters left before leaving it, but Chen Nuo at some point realized that he had lost his balance, and this usually does not lead to anything good. He stepped with his knee on an M2 anti-personnel mine, weighing about 2.8 kilograms with a weak explosion, which has a metal fuse chamber and a mine rebound height of 2 meters. Effective range, radius 10 meters. Chen Nuo thought that if he immediately cleaned up his knee, the shell of the mine would burst. So he needs to be careful, otherwise he might break into pieces. Chen Nuo also thought that first he would cut off a small piece of fabric from the inside of the school uniform to leave the mine under pressure. But after that I still need to attach it all with a pin. Chen Nuo also thought that next he needed to take a lead in a pencil, and while remaining calm, insert the lead into the fuse. Meanwhile, the choir of the same song performs next on stage. Sun KK stood in the choir and thought that Chen Nuo was a fool, whom she had not seen for 2 days. After all that he had done, Chen Nuo thought that this should be enough, because he replaced the pin with a pencil lid, as well as a pressure pocket made from a piece of school uniform fabric. Chen Nuo also thought that he had made a double defense, and given this, God, in his opinion, would definitely not play with him. He also mentally turned to God and asked if he would die so early, because he brought him back at that very time. After successfully passing through the minefield, Chen Nuo thought that there must also be M2 mines on the southern border. And just Chen Nuo thought that he was in a safe place for now, but at that moment the border guards began to chase him. Chen Nuo, after defeating one of the border guards, thought that there was another one left who also needed to be defeated, so that he would not interfere with him in his further journey. After defeating the second border guard, Chen Nuo changed into their uniform, and thought that with this disguise and a little caution, he could get past the South Korean border guards. On January 6, 2001 at 15 o'clock, with bleached hair, Chen Nuo reached a city and caught the first taxi he came across. Once in the taxi, Chen Nuo sat in the back seat, buckled up, and told the taxi driver that he needed to go to Apgujeong, a district in South Korea. And he needed to go there precisely because he remembered that in his past life he received one task, the essence of which was that he needed to kill Ha Jun-jae, a business tycoon from N, with a reward of $50 million. Arriving in the desired area and entering the villa, Ha Jun-jae remembered that on this mission he first met Lee In-wang, who was then 22 years old, and he was also 22 years old. He killed the guards and went to the right door. Going inside, Lee In-wang noted that he was already late. He was not happy about this news, but there was nothing he could do. After that, Chen Nuo grabbed Lee In-wang and went out with her. Other guards crossed their path because they realized that their boss was in danger. Lee In-wang asked Chen Nuo to let her go, and the guards asked them to stop. A lot of guards gathered around them, but Chen Nuo took the gun from Lee In-wang and killed the guards. At the sound of shots, some more guards approached, but Chen Nuo shot them too, successfully dodging bullets from their pistols. He brought Chen Nuo Lee In-wang to some place and said that this was his safe place, where no one could find them. At that time, Lee In-wang was a crazy person with severe paranoia. She asked him, after hearing what he noted, if this meant that he could do whatever he wanted with her. After her words, Lee In-wang began to attack Chen Nuo, But Chen No turned out to be stronger than her, and he managed to tie her up, and he told her, already tied up, that she should be quieter in this place. The next day, while untying Li Yingwang, Chen Nuo asked her if she had calmed down yet and if she really wanted to die. Already untied, Li Yingwan asked Chen know why he saved her and whether it was because she was beautiful and whether he wanted to sleep with her. Chen Nuo put a gun to Li Yingwang's throat and noted that she looked like a little girl who was consumed by anger and hatred while she was reckless, boisterous, and rude. Li Yingwan asked Chen Nuo if he was strong and very skilled, because last night she saw him kill several people and carry her away. Chen Nuo answered her that there are not many people in the world who can compare with him. Li Yingwang noted that in this case he could help her kill a few more people, and she also said that she would do everything to take revenge if she could, even herself. After all, she is ready to give everything for the sake of revenge. This is exactly how Li Yingwang began to undergo his training over the next 2 years, and after 2 years, she was still able to achieve her goal. Sometimes she would take out a photo of her mom, dad, and brother and miss them. At one of these moments, Chen No learned about what happened to her on the evening of January 6th, 2001. One morning, Chen Nuo woke up Li Yingwang and noted that for the first time in his life he saw someone crying in his sleep. Li Yingwan woke up and asked Chen Nuo if he could sit next to her and watch her sleep, because she was afraid that if she didn't see him when she woke up in the middle of the night, she would take a gun and shoot herself. She further clarified whether she had told him about her past, and after a negative answer, she began to tell him. She noted that she remembered that one evening it was dark, windy, and cold. Mom scolded her brother for fighting again at school, and then some group broke into the house. They killed her father and took all the assets of the business. They killed her brother, who had loved and cared for her since childhood, in front of her and her mother. They then brutally murdered her mother, stabbing her to death and nailing her to the floor. And then the guy who stabbed his mother dragged her into the house and raped her next to the sunflowers that her mother planted for her. After listening to her story, Chen Nuo asked her why they didn't kill her too after killing all her relatives. Li Yingwang replied that they wanted to lock her up, perhaps because they thought she was beautiful. They returned for her, but she managed to escape by jumping into the river. Chen No became interested in the continuation of the story and asked what happened after everything she told. Li Yingwang replied that after escaping, she found her father's friend who took her in. He then raped her that same night and handed her over to the killers. Chen No clarified what happened next. Li Yingwang replied that while he was talking on the phone, she poked him in the eye with a stick. Chen Nuo asked what happened after that. Li Yingwang asked him not to ask more about what happened next. Li Yingwang further noted that before meeting him, she lived in hell from 16 to 22 years old. After this, she promised to live for him only because he allowed her to, and noted that she would die if he ordered her to do so. She also promised to unquestioningly carry out all his orders and would kill anyone at his request. She also noted that for a very long time her world was completely dark, and the only light she had encountered lately was from him. Chen Nuo pointed out to her that she was a little wrong because there is light in everything, and also said that she should not allow darkness to overcome her. He also told her that everyone can shine on their own, even if they are weak, and he also noted that no one should put their hope in the light of others. She listened to him with her mouth slightly open very carefully. Chen No also asked Li Yingwan to learn to shine with her own light, and at that moment he called her a Firefly. Next, Chen No went somewhere thoughtful in a taxi. The taxi driver even had to remind him that they had arrived, after which he got out of the car and went where he needed to go. Further, in the place where he arrived, he met a girl on the street swearing, and approaching her he told her that a girl like her should not use swear words. The girl asked Chen No who he was, that he allowed himself to dictate what she should do and what she shouldn't do. She also clarified what he was even doing in this place. Chen Nuo answered her that he was a man who fell from the sky and came to help her get rid of her nightmares. She hit him and ran away from him, announcing to everyone that she was being pursued by a pervert. Running up to the policeman, she explained the situation and tried to show who was chasing her, calling her a Firefly, but he had already disappeared and there was no one to point to. Then, on January 6, 2001, at 18 o'clock at the National Intelligence Agency, someone reported to someone that this was a secret military operation that they carried out on the border the previous night. But 2 people sent there died. Also, someone noted to someone that everything they could possibly find was already on the table. This man also said that in addition, in the area of their minefield, 300 meters north of the victim, an M2 mine was discovered, which was neutralized using special equipment. He also said that the information photograph, and preliminary analysis files were sent to each of those present. One of those present noted to the gentleman that this was an incident of military penetration into their country. The chief said that the enemy in the north had already pointed weapons at them and to protect Korea. An order was issued, the essence of which was to search for North Korean agents who had infiltrated their lands as soon as possible. Further, they all agreed to serve faithfully, and at the same time there is a secret border command north of the border. And the man said that the enemy from the south had already entered, and from that moment he was declaring martial law. He asked to conduct a search in the camp throughout the entire territory. He also noted that they must find the enemy who entered here secretly. Their plot must not be allowed to succeed. Someone asked who was on patrol at the scene that night. After receiving an answer, he ordered them to be shot. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo, sitting on some roof after sneezing, wondered who was thinking about him now. Next, after eating a chocolate bar, Chen Nuo thought that he forgot to buy something to drink. Even at that moment, he heard a smell similar to the smell emanating from chicken soup. After this, Chen Nuo climbed down from the roof and decided to watch through the window of the house where the smell was coming from. Parents there asked their children why they fought again at school. The children asked for forgiveness. At that moment, a car drove up, and in order not to be seen, Chen Nuo climbed back onto the roof. And at that moment, Chen Nuo thought that a small performance had begun. Many intelligence agencies, including the CIA, investigated Chen Nuo. But in the end, someone is very angry because this guy's behavior is completely unpredictable. But still, they managed two things. First of all, Chen Nuo cares about his comrades very much. Secondly, he has good friendly relations with his companions. Their relationship is something higher than love, affection, or friendship. Firefly told Chen Nuo that he was his only hope of survival. Chen Nuo's relationship with Firefly cannot be broken by anything unless Chen Nuo dies. At some point, Sun KK came to Mr. Liu. Teacher Li asked what brought her to him so late. Sun KK asked where Chen Nuo was and why she had not seen him for 2 days. Teacher Li said that he didn't hear anything because he just woke up. Sun KK said that she needed to find Chen Nuo and that she should talk to him. Teacher Li noted that it was already very late and everyone was already asleep. Sun KK noted that Chen Nuo had left. At this moment, Teacher Li received a call from Sun Shengli. Teacher Li clarified whether he had anything to do with him. Teacher Li said that such a coincidence happened here and wanted to talk about his daughter. Sun KK asked Teacher Li not to tell her father that she had come to see him. After this request, Teacher Li did not mention to the director that his daughter came to him and they talked a little more. Meanwhile, Sun KK ran away from the teacher. After talking with the principal, Teacher Li thought that these students and this job in general were too difficult for him. And the performance that I recently thought about began in the house of Firefly, who recently wanted to hand Chen Nuo over to the police for stalking. Che Taeyeon, Ha Jong-hee, and Che Gye-hun came with their servants to her family's house to kill them all. It was about this murder that Firefly recently wrote a story. Ha Jong-hee and Firefly's father are in the shipping business together. In 2000, their business took off. This year, two brothers Che Taeyong and Che Gye-hun, who were secretly involved in loan sharking, illegal drugs, and black business of buying and selling organs, became interested in the shipping company headed by Ha Jong-hee and father. President Ha Jong-hee joined them, but Lee's father refused, and in the end, President Ha Jong-hee teamed up with the brothers and left the Lee family. Che Taeyong noted that Lee Dong-hyuk's daughter is very beautiful, and that she should be left alive, at least while everyone else is killed. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo watched all this action and thought that there was still quite a bit to wait, after which it would be possible to act. At that moment, someone pointed out to Che Taeyong that there was already a fire truck not far from them. Che Taeyong said that she just appeared here at the wrong time. Che Gye-hun noted to everyone that they could no longer stay here and that they needed to leave this house as soon as possible before anyone noticed them. And the fire truck arrived precisely for the reason that Chen Nuo used someone else's neighboring empty house so that the fire alarm would go off and so that the system would eventually call the firefighters. After this, Chen Nuo thought that fortunately his plan was successful, and he continued to monitor the Lee family's house further. Next, he decided to make his way somewhere else, and along the way he thought that next time he needed to calculate the time more accurately. After all, this time, in theory, Lee Dong-hyuk is already dead, but you can try to save the widow and orphans. He also thought that it would not be easy because it would be easier to kill everyone at once. But a large number of corpses will only cause trouble for the widow and orphans. Therefore, he must change place. Che Taeyong saw Lee Dong-hyuk and thought that in the past he always scolded him like a dog, got more money, reputation, and status. He took the woman he loved and had 2 children with her. In the car on the way, Che Kye-hun asked Ha Jong-hae if he was feeling calm. Che Ge-hun further said that when they reach their destination, this woman will be his and he can do whatever he wants with her. Ha Jong-hae noted that he wants to enjoy not only Lee Dong-hyuk's wife, but also his daughter. And he also said that Lee Dong-hyuk will be a loser even in his grave. Meanwhile, they brought the woman and children to an abandoned factory in Seoul. They asked to be released because of their past friendship with Lee Dong-hyuk, but they were not released. After Ha Jong-hae hit Lee Dong-hyuk's wife, she asked him why he was doing this and what they did to him. She also noted to him that she felt sorry for him because his heart was completely rotten. Che Ge-hun tried to stop him for appearances in front of the woman, but Ha Jong-hae hit him and told him to get lost. Firefly, meanwhile, thought that if this was a dream, then she wanted to wake up and forget all this. At that moment, she remembered Chen Nuo, who had recently noted to her that he was a man who fell from heaven just to help her get rid of bad dreams. But then she did not understand the meaning of these words, but now she understands. And at that moment, while she was thinking about Chen Nuo, the Lee family's car arrived, and Firefly, of course, recognized her. Chen Nuo got out of the car and told Firefly that their car had some problems, namely that the clutch was a little loose. When accelerating, it was felt well, and there were also problems with the steering wheel and it might need to be changed. He also noted to Firefly that they had not seen her for a long time. The Lee family's enemies pointed guns at him and asked him who he was and what he was doing in this place. Che Ge-hun told his assistants that they should not ask him but kill him, and the sooner they do this, the better it will be for all of them. After this order, all his assistants attacked Chen Nuo in order to kill him, but he successfully defeated them all. Che Ge-hun ordered Ken Hong to kill Chen Nuo. Ha Jong-hae supported Che Ge-hun in this, and noted to Ken Hong that he was once the most elite soldier in their advanced troops, and Chen Nuo was clearly no match for him. Ken Hong eventually walked up to Chen Nuo and swung a knife at him in order to kill him. Until he did, Chen Nuo told him that he was the second person who showed him his knife, and asked if he knew what happened to the first one. Ken Hong asked Chen Nuo to stop talking nonsense and launched an active attack on him. Chen Nuo agreed with Ken Hong and noted to him that now is really not the right time and place for jokes. They fought for some time, and at some point, holding a fragment of a knife blade, Chen Nuo told Ken Hong that he was showing off. Seeing Ha Jong-hae trying to escape, Chen Nuo noted that it was useless and threw his backpack at him. Che Ge-hun saw that Ha Jong-hae was killed by the bricks that were in the backpack. He was very surprised and scared, realizing that certain death awaited him too. Chen Nuo turned to Che Ge-hun and said that he could prepare, because he was next on the list to be killed. Che Ge-hun took the nearby Firefly hostage and noted to Chen Nuo that he didn't care who he was, but he felt like he cared about this little girl, and that's why he decided to take her hostage. Chen Nuo told the girl that if she was very scared, then she had nothing to fear now, because he would definitely save her. After this, Chen Nuo noted that he did not want to use this trick, but he had no other choice at the moment. Chen Nuo snapped his fingers and Che Ge-hun's entire body ceased to be sensitive. Che Ge-hun wondered what was going on and why he couldn't move. He also thought that his body seemed to be enveloped by something. At this moment, Chen Nuo walked up to Che Ge-hun and said that he was the third person who showed him the knife today. After this, Chen Nuo freed Firefly and asked her if she was feeling pain or fear at the moment. Chen Nuo further noted to Firefly that she should no longer be afraid, even if she is afraid of something now, and he also said that he kept his word and saved her from the nightmare. 2 hours later, at the Lee family's house, Lee Ingwang, who has the same codename Firefly, woke up and started to get up from the sofa. Then she decided to walk around the house and realized that this was her home. At some point, she met Chen Nuo, who noted to her that she was too scared and passed out, so he decided to take her home and put her on the sofa. Then she sat back down on the sofa, and Chen Nuo asked if she could return his jacket to him. He also decided to explain where she got it from and said that when she lost consciousness, he was afraid that she would freeze, and covered it for her. But she clung to it, and he, afraid to wake her, left the jacket to her for a while. After Firefly gave him his jacket, he noted that he had warmed up chicken soup, and if she was hungry, she could go eat. Then Chen Nuo told her that her brother was injured, and his mother had already given him medicine. He also noted that before she woke up, he and her mother had already discussed everything. He said that her mother would tell her everything, and he also advised her not to call the police, because in any case, he had completely eliminated the problem. Firefly asked Chen Nuo why he spoke as if he were much older than her, because he looked about her age. Chen Nuo did not answer this question directly, but noted that he had little time and therefore could not take care of her. But he doesn't want her to see something like this again. Firefly said that he told her that she didn't need to be afraid, so she's not afraid of anything now. Next, she asked who he was to talk to her like that, and what happened this evening, and why he said what he came down from heaven. Chen Nuo laughed a little and asked her not to ask so many questions, because her mother would tell her everything. Chen Nuo also noted that he thought her mother would be angry because he used unconventional methods. Now, according to him, she is sleeping and will wake up in an hour. But as for her brother, he was so angry that he had to be tied up. Chen Nuo also asked her not to forget to study hard, and besides, she should not use foul language, not to mention tattoos. He said that he got a tattoo at a young age and regretted it. He also asked her not to smoke or drink. Firefly noted that no obscene language, no tattoos, no drinking, no smoking, and in general she remembered all this and promised to do everything he said, and she asked his name. Chen Nuo said that children nowadays ask too many questions. Firefly asked if he was leaving already. Chen Nuo replied that he was leaving. Firefly clarified whether he was a man or an angel. Chen Nuo replied that he did not believe in God, but only believed in elder brother Guan. 330 Firefly asked what was in the suitcase. Chen Nuo replied that Ha Yunjae was there and noted that he would still need him. Chen Nuo said goodbye and was about to leave, but Firefly did not want to let him go and asked if she would see him again. Chen Nuo asked her if she liked fireflies. Firefly replied that she liked them, and that in the summer her brother took her with him to catch them. Chen Nuo asked her not to catch them anymore. Next, Firefly woke up again as if from a dream and thought that he really left in the end, no matter how much she asked him to stay. After that, she went to the office to write down some phrases that she remembered. What she remembered was that you shouldn't start drinking, trust older brother Guan, or anything else. She couldn't remember everything completely, who Guan was or anything else. She also remembered the clothes, and it seemed to her that there was something in Chinese. She remembered that there was a Chinese dictionary in her brother's office, and she became interested in finding something there. She found a dictionary and read that Zhengning is the name of a place, the location of the old Zhengning mansion in Jinling City. Arriving at Ha Zhengge's secret residence in Seoul, Chen Nuo unpacked the suitcase with Ha Zhengge inside, who asked him who he was. Chen Nuo dragged him to the safe and said that he wanted to make a deal, the essence of which was that he would open the safe for him. Ha Zhengge asked Chen Nuo whether he would let him go after that. Chen Nuo replied that he would let him die with dignity. Chen Nuo also noted that he could choose any clothes from the closet that he thought would be the most decent, wear them, and then die. Ha Zhengge asked to let him go because he can pay him, give him as much money as he wants so that he doesn't kill him. Next, he helped Chen Nuo open the safe and said that there was a ledger in which everything was written down. Chen Nuo took out the book and threw it in front of Ha Zhengge, telling him that he was not interested in his machinations. Further, Chen Nuo noted that he just needed money for food, and he was not interested in everything else. After packing the money into his backpack, Chen Nuo noticed a photograph hanging in a frame on the wall and thought that this might also be useful to him. Chen Nuo asked Ha Zhengge how fast his boat was. Ha Zhengge replied that the maximum speed of this boat is 30 knots. Chen Nuo said that he wanted to get it for himself in addition to money for food. Ha Zhengge noted that in that case he would have to let him go. Chen Nuo agreed to this condition and clarified where the boat was located. Ha Zhengge said where the boat is. Chen Nuo found her and sailed on her across the seas and oceans away from the continents. Further on the boat, one of his captured hostages noted to Chen Nuo that he must have confused him with someone and asked why he wanted to kill him. Chen Nuo replied that he didn't think it was a mistake. The daughter of his friend Li Yingji took refuge with him when she was running away from bandits. But who would have thought that he would want to rape her? The man asked what he was talking about and said he didn't know what he was talking about. Chen Nuo replied that the Lord of Hell would explain everything to him in detail after he came down. After that, he threw the barrel with this man chained and Ha Zhengge into the sea and walked further along the sea. Then he thought about the fact that he had almost forgotten that he was still the same Yan Luo who had reincarnated into this body. He also thought that, of course, he should be more careful with his tricks, because he spent a lot of effort to save himself and received the consequences in the form of a slightly wounded finger, but otherwise he liked everything. Meanwhile, in the auditorium of Yanban School, Teacher Li noted that this was the last joint event, and asked to pay attention to the leading teachers of Jiangning Known 8 Middle School, and said that all students should attend. Sun Keke thought that Chen Nuo had not come again, and that she had not seen him for 4 days. Teacher Li announced that if any of the students were absent, the students and teachers would be severely punished. After that, he went to smoke. After he smoked, he wondered why he was so obsessed with money. Next, he thought that this time he would kill this little Chen Nuo. The leader of the group, Director Fang, approached Liu An and asked if he had said that a student named Chen Nuo would come soon. And then half an hour has passed and he's not there. Liu An replied that he went to a nearby internet cafe to play, and reminded him that boys his age really love computer games. Fan noted that he hopes this is the case, because there is still half an hour before the event starts, and he will ask the teachers and students to help find him. He also noted that he hopes that nothing bad happened to him. Fang also told Liu An that he had to go with him, and when the time came he would see what he would do to him. Liu An noted to the departing Fan that he could be sure that the student was not lost and wished him a good journey. And then Liu An thought that he was sent by the Education Bureau simply as an assistant director, but everyone was flattering him and calling him director, and he wondered who Fan thought he was. Half an hour later, Fan asked those he sent to search if they had found Chen Nuo. Sun Keiki asked Fan to call the police because her classmate was lost and they couldn't find him. Fan thought that if they called the police, he would be fired as the group leader. But no one can replace him, and his future will go down the drain. Sun Keiki continued to insist that Chen was lost and that Fan should not hesitate because something bad might happen to him. Fan did not call the police and suggested that they search a little more, because it was quite possible that they had not noticed something before. Fang next turned to Liu An and asked him if Chen Nuo had mentioned that he had friends or relatives in the area. After all, it is quite possible that he could go there. Liu An told him that he didn't remember anything like that. Fan clarified where his luggage was. Liu An replied that everything was in the room. After this answer, Fan suggested going and looking for more there. After all, there may be something like a contact address in the suitcase. Arriving in the room, they saw a half-naked Chen Nuo, who looked at them with a questioning expression. After he got dressed, he was asked where he had gone. Chen Nuo replied that he went to the internet cafe to play a little game. Fan attacked him with accusations and shouts at him for not having any discipline, for being disorganized, and said that he needed to be at least a little organized. Fan further clarified what his teachers taught and what kind of student he was. After this, he noted that after returning he would be punished, and moreover, he ordered to write a review of the book and reflect on how a student should behave. Liu An interrupted him and said that their little trip was almost over and the event was about to begin. After this, Feng noted to Chen Nuo that fortunately for him, he already had a lot to do today. Liu An told the departing Fan that he could be sure that he would definitely take care of his upbringing and take him away. Chen Nuo noted to teacher Liu that he thought they would get along well. Liu An told Chen Nuo in response that he had deceived the teacher this time and that the school would remember this. Chen Nuo took the phone, deleted something, and noted that as a sign of reconciliation, he deleted this video. After this, Chen Nuo asked how about peace and said that he was a man of his word and that he need not worry because he could be trusted. Liu An replied that he thought he was an imp. After that, Chen Nuo went and knocked on the room where Suk Keiki lived. But after he knocked, another girl came out to him and clarified what he needed. Chen Nuo asked where Sun Keiki was. The girl answered this question by saying that she was now in the shower and asked if he was looking for her. Chen Nuo asked the girl to tell her that he was waiting for her on the roof. The girl agreed to fulfill this request. Next, Chen Nuo waited for Sun Keiki on the roof, and after she approached him, he gave her a Coca-Cola. Sun Keiki noted that it was too late to drink this, because she would gain weight if she drank it. Chen Nuo said that it would be very good if she gained weight. Sun Keiki took a Coca-Cola and noted that she hated fat people, and that she herself did not want to be like that. Chen Nuo then told Sun Keiki that he was in a very good mood today. Sun Keiki asked why this was so. Chen Nuo replied that perhaps he had done what he had always wanted to do. Sun Keiki clarified whether this was a look at the snow. Chen Nuo noted that he had previously heard people say that life is always full of regrets. Life is wonderful but difficult. Chen Nuo also said that he was damn sorry and that if there is a gap between the living and inanimate world, then it is a matter of time. Chen Nuo noted that people are hostages to their own lives, and that he will take care of himself. Sun Keiki thought this was beautifully said. Next, Chen Nuo asked Sun Keiki if she could answer him one question. Sun Keiki agreed and wondered if he was going to offer her strange things, because the most she would allow him to do was hold her hand, but kissing was prohibited. Chen Nuo asked if she could write him a book review. He asked to help him write only one review. In the director's office, meanwhile, the radio was broadcasting that due to the continuing cold wind from the south, there will be heavy snowfall in the Jinling area today, so all citizens are asked to stay warm and adhere to safety measures. Sun Shengli was in the office at that moment and thought that he had just returned yesterday and hoped that they were taking everything seriously. Moreover, He wondered what happened to Sun Kei and that classmate named Chen Nuo. The day before, Chen Nuo and Sun Kei were hugging at the Jinling railway station, and this time Sun Shengli made his presence known to them. Seeing her father, Sun Kei asked him if he had said that he would not come. Sun Shengli wondered if Sun Kei could have fallen in love with this guy named Chen Nuo so early. After these thoughts, the director entered the classroom where the students were, including Chen Nuo and Sun Kei. The students wondered why the director had come, whether one of their classmates had messed up or wanted to announce something interesting. Chen Nuo didn't notice him coming into the classroom, but noticed that it suddenly became quiet, and he wondered what kind of atmosphere it was that was so interesting. The director announced that teacher Wu went outside last night and was injured due to the snowfall, and that is why he will be replacing him for some time. Sun Shengli further noted that in order to better understand their level, he prepared a test and also said that he hoped that they would all write it well. He also announced that if they failed this test, they would stay after school to clear snow on the playground. Chen Nuo looked at the director and wondered if he was imagining things, because for some reason he felt like a target. Chen Nuo stayed after school to clear the snow. While cleaning, he thought that a man's intuition is really not wrong, and he really was the director's target and did not understand what he had done to him. At some point, Sun Kei joined him. He asked what she was doing here. She replied that she had come to help him and asked if he was thirsty. Meanwhile, through the window, the director saw his daughter next to Chen Nuo and thought that everything unfortunately did not go according to the plan that he had in mind. At that moment, he remembered how he had told Chen Nuo that he would stay after school to clear the snow. Chen Nuo objected that he had passed the test. The director said that he was copying from his classmates, and that's why everything was like this. On the second and third days, it was the same, only without tests. Every day, the director came up with a new reason for this. Chen Nuo was so used to doing this that one day he took a broom and went to remove the snow without being asked to do so. The director saw him, approached him, and asked what he was doing with the broom. Chen Nuo replied that he was going to clear the snow. The director noted to Chen Nuo that he could remove the snow someday later, and added that there is no need to remove it today, because it is more important today to go to his office and talk. Chen Nuo came to the director's office, and the director said that Mr. Jang had come to him from Longtan prison. Chen Nuo asked what happened. Jang noted that his mother Usuhua is undergoing rehabilitation in their prison, and because of her good work last year, she was approved to visit her relatives, but he does not know why he never visited her. Chen Nuo thought that this happened before he was reborn and that he did not know it. Jang said that she asked to talk to him because she misses him very much. He further asked Chen Nuo if he really didn't want to visit his mother, and thought that because of his family relationship, he could understand why he didn't visit her. Sun Shengli, having learned this whole situation, thought that this child was most likely in a lot of pain deep down in his soul. Sun Shengli noted to Jang that Chen Nuo is his disciple, and therefore he asks permission to talk to him. He further asked Jang why not go back. Jang said that in general what he means is that visiting relatives promotes ideological change in prisoners. He also noted that he hopes that children understand this best of all. The director told Jang that he needed to stop all this because he was just a child, and that he was putting too much pressure on him, and he, as his teacher, would talk to him, and if anything happened, he would call him. Jang noted that in this case he would not interfere with them. After Jang left, the principal told Chen Nuo that he had read the school file to understand their family situation, and he had learned a lot from Mr. Jang now and didn't think it was so difficult. The director also noted that he is a very smart child because he takes care of himself, but in his opinion he should not burden himself psychologically, and if difficulties arise, he can always talk to him. After that, the director looked at his watch and said that it was already late, and he was most likely hungry. After that, he offered to go to his house and eat at his place. Chen Nuo and Sun Shengli came to his house, and Sun Kei saw them. Chen Nuo greeted her, but she never expected to see him at home. Sun Kei then got up for some reason and ran into another room. Sun Kei, being in another room, wondered why Chen Nuo came to his house. She thought that she was dressed inappropriately, and she was also eating at that moment. Sun Shengli thought that he had made a mistake by bringing the wolf into the house and asked Chen Nuo to change his shoes and step into the living room to do his homework. Next, Sun Kei asked her father why Chen Nuo came to them. Sun Shengli noted that he brought him to dinner and suggested that they both do their homework conscientiously. After this conversation, Sun Shengli asked Chen Nuo to do his homework in the dining room, and Sun Kei he asked him to do his homework in the living room and not talk to each other. While doing her homework, Sun KK thought that Chen Nuo was clearly pretending and was not afraid of her father. Her thoughts were interrupted by Chen Nuo, throwing her a note in which he wrote that her father was watching him. Sun KK wondered if he really was waiting for her father's approval, and Sun Shengli thought that his daughter had turned everything upside down. What he thought about Chen But was that he was acting as if he was not here at all. Chen Nuo wrote and sent another note to Sun KK, in which he asked what was wrong with her father and why he was reading a newspaper from 2 days ago. Sun Shengli thought that Chen Nuo had called Sun KK 32 times already, and Sun KK had looked at him 57 times, and he thought that he couldn't stand it now. Sun Shengli further told Sun KK that it was already 7:30 and her mother must be late at work, so he would go and buy them something to eat. Sun Shengli thought that he did not want to see this anymore, and thought that he would never allow Chen Nuo to come to their home again. After Sun Shengli went out and bought food and brought it home, they all sat down at the table and he asked them to eat duck legs. And Chen. But he noted that he is just at that age when he needs to eat a lot in order to grow up healthy. 3 hours later, Sun Shengli told Chen Nuo that he had already eaten, so he could go home because it was not safe outside if it was too late. Chen Nuo noted that everything was fine and that he was used to walking at night. Then he got up from the table and left. As he left, he wondered whether he should worry about his relationship with his father-in-law. Passing by a woman, Chen Nuo thought that this woman was very similar to Sun KK's mother, and the smell of the cigarette was the same as Sun KK's mother. One Monday morning, Chen Nuo came to the internet cafe. Sun Shengli approached him and asked him why he was skipping classes, because he had been looking for him all morning. Chen Nuo asked Sun Shengli not to stand there with such a stone face and offered to light a cigarette. Sun Shengli asked where he learned to talk like that. After Sun Shengli took one of the cigarettes, Chen Nuo suggested that he take the light, otherwise he would be lonely. Sun Shengli took the pack of cigarettes from Chen Nuo and asked him not to follow the example of these youngsters in order to appear cool, and said that when he grows up, he will look back and understand how ridiculous and naive this is. After Sun Shengli lit a cigarette, he also noted to Chen Nuo that at their age he understands that this is a rebellious period of youth, and also difficulties at home. He also said that he knows that he is very temperamental, and does not like to deal with other people, and clarified whether he has ever planned his future, what he is going to do in the future, and what it will involve. He also noted that he doesn't want to see him become a bully, and he would be very upset if he wanted to become one. Chen Nuo replied that in fact everything is not like that, and he is not such a problem child as he thinks. He also said that he wants to become an adult fish, and in his opinion, this is not bad. Chen Nuo also noted that in fact he enjoys boredom, peace, freedom, and the fact that no one bothers him, that he has nothing to worry about and wants him to just eat, drink, and make ends meet. Chen Nuo also said that he likes to bask in the sun and look at the snow in winter and sometimes pester his daughter. He then noted that he was joking about the latter. Chen Nuo also noted that he was a good person and a teacher, and asked him to leave him alone after that, because he is not one of those who goes astray, and in fact he just wants to idle and get bored sometimes. The director asked how he would live. Chen No thought that tens of thousands of dollars in gold bars would be enough for some time, and if he went on similar missions a couple more times, he could go to the center to buy dozens of apartments and rent them out, so there was no reason to work. Next, Sun Shengli handed over the letter, and noted that it was a letter of recommendation, and that he had spent a lot of effort to help him find a part-time job. He also said that he had agreed on working hours and benefits. The director also said that over the last 2 years he needs to save money and not waste it, because this will be enough for college. He also noted that he could work hard and study hard to avoid poverty in the future. Chen Nuo asked the director if anyone had told him that he was a very good person, and after that I thought that in 20 years good people like him would die out in society. The director noted that stop chatting because it irritates him. He advised thinking before speaking. He also noted that he had classes in the afternoon and therefore had to leave. In the evening on the way home, Chen Nuo thought that he was very tired, but such idleness was cool for him. Next, he mentally asked the director for forgiveness, but tomorrow he would also continue to miss classes. He thought that sooner or later he would figure everything out, and tomorrow he would go to prison. After all, in any case, this image does not belong to him. Early the next morning, Chen Nuo came to Longtan prison and noted that he had made an appointment last night. He was brought to the meeting room, and Oh Suhua, seeing Chen Nuo, asked if he really hated her so much that was why he refused to come to see her. Chen Nuo replied that before he did not understand some things well, he was hurt, but now he feels relieved and also noted that he honestly does not hate her. Oh Suhua asked him if this was true. Chen Nuo replied that it was true and also noted that he had brought her some chocolate and cookies. After that, he asked her if it was true that prison life was not easy. Oh Suhua replied that it was not that difficult and she was doing well. Then she clarified what about him and whether everything was fine with him. Chen Nuo replied that he was doing well and that his teacher and classmates were taking care of him. Oh Suhua was delighted and noted that this was very good and that she was happy for him. Oh Suhua also noted that she would try to leave earlier and asked him to wait for her, because they would definitely catch up. Oh Suhua also asked for forgiveness and noted that she wanted to ask him for something. She also noted that she knew that she had no right, but she could no longer trust anyone, so she asked him to visit his half-sister. Oh Suhua noted that she is now 5 years old and really worries about her and that she often has dreams, so she asks to visit her. She also noted that it doesn't matter, even if he doesn't want to, she will understand it. Chen Nuo noted that he would definitely visit her, and after that, he thought that he seemed to have a younger sister that he did not know about. An office worker at the Women's Federation, Liu led him to the right place. Chen Nuo noted that he first wanted to go and buy sweets for the children, cigarettes and drinks before they came in. Liu agreed to wait for him. Liu noted after his return that she had visited his sister several times. She was sweet and beautiful and a pleasure to be around. But due to the special situation of her parents, they did not have enough money to support her. Therefore, their federation allocated funds and sends them an additional 200 yuan every month. She also noted that she transfers money to them every day. Chen Nuo said that she was very kind and thought that after Usuhua and his father went to prison, their dossier was given to their father's younger brother to be raised, and in his opinion, his sister's life is much better than Chen Nuo's after the death of her grandmother. Walking into their apartment, Liu introduced Chen Nuo to Uncle Gu and Aunt Fang, and she introduced them to a new family member. Chen Nuo apologized to Uncle Gu for disturbing him and stated that he did not want to cause them any inconvenience. He also stated that he came here to see his younger sister. Gu asked him to sit down and wait while he asked his wife to bring her. He said that she really liked to play in her room. Fang brought his younger sister to Chen Nuo and invited her to say hello to her older brother. Gu stated that she was a little shy and didn't talk much, but they raised her well. Fan confirmed Gu's words and stated that they adore their niece. They also asked to look at an expensive sweater that they had recently bought. Fang further told Lao Gu to take care of Xiao Liu and the others while she went to the kitchen and prepared lunch. Chen Nuo held out and offered his younger sister a banana. She didn't quite understand what was happening. Next, the sister looked at Gu, who told her that she could eat this banana because her brother peeled it for her. After my sister started eating a banana, Chen Nuo suggested that she take another tasty treat. Her brother snatched this delicacy and told Chen Nuo that this delicacy would be his and he would eat it. Gu stated that children were used to fighting at this time for any reason. Chen Nuo said that children at this age are very mischievous and it must be very difficult for them to raise too. Gu stated that it was not at all what he said. Fan prepared food at that moment and invited everyone to the table. Gu told Chen Nuo that he could eat without worrying and feel at home. Fan told her little sister that she prepared chicken legs for her because she loves them. Fan told Chen Nuo that he could also eat more. Gu suggested that he come more often when he has time. After lunch at the community gate, Liu told Chen Nuo that she was very sorry for his sister that such an incident happened to her parents at a young age. But fortunately, everything is fine with the child. Liu also told Chen Nuo that he did not need to worry, because their women's federation monitors the lives of children and will not allow them to be offended. Chen Nuo said that in that case he would rely on them. Liu stated that she would go then, because she still had a lot of things to deal with. Looking at Liu leaving, Chen Nuo thought that although she was full of enthusiasm, she was still young and inexperienced, and he was afraid that she might have missed out on many things. He remembered that while he was visiting, he saw a change of clothes hanging on the balcony, which did not include the little girl's clothes. And this can only mean that she has little clothes and that they have been changed for a long time. He also noticed that her sweater looked clean, but there were a lot of threads sticking out at the elbows, and in general her clothes did not look like the girl's style, and most likely she wears their son's clothes. He also remembered that she was so hungry that there was not a single grain of rice left at the bottom of her bowl. He also remembered that there wasn't even a single piece of meat left on the bone, which means that on ordinary days she doesn't eat. Chen Nuo thought that the allowance of 200 yuan per month was quite a lot of money. After that, he thought that it was no wonder now that Usuhua was so worried and begged to come and take a look. Next, Yanluo thought that since he took the life of Chen Nuo, he would definitely do something for his family. Next, Chen Nuo went again to Gu and Fang to check whether he was right or wrong. Gu opened the door for him and he saw Fan, who at that moment was severely beating his younger sister. Fan asked the girl to stop crying and keep her mouth shut, but she continued to beat her. She also told her that the only losses were from her, and she should wash the dishes and not hit her, and accused her of doing it on purpose. Gu asked Chen Nuo why he came to them again and stated that he should not have come. At the same time, he wanted to push him out. But he failed to push him out and Chen Nuo pushed him instead. Fan saw that Chen Nuo hit Gu and asked him not to touch Gu. She began to rush at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo told her to get out of his way and pushed her away from him, walking towards the girl. Next, Chen Nuo took Gu by the leg and dragged him. Gu asked Chen Nuo what he was going to do next. At this moment, the grandmother also came out and asked Chen Nuo to let her son Gu go. Next, the grandmother came up and clung to Chen Nuo, begging him to let go of Gu. Chen Nuo said that it turns out that she is not dead yet, and asked how she can calmly sit and watch her daughter-in-law beat her granddaughter, because she is a 5-year-old child. The grandmother replied that it makes no difference how old this girl is, because a pest is a pest at any age. She also said that because of them, her son went to prison, and in general there was nothing but harm from their family. Chen Nuo then told his grandmother that it now became clear to him that she was as vile as they were. Next, Chen Nuo threw Gu out the window and held him by the leg, and Gu at the same time asked someone to save him because according to him he was being killed. Chen Nuo asked Gu not to scream and said that if he continued to scream he would let him go and he would fall, and as a result he would definitely die. Later he saw his grandmother and Fan approaching him. He told them not to come near him, otherwise he would let him go. The grandmother tried to tell him something else, but Fan asked the grandmother not to provoke him, because he could really let him go. She also asked him not to touch her husband, because if he has something to say, then he can tell it to them without what he is doing now. Chen Nuo heard her and said that they could finally talk like humans because that's exactly what he wanted. After he returned him to the apartment, his grandmother asked him how he dared to do this, and stated that his father did not raise him with a belt. She also said that she wanted to be run over by a car. Fan stated that he knows that he is breaking the law and that she will call the police, after which he will be caught and he will not be able to continue doing this. Gu asked his grandmother and wife to stop saying anything because he, unlike them, understands perfectly well that he can kill him this time because of them. After that, he told Chen that he shouldn't worry so much and talk to them because they can discuss everything. Chen said after his words that this was already interesting. He went further into the kitchen, took a knife and began to walk towards them. They saw it all and got scared. Grandmother said that he could kill her if he wanted it so bad. After all, she has already lived enough. Chen asked them all to calm down and stated that he would not use the knife, at least today, and then put the knife on the table. And he went on to say that if they do not want bloodshed, then they should answer honestly. Fan told him that if he is not afraid of the consequences and does this, then she promises that she will put him behind bars. Chen said that he is not afraid of consequences for the simple reason that he did not harm anyone today, and even if the police come and take him away, at best they will scold him. He also asked to guess who he would go to next. He further stated that they all live here together, so they will not be able to run far from here, and he asked them if they thought that he would dare to come to them with a knife, and if they wanted to check it. Gu approached Chen and asked him what he wanted, and whether he would not create problems just to vent his anger. Chen replied that he didn't want to talk to him anymore, because everything here was already clear to him, so he would take his sister with him. Fan said that they live off guardianship, and therefore they would not want him to take his sister away from them. Chen asked if it was really only 200 yuan a month, and he also asked if they received alimony from their parents besides that. Without waiting for an answer, he also stated that he did not need a penny from them and that they could keep all the payments for themselves, because technically the child would be on them, but he would take him with him, and she would live with him. They tried to fight him again but realized that it was useless, and he told them that he was not going to coddle with them, because he had already stated what he was going to do. He also said that, of course, they could experience the consequences of disagreement, because he is alone, and there are 4 of them, and he asked Fan if her son was 7 years old. Fan stated that he could go and take his sister with him and not come to the door from now on. She asked not to interfere with each other in the future. Chen said that he agreed to take his little sister and never see them again. After that, Chen approached his sister and told her that perhaps she had not yet realized that he was her brother, her own, and they had the same mother. Next, he asked her whether she would like to live with him. He promised that they would not beat her, and that she would eat everything he did. The girl agreed, and he said that since they agreed, he asked her to call himself brother. Then he asked her what her name was. She told him that her name was Gu Xiaoye. Chen Nuo told her that there is nothing good in this family, and now, after she goes with him, her name will be Chen Xiaowei. Chen Nuo met Sun KK on the way and clarified why she ended up in the place where he passed with Xiaoye. KK asked why he didn't answer the phone. He replied that he had not seen her calls. Then she saw a cute little girl and asked who she was and where he got her. He replied that this was his daughter. KK asked if he was serious about this. He asked her, without joking, why she was looking for him. She asked where he went the other day and if he knew how much her dad was worried about him. She also stated that the other day he rode his bicycle down his street several times to tell him about work. She also said that when he came back last night, he was limping and said he fell off his bike and got his legs wet and bruised. He took her hand and asked how long she had been waiting for him because it was very cold outside. She replied that she had not been waiting for him long. Then he pulled her to his home, but she didn't want it and said so. Watching this, Xiaowei wondered if they were dating and if she was the third wheel here. After that, he said that it was already quite dark and a little uncomfortable. So he suggested going to another place and asked KKA if her dad likes to poke his nose into other people's business. In the cafe, she told him that before, when her father was a class teacher, he invited one student home for dinner. That student had no family and was a poor student, so he often skipped classes and got into fights. One day, to protect him, her dad hugged him and didn't want to let go, but he pushed him away. Later, that boy came to them at night and fell to his knees in front of her, sniffling and crying, saying that he was sorry for his behavior. He begged her father to leave him alone. Her father was uneasy, and a few years later something happened to this boy. He was stabbed to death on the street, and after that her father stopped going to work for a while. And my mother began to quarrel with him often because of this. She also told him that if he did not start attending classes, he would have fewer benefits and an unstable income in the future. And at that moment, Chen No realized that her dad saw a reflection of that guy in him, and therefore he did not want him to become the same as him. Next, he asked his sister why she didn't eat, because he ordered all this for all of them, without exception. The sister replied that she was waiting for him to start eating first. He told her that she didn't have to wait for him to start, because she could either start or finish at any time. A little later, the waitress came and brought the ice cream that he ordered and which was already ready. Xiaoye handed him the ice cream spoon and said that she didn't want him to give it back. She promised not to bother me, said that she would take a bath and sleep herself and could also clean and cook. Chen Nuo asked if he had told her that in the future she would live with him and that she would never return to this terrible place. She agreed and stated that she would be obedient and flexible. KK asked him if she was really his sister and said that he was so nice to her and that it was not like him at all. He answered her that everything was not so simple and that a few words would not be enough if you wanted to explain the current situation. He also asked her if her father would look for her if she did not go home for dinner, and after that he asked her to better tell her father that she was with him, and then he could sweep the playground again. KK replied that her mom and dad had a fight today. He told her that this was normal for them. She stated after this that her father had never argued with her before, and that she did not know what was going on lately. She also said that her mother is busy at work, and now, every time she returns, she feels her mother's nagging towards her father. He asked her not to interfere in the affairs of adults, and she said that it was old-fashioned and that Dad told her the same thing, and also gave her 50 yuan and asked her to go play with her classmates so as not to stay at home. Hearing this, he extended his hand as if asking for something. She asked what it was. He suggested dividing the 50 yuan equally. She stated that he would not wait for this. After that, they left the cafe, where he paid the bill himself, and he and his sister took her home. She thanked them for this and went into the house. After KK left, he went with his sister to his home and met KK's mother, who was being driven in a car by someone at that moment. Then they finally got home and went to bed. The next morning, Chen Nuo woke up and Xiaoye called him to the table for breakfast. He asked her if she had prepared it. She answered this question positively. During breakfast, he realized that she was only 5 years old, but she already knew how to cook. She saw that he was somewhat thoughtful and asked how he was feeling. He replied that he was fine and that there was no need to worry about him. Having tasted her cooked food, he said that she cooked it very tasty. She asked him to eat quickly, otherwise he would be late for school. He asked her who would take care of her if he went to school. She replied that she would take care of herself because she did not want him to get tired, otherwise he would hate her in the future and drive her away. He promised her that he would never hate her and promised that he would go to school. At that moment, she stated that in this case she would go for his coat. After school, he decided as always to ride his bike home, but when he came to the place where he left it, he did not find it there. Then he went to the parking security guard and said that his bike had been stolen, but when he saw that he didn't even want to answer him, he decided to look for it himself. After all, it took him a long time to find it, and now he is not ready to lose it. After some time, he finally recognized it and saw that a man and a boy were riding it instead of him. After following them, he came to Tangji Street, which was the most famous street where used cars were sold. A man who buys such things asked the thieves if this was a new product. The thief replied that it was completely new, and that he could even smell the fresh smell of the oil, which had not yet had time to dissipate. The buyer asked where he found it. The thief replied that there was nothing to worry about because it was far from their area. The buyer then agreed to take it at the market price. The thief stated that it was brand new and asked if he could add a little more. The buyer asked him to stop talking nonsense and gave him as much as he considered necessary to give. At this moment, Chen Nuo came and knocked. The buyer asked him why he was knocking and what he was even doing here. Chen Nuo replied that he wanted to ask something. The buyer asked him to leave and ask this elsewhere. Realizing that they wouldn't answer him so easily, he went inside without permission. The buyer asked what he was looking for here. The main character repeated that he wanted to ask something and asked where his safe was. The buyer said that his name was Wu Dalei, and that he had been in prison for many years. As a young man, he was sentenced to 2 years in prison for fighting and mutilation, but was released 6 months early for good behavior. While serving his sentence, he was lucky enough to meet an influential man. After leaving prison with his support, he expanded his trade in used cars on the market and sold stolen goods. Over the years, he learned to make money, stopped being good and kind, and now, according to him, he is ruthless, so he asked the main character to leave. The main character dragged him on a chain, and Wu Dalei realized that it was useless to say or do anything to the main character, and eventually stated that the money was in the locker. The main character found money in the locker and left there, leaving them his bicycle. Wu Dalei called his boss on the phone and said that he had to come back as soon as possible, because they had already been robbed while he was away. Meanwhile, the main character went to a place where he could eat, and ordered fried meat dumplings and wontons, small dumplings in broth. Looking into his wallet, he realized that he had taken about 60,000, and that it was not in vain that he came there. A little later, he saw that someone had arrived at the place where he took the money, and he wondered who it was and why. He realized that if he continued to eat, he would miss a lot, and so he asked the owner of the cafe to pack the remaining 8 donuts for him to take with him. Guests came to Wu Dalei after his call and asked how he was feeling. He replied that he felt bad and asked them to find the one who robbed him so that he could tear him into pieces. He realized that he earned 60,000 in 2 days on motorcycles, and the main character took them all. Wu Dalei's assistants began to ask what the person who robbed him looked like. He replied that he was just a child with an ordinary appearance. They asked if he wobbled a little when he walked. He replied that it was so, and asked how they knew. They drew his attention to the gate and asked if it was he who was coming towards them at that moment. He asked the main character why he returned. The main character replied that he didn't tell him that he left, because he still had his bike and he was just going out to eat. Wu Dalei asked his assistants to lock the gate and prevent him from escaping, because he clearly still had the money. Seeing that the main character defeated all his assistants, he realized that they were blown away and could not even scratch him, and he also realized that this guy was too good to fight with him. Next, he told the main character that he had already realized that he was too strong, and that his bike was stolen was just a misunderstanding, and asked him to forget about it and leave. The main character replied that he knows what he has not accepted, and therefore it is better to deal with this whole situation now, so that later he does not hire people to find him. Next, he asked him to gather all his people, and he would wait for now. He said that he was mistaken and wrong and realized that he could escape, but he would find him and destroy him. He promised to stop running his business and said he was giving up, after which he asked if he would let him go. The main character told him that he was tired of riding a bicycle, and so he asked him to find him something more interesting. Wu Dalei said that he agreed to this condition, and added that he guaranteed that he would be satisfied with the result. He then pointed to one of the bikes and stated that he picked it up last week and had it completely rebuilt and repainted. He stated that in this RB product from Yamaha, he made a jet exhaust pipe with his own hands. After that, he invited the main character to look more closely and say whether he was happy with this choice for him. The main character stated that he did not see the helmet near the motorcycle, but he told him that everything was there, and even if not, he would find it for him right now. Next, he brought out a helmet and said that it was made of carbon fiber with anti-fog glass. He also added that he did not plan to sell this motorcycle after the theft, so he kept it for himself. But since this is the case, he is ready to give it to him. When handing over the helmet and motorcycle, he stated that he had never ridden this motorcycle before, so he could ride it to his heart's content. The main character accepted the helmet and motorcycle and said that it is quite reasonable and normal to forgive him for once, but he has one drawback. He hates bald people. After this, the main character asked him what was the point of pretending to be a ruthless bald man and what he did when he saw children on the street. He told him that he had not shaved and that his hair naturally fell out. The main character left on a motorcycle and at some point saw Keiki and stopped next to her. She asked him what he was doing because she told him that this was the entrance to the school and that she could scream at any moment. The main character took off his helmet and said that she could scream. She saw him and asked where he got this motorcycle. She never expected that it would be him under the helmet. Next, the main character asked to put on a helmet and stated that he could give her a ride before her father finished work. She asked how it was possible to drive on such a cold day. At that moment, in order to redirect her attention, he said that the brooch on her clothes was very beautiful and asked where she got it from. She replied that the brooch was given to her by a friend of her mother and said that 2 days ago her mother took her to dinner with her friends, and there was a man at the table who gave her this brooch. He asked if she was dear. She replied that this pin did not cost a lot of money, but my mother also agreed to accept this gift, which is why she actually has this brooch. He thought after that neither she nor her mother knew that this was Van Cleef Arpels, a French jewelry company, and in their time, when the average salary is a couple of hundred yuan, it is strange that a price of 5 figures means nothing. He further stated that if she doesn't want to go for a ride, then let her accept what he gives her. She asked what it was. In response, he wished her bon appétit and left. She decided to see what was inside, and finding the buns there, she suddenly realized that he had covered them so that they would not cool down. Meanwhile, on the other side in Seoul, Li Ingwang was practicing saying some words and phrases that she planned to say after a while, and it was very important for her to pronounce everything correctly. Her brother overheard this at the door and asked her mother if she really wanted her to go abroad and study in Jiangning. Mom replied that this was not her desire, but the desire of his sister, and for the good of their family, she should find herself a boyfriend. Meanwhile, Sun KK decided not to eat the buns herself, but to take them to her father. When he saw her next to him, he said that these days he was busy distributing classes for the new semester. Therefore, he asked me to bring him dinner every day. She stated that it was not difficult for her to continue bringing him food and invited him to sit on the sofa and eat, and she would sit in his place and be in charge here for a while. Her father said she looks like a boss now. Next, the director invited the main character to his home and told him that his exam results this semester were not bad and that he was looking forward to his further success in the new semester. He also told the main character that he heard that he took his sister to him and asked how he did it and how he would take care of the child, because he was still young and had to go to school. He replied that he could skip classes. After he heard this, he wondered if it was appropriate to say such a thing in front of the director. After thinking, he asked the main character if they told him that the child should go to kindergarten, and stated that he was too busy with his own affairs, and if he wanted to raise her, he had to figure it out. The main character thought about the fact that when Donghuo and the others were raised in a past life, they did not have a kindergarten, and they were all raised on the street accordingly. The main character did not have time to think of anything to answer the director's question, because at that moment KK's mother arrived. The director introduced her to the main character as Aunt Yang. The main character greeted her. Yang, the director, introduced his student, and she also greeted him, after which she said that first she would go wash off her makeup and prepare dinner for all of them. On Friday morning, at the beginning of the new semester, the main character brought his sister to kindergarten and announced that from now on she would stay here from Monday to Friday, and on the weekends he would take her home and said that she needed to get used to it. Xiaowei asked if he would really take it for her. He replied that of course it was true, and that today, immediately after school, he would come to pick her up. He left his sister and came to school. After he arrived, he realized that he had come to the wrong class. He also remembered that classes were being disbanded in the new semester, and therefore it was not surprising that many new faces appeared. Then he finally found his class and sat down at his desk. Everyone else did the same. The director came in after this and announced that from now on he would be their class teacher until they graduated from school. Seeing the main character next to his daughter, He asked him to move away from her and told him that this semester the teachers would take good care of him and keep an eye on him, so he didn't even have to try to be cunning. A classmate near whom the director asked him to sit told him that he was talking to the most beautiful girl in the class and asked him not to mock him. The main character saw a novel from a classmate that he was reading and asked if it was called In Search of Peace. He also stated that he liked Jin Yun's novel, The White Horse and the Whistle of the West Wind. The main character also added that the phrase, "everything is good, but I don't like it," lures people to read the novel. Luo Qing said that this was true, and that in his opinion he was the same as him, and that they had common interests. After school, the main character came to the kindergarten to pick up his sister. The teacher took her out and asked her not to rush and be careful, otherwise she might fall. His sister came up to him and hugged him. He saw that something was wrong with her mood and asked if anyone had offended her. She replied that she was scared because she was afraid that he would not come for her. The main character reassured his sister, telling her that this could not happen, and he invited her to go with him and eat. On the way, the sister asked if they would go to Ke. He asked how she knew this. She replied that she liked him. He thought aloud that children could not understand this. Having approached the standing Luo Qing together with KK, the main character thanked him for providing him with the bicycle and returned it to him. Seeing his younger sister next to the main character, he invited her to take a chocolate bar and declared that he was his brother's friend. The main character allowed her to eat the chocolate that his friend gave her. Another friend told the main character that his sister was very sweet, and if he had seen her earlier, he would have asked his parents for a sister. But his father did not earn money for half his life, and did not marry for a long time, so he was born late. The friend added that then they were 40 years old, and now they are already 57. The main character replied that even if a son appeared in old age, his father is still a father. KK stated that it was originally decided that he would invite his sister to dinner tonight, but no one knew that his father was working overtime again, and besides, she heard that the education department would be coming on Monday. Luo Qing said that this was great because he was bored at home alone, so he suggested they go play together in the gaming room. He also stated that there is a new restaurant in Dongshan and a cafe next to it where they can all eat together. They all agreed to the proposal and eventually came to the gaming room, where Luo Qing said that he was going to play Extreme Speed, and he suggested that the three of them play something else together. In fact, it turned out that he decided to split up for a reason, but that it was originally agreed between friends. KK told the main character that she and his sister would go and play basketball. He agreed with them and said that he would go to the toilet while they played. Meanwhile, Du came to the gaming room with his friends. He told one of them that he should have fun because his friends would pay for everything. He also said that his cast came off this morning and they immediately came to celebrate. Another of his friends drew Do's attention to the two girls, asking him to look at them. He looked and asked who it could be. After a while, he realized and said that today was indeed a great day, because he met Ke, whom he really liked. Coming out of the toilet, the main character saw how Du, along with his other friends, surrounded Ke and his sister, and he did not like it. After what he saw, the main character approached him and asked if he had really left the hospital. He asked if he was blind and couldn't see it, but after he looked and saw the main character next to him, he got scared. At the same moment, Luo Qing approached them and told Du to get out of here, because his friend was talking to his daughter-in-law and it was better not to disturb them. He also asked if he was running into his friend. One of Do's friends told him in response that he saw that he was running into trouble himself. A little later, Luo Qing told him that his father was Luo Dazhen, and that he was interested in who would win in the end. Du told him that he had misunderstood and that he and his classmate were just chatting, and besides, he met with Boss Law today and that they were already planning to leave. After this, Luo Qing told Hulu that someone was going to kill him. Hulu came up and asked what was the matter and who wanted to kill whom, because he was ready to help them figure it out. Luo Qing told him that Do told him that he wanted to deal with him. He began to make excuses and say that he had not said anything like that. Hulu grabbed Do's throat with his hands and asked him how he even dared to say such a thing to anyone. He tried to make excuses, but it didn't really work. Hulu beat Do and asked Luo Qing what he would say. He replied that this was quite enough in his opinion. After that, Hulu left and said goodbye to Luo Qing. As he left, he said that he could call him if anything else like this happened. Luo Qing also said goodbye to him after that. Then he looked back and saw his friend with his sister and KKE and realized that they needed to explain the current situation. And he told them that he forgot to say that this gaming hall was opened by his father. The main character said that in his opinion he has rich parents and is the heir to the boss of the Underworld. Luo Qing stated that he is not the heir, and that he usually does not ask his father for this. But if someone offends him, then he better get out. While the main character was thinking that he could not even imagine that his friend would turn out to be the son of Luo Dajin, his friend at that time suggested that his sister take them to feed them. The main character remembered that for him, living in Qinling, the name of his father's friend was familiar from childhood. In his youth he was a worker, unloading sand at a state-owned factory. He later made a fortune and became popular in his city. He worked in the criminal world in order to build a large family business. Sooner or later, everything had to pay off, but his life ended sadly. Looking at the fact that he was alive now, he realized that the Luo family would probably be able to enjoy life for another 2 years. But this Luo Qing he sees is quite down-to-earth and reserved. He enjoys reading novels and has a laid-back demeanor. After they ate, they said goodbye to Luo Qing and went to see KK's father. But he was nowhere to be found. KK thought this was strange, because the light in the school office was not on and he was not at home either. She didn't understand where he could have gone. At that moment, the main character told her that he needed to go somewhere tonight and he couldn't leave his sister alone, and after that he asked if she could put her to bed and take care of her. She asked him where he was going to leave so late. He asked her not to ask and said that he would pick up his sister tomorrow morning. Next, the main character left his sister and came to some place where the director should be, and realized that now is the time to finish work, and Lao Song should be nearby. At some point, he saw the black trade wind that was already familiar to him. Next, he saw Yao Weishen come out along with 2 other men. The director approached them and Lao Song decided to do something to him. The chief among them asked him to allow the director to pass. The director approached the chief and gave him a suitcase with money. The chief spilled all its contents and said that it was garbage. The director expressed that he had given him everything and asked how he dared to do this to him. But he didn't hear him and just got into the car and drove away. Next, his wife rode up to the director on a bicycle. He invited her to look at what she had done. She expressed that she understood that it was her mistake and that she was to blame for all this and offered to return home after that and talk. Watching the director and his wife leaving, the main character realized that something was clearly wrong here, as he had expected. After all, the director would not have given Yao Weishen money if everything was fine everywhere. On Monday, the gate outside the school was locked and students were standing near the gate. The man announced to everyone at the school gates that if the director did not pay his debts, then he was not worthy of being a teacher. The main character and KK decided to come closer to the gate. She didn't understand how this was even possible. At that moment, the director approached the man speaking into the bullhorn and asked why he was doing this and said that he would return the money, because he had 2 more days, and therefore there was no point in making such a fuss. He gave him everything he had and asked him to first take it and leave without disturbing the order near the school. The man said that they don't want this either, but they need to repay the debt on time. The man left with his assistants, and the main character realized that most likely the director did not want his daughter to see this. But unfortunately, this still happened. The director announced to everyone that it was enough to look at this performance, and since it was a lesson, he asked everyone to go into the school, and he himself went there first. The director maintained his reputation as a teacher throughout his life, and now the world that belonged to him has collapsed. While already in class, the main character's best friend asked how their friend was feeling. The main character replied that the director said that he would go to sort out his own affairs, and at that moment it was better for her to go with him. Now the atmosphere here is tense, and it is better for her not to stay in school. Next, the main character asked his friend to help him find out who the person who came to collect the debt was. After all, even if they are moneylenders, it shouldn't be that difficult, because in his opinion, his father's company is probably familiar with them. The friend agreed and said that it was not difficult for him to do this and that he would call and ask Hongwu later. He also asked why he was asking him about this. Did he really want to help the director? The main character replied that he would help him get the money back. And about the second service, which his friend asked him about, he replied that he needed to be covered in class and told that he was just playing truant. When leaving, the main character told his friend that he would return and asked him to send him an SMS after he had done everything. An hour later, already at the desired address, the main character realized that his friend had completed one of the tasks quite quickly, and he did not expect it. Upon entering the building, the protagonist already knew that Guohua Financial Company was located on the 3rd floor. Approaching the right door, he met the same man who spoke into a bullhorn near the school about debts. The man asked what was the matter. The main character replied that he was looking for someone. When asked for clarification who exactly he was looking for, the main character replied that he was looking for him. After answering, he began beating the man. Having defeated this man and seen others, he asked them to take a knife or a gun and resist as much as possible, because he was now in a lousy mood and wanted to throw out all his anger. They listened to him, took everything they found and went on the attack, but a couple of minutes later they were all defeated. He dragged one of them to the chair by the hair. He himself sat down on the chair and said that if he understood correctly, then most likely he dragged the main one of them to the chair. He replied that he was indeed in charge. After this, the main character said that he knows that he is not the boss. He said that he would ask him a couple of questions, and clarified that it would be better for him to answer them honestly. After all, he hates it when people lie. The very first question was what his name was. He replied that his name was kidnapping. The main character asked him if he had ever done anything wrong. He replied that he did, and that he served 3 years in prison for it. When asked what exactly he did, he replied that he offended people and caused them harm. The protagonist further asked if they had a safe in the office. Kidnapping responded positively. Next, the main character asked this man to fill his backpack with money, and said that if he did not fill it to the top, he would shred it into pieces. After filling the backpack with money, the main character asked Kidnapping where all the information about their clients and their contacts was stored. He replied that he could not say this, because otherwise the boss would kill him. After the main character took this man with his hands, he said that all the documents are stored on the second shelf in the closet. After he took all the documents related to the director, he set the office on fire. Kidnapping's partner told the main character that if he reveals information about clients, he will cross the path of the boss, and then there will be no turning back. The main character asked her who their boss was. She replied that it was Xiao Guohua. He asked if she knew who he was. At that moment she realized that it was impossible to find out who he was because of the many clothes he was wearing. He then asked her for her phone number. After that, he left the office to a safe place and threw away the phones of all the office employees and went to look for their boss. That same evening, leaving the Blue Frog chain of grill bars, the boss of the financial company did not understand what had happened and who this daredevil was. He suggested that it might be Fuda King, but he understood that what he was doing did not interest him. The man accompanying him asked President Xiao if he could accompany him to his car. He replied that this did not need to be done. Then he went on his own and realized that it was probably a matter of foreign products. He doesn't know where that criminal Guo Jianglu went, but at one time he won a lucky ticket and became rich. He further decided that if he was the one who coveted his fortune, then he would have to meet him in person. Next, he asked all his employees to gather all the people that only they could gather and find the one who robbed them, even if they had to turn everything upside down. They all agreed to fulfill his request. After that, he went to his car and got into it. He told the driver to go home. He thought that the driver was Lao Wei. 10 minutes later, he realized that they were driving on the wrong road that led to his house. He lit a cigarette and asked the driver if he wanted a cigarette. The driver replied that he was driving and that he would smoke later. After that, he opened the window and, having thrown out the cigarette, still did not understand where they were going. The boss then asked the driver if he wanted to make money quickly or if he was having difficulties. He also expressed that there was a lot of money in his suitcase and asked him to be friends because this amount was intended for his friend. The boss also said that if there is something that he cannot handle, then he can tell him, because he has good influence in these parts. And after his words, he threw one of the wads of money into the front seat. He also asked not to take rash actions. The main character told him that he talks too much on the road. The boss realized at that moment that the driver knew who he was, which meant that he had come purposefully for him, and this was clearly not a robbery. The main character expressed that this is not surprising, that it is easy to agree with him and that this is actually not bad, because he has several questions for him, and he hopes to get answers to them. The main character also warned him that it is better not to even try to call, because they are very far away, and even if his people can find him, it will take at least an hour. And it will be enough for him to dig a hole and bury him. The boss put back the phone he took out and asked the main character why he hated him and what happened. At this moment, the main character stopped the car near a shovel that had previously been prepared in this place. The main character said that he thought they could now smoke, and the boss gave him a cigarette. After this, the main character expressed that he had been busy with business recently, and he heard that he raised a child in Yinsang. Next, the protagonist told the boss that if he was tired, then let him take a vacation without worrying about business. He suggested that he take a couple of days off and spend this time with his wife and son. The boss agreed with him and asked if a month's vacation would be enough. The main character replied that a month of inactivity would greatly affect income, but 2 weeks would be enough, and he suggested that he go to Southeast Asia. The boss said that he would ask him to book a plane ticket for tomorrow and take his family to Thailand on an excursion. The main character said that this was a wise decision and that he could go out because he would not take him back. The boss got out of the car and said that he didn't have to worry and said that he could keep the car. The main character left, and the boss saw the lomata next to the grave and realized that if he had answered differently, he might have already been buried underground. Next, he called the family and asked them not to leave the house and not ask anything. After calling his family, he called his friends and acquaintances so that they would stop looking for that financial company office arsonist. He also asked a friend to book tickets for his whole family to Thailand for 14 days. A friend asked about the business, and he told him that he would leave it for a few days and that during this time no one would die. Che Taeyong remembered that Chen No took his card in order to go to Yanban, but now it might be useful to him, and he approached the cashier with a large package. After checking the card, the cashier said that there were not enough funds on the card. He said that he knew this, and in his opinion 6 yuan would be enough to pay extra in cash. The cashier said that 504 yuan and 2 cents were missing. Hearing this, he asked how much money was on this card. He was told that the balance was only 80 cents. After leaving, he saw the director and wondered why he came to the hotel late at night and had he really rented a room there. He didn't understand what he was going to do, but he was already fed up and didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs, so he moved away from this place. Then he suddenly realized that it was quite possible that he had just passed by Chen Nuo, but then he decided that it might have seemed like it to him. Meanwhile, the director entered the hotel room and sat down at the table. He asked Yao Weishan, who had invited him, who he thought he was, inviting him so late. He told him that they had not eaten at the table together for several years, after which he threw him a cigarette. Lighting a cigarette, the director said that it was not a few years, but more than 10 years ago, since he left the country, and he could not even imagine that he would return back. Yao Weishan said that he actually returned last year and should have been told about it. He also said that he returned to invest in one project, and it so happened that his affairs were connected with his wife. He also expressed that 10 years of friendship is not an empty phrase, and he admitted that he deliberately became interested in this project in order to meet his wife. The director asked if he had set this trap or was just playing around and made her fall into his net. He answered the director that he said that as if it were a punishment, but he just advised her to make a small financial investment and allowed her to earn some money. He further added that she was very interested. He opened an account for her in another country to invest, and he could not even imagine that she would be so bold and invest so much money. He also said that the futures market is treacherous and unpredictable, and therefore she needs to be more careful. The director asked if she was brave or if he deliberately set everything up, and said that she didn't understand futures. The director added that he made a fortune from her, helped her open an account, and allowed her to do everything on her own in futures, despite the fact that the market is located in another country. And when she found that she couldn't do it anymore, she asked him for help. The director said he used the company's investment account to withdraw hundreds of thousands on behalf of the Provident Fund. She can spend it, but she won't be able to receive the money until she signs. Now, from a financial point of view, she is the payer, because she signed the reserve and took it to close the debt from futures. But a year later, the company decided to check the accounts, and he is doing everything possible to destroy it. After this, the director expressed that his wife was aggressive but not brave, and if he had not said that they had information, she would not have dared to throw money away by believing him. Yao Weishan expressed to the director that if he does not have evidence of this, then all this is meaningless. And after these words, he asked the director for what reason in his opinion she believed him. He further said that if she had followed him abroad 10 years ago, everything would have been different, and he also added that even he has those whom he cannot refuse. The director asked him not to be such a scoundrel because she is his wife. He asked in response if he thought it was true what he was saying about his wife. He further expressed that he told him that he was quite smart, but in life it is impossible to know everything, and in fact he had long ago understood everything in his opinion, but never dared to think about it. He also said that the year before last he was in another country and a friend from China sent him a photo, after which he can no longer come to terms with it because they are related by blood, and none of them chose this. He went on to say that he didn't want to go back, but a couple of years ago he got sick, and after he got better, the doctor said he wouldn't be able to have any more children. In medicine, this is called pathological sperm morphology. When the director said that this was his daughter, He replied that KK did not look like him, and he immediately realized that she was not his daughter the moment he looked at the photo. He further expressed that in his opinion, she and her mother were destined for him and his wife. Having seen the information about checking the accounts, panicked and said that she did not even want to touch her. He also added that the family had no money for a long time, so they went and begged everywhere, begged for more than 10,000, but this was not enough. With a loan, they can get 150,000 and earn 300,000. But this is still not enough. He also expressed to the director that he caught him yesterday and wanted to give him this insignificant amount. I wanted him to settle all matters in the company and asked if he really thought he would do this. He said that he needed KEKE and he could even do a DNA test, which in his opinion would clearly prove his paternity. He also promised the director that he would not let him die happy, because time was almost up. At that moment, the director's wife came to the room, and Yao Weishan said that now everything was finally put together, and he invited her to tell her whose daughter it was. She said that she knew nothing, and the director asked to let her go. After receiving the slap, Yao Weishan told the director's wife that he would forgive her since she had raised his daughter for many years, but he said that he didn't care about her. The director begged his wife to tell her whose daughter it was. She asked him for forgiveness. She went on to say that when she married him, she was already pregnant, but he went abroad and left her. She didn't know what to do, but then she found him. She told him that he was a great husband and father, and then asked for forgiveness again. After that, the director expressed to Yao Weishan what he saw and wanted, but he decided not to give him either his wife or daughter. After that, he took his wife and they began to leave. He told them that the settlement with the company would take place next week at the latest, and if they walked out the door, his wife could be arrested. Next, he offered to give them a bank card containing $1 million, which would help solve all their problems, and he also said that with this money they could start all over again. Regarding his daughter, he expressed that he could take her to another country, send her to the best prestigious school and give her a luxurious life. He said that the conditions for obtaining this card were the signing of 3 contracts, namely a certificate of paternity, a statement of renunciation of paternity, and consent to the transfer of custody. He also told the director that he knows that he is stubborn and that he should reconsider the decision, so he gives them 3 days during which he must find him, sign the contracts, and get the card with the money. After they left, he thought out loud that his daughter was wonderful and much better than she was 4 years ago, and he decided that he could force them to give his daughter to him, and then get rid of them by killing them. After getting out of the shower, he saw the main character sitting in a chair and asked him who he was and what he was doing here, and also expressed that they could discuss everything if he needed money. The main character greeted him and said that he did not need money, but first of all justice. He tried to call for help, but at that moment the main character influenced him so that he could not say anything, nor move, nor breathe. He did not understand what was happening to him and what kind of impact it was. The main character told him that he would not run away from him and asked him not to waste his time. After that, the main character let him go, and he asked what it was and whether it was magic. The main character answered him that he himself did not know this, but he knew that he was unlucky. After all, if he had not come into this world, then his plan would have been a success, and having poured the drink into a glass, he invited him to drink it. He drank the drink, and the main character said that now they can move on to talking about the director. He went on to say that in fact he has seen quite a few bad guys and he is not the worst, but quite disgusting, unlike the director, who never thought about hurting anyone. The main character also added that the director will tolerate being offended because he just wants to live a peaceful life with his wife and daughter. But for some reason he decided to crush such an honest man to death, but it shouldn't be that way. He invited the main character to talk and said that he would stop, would not take the child and would never provoke him again, and would immediately return to his home. Then he even offered to prove it. He called manager Zhao at the same moment and asked to cancel the company, expressed that the payments were not needed and asked for it to be done immediately. After the call, he said that he had done everything and released the director's family, so there was no point in him killing him. He also said that he has a passport from another country, and if he kills him, there will be a lot of trouble. The main character told him that he does not believe him for the reason that he knows bad guys like him too well, because he used to be the same. After that, the main character used his killing abilities and told him that he took a hot shower and immediately drank strong alcohol, so then when they found him, they would think that it was an ordinary brain hemorrhage. He also expressed to him that when he finds himself on the bridge between the world of the living and the world of the dead, he must remember that in the next life, he should not intimidate honest people. On the second day, the main character saw the director's bicycle and, mentally asking for forgiveness for stealing the bicycle, decided that it was more important to him now. Meanwhile, that dealer who resells motorcycles and used cars did not understand why his right eye was twitching all day. At the same moment, the main character drove up to his place of work, and when he saw him, he was very scared, thinking that he had come to kill him. The main character entered the room, sat down on a chair in front of the TV, lit a cigarette, and said that it was quite comfortable here. One of the bald man's assistants asked the main character who he thought he was and where he came from. Baldy approached him, hit him, and asked how he even talked to the main character. After he calmed him down, he asked the main character what brought him to them, and expressed that he could take whatever he wanted. The main character replied that he didn't need anything, and that he would just sit with them and wait for someone. Baldy made him tea and asked how he liked it. The main character replied that he liked the tea. Meanwhile, the bald man realized that he had turned into an errand boy. At some point, the main character left the building and saw the director. The director also saw him and asked why he was here and why he skipped classes again. The main character, after their rapprochement, introduced the bald Lay as very generous, sincere, and kind, and if he works with him, he will learn a lot. Baldy confirmed the information, and the director told him that he was out of luck. After all, the main character is a little hot-tempered, and therefore you need to take care of him, and if he does not obey, then you need to scold him. After this, the director asked if they had bicycles. After all, he lost his yesterday, and that's why he came here to find something cheap. Baldy replied to the director that he had found the right person, and since he knew the main character, he would not bargain and sell at a good price, and offered one of the bicycles for 280 yuan. The director said it was good and asked if they could make a discount. The main character offered him the one he was standing next to at that moment for 80 yuan. Baldy said that he was ready to sell for 50. The main character asked the bald man if he needed to go to the financial company to check the accounts. After that, he told the director that Lay opened a financial company and began to engage in small credit business without breaking the law. The main character and the bald man walked away, and the bald man asked him if he really had a lending business. The main character confirmed this. Baldy drew his attention to the fact that he is a bad actor, especially in such a situation when he changes the script on the fly. After that, the bald man approached the director and said that, in his opinion, many people should run any business and that he always talks about benevolence and righteousness. The director became interested in this proposal and asked the bald man for his phone number. After all, there is a high probability that he will still need it. After the director received the phone number and rode off on a new bicycle, the bald man asked the main character if he had done a good job in his role and if he would have any problems. The main character answered him that, in his opinion, people like him deserve to be rich in the future. Next, the main character came to Dale's office with his bedroom, and the bald man came in and asked him what was the matter and whether he was waiting for him. Seeing a backpack with money, the bald man asked the main character where so much money came from, because he is not involved in killing people, and this is not his business. The main character replied that he did not force him to do something like that, and asked him to simply lend the old man 200,000 yuan, because he really wanted it. Bald expressed that he understood his task and asked the main character what he wanted to achieve, and also asked if he wanted to get his house. The main character replied that he had nothing like that in his plans, and asked him to just figure out how to give him the money, and clarified that there should be a contract with profitable and low percent with payment in installments for 8-10 years, so that he would believe. The main character promised to get even with him later for this, and the bald man at that moment said that he understood and that he had nothing to worry about, but he was a little embarrassed by the fact that there was too much money. The main character said that there are 300,000 in the backpack. He returned more than 60,000 to him a couple of days ago, as well as a motorcycle. After all, no matter how rich he is, a lot can go towards medical expenses. The main character also added that it doesn't matter how much money is required. He can spend everything on treating his hair, because in his opinion, he can still correct his disastrous situation. The bald man put his head on his feet and said, crying, that everyone saw him as a ruthless person, and only he saw the pain in his heart. The main character asked to stop slobbering on his pants. After that, he got up and began to leave. Baldy asked the main character to come more often and take care of himself. One of the assistants asked the boss who came today and why he respected him as if he were older than him. The boss told him that he was a fool and that he had met a real person to whom he should be grateful. After all, it was for him that their store was still thriving, and he helped him with the problem and asked him to take care of the director. At the JN Investment Promotion Office, an employee came to the director and offered to look at a letter with an application for a project invested by the company. The director looked and said that the conditions were very good and that this was the key project of the year, and if the task of attracting investment this quarter was completed, then they would benefit. However, according to the employee, a foreign businessman made a request, stating that he is the child of the boss from the board of directors and that he wants to study here. So they are asked to solve the problem with enrollment, because he is a schoolboy. The director drew attention to the fact that this is not difficult and people invest so much money to open a plant, and this can solve the employment problem. He also added that you can contact the Education Bureau and provide information about the best school children in the area so that foreign companies can choose. But the employee said that they had already chosen secondary school, no-nate for admission. The principal asked where this school ranked last year. The employee replied that she took 3rd place from the bottom. Meanwhile, Anderson came out of Jinling International Airport and got into the car, in which the girl told him that they would take him to the hotel first. He asked to be taken to the police station first, because he wanted to see the materials on Yao Weishan's case as soon as possible, and after that they should report the information to the headquarters. After arriving from the police station at the hotel, he reported that the hotel where Yao Weishan stayed was also recorded in the police file. He was then asked what he would do next. He replied that the cause of death was officially considered an accident caused by excessive drinking after smoking. He expressed that he needed to end this as soon as possible without wasting a lot of energy. He said that there was something behind his death and he was uneasy about it, so he asked for further investigation and asked for 2 documents, including credit card bills for the first 6 months and a call list. They told him that they could provide all this, but they asked him not to aggravate the situation, because they had just started doing business in this country, and Yao was the first person they sent and said that he still needed to remember about secrecy. An hour later, during the investigation, he reported to headquarters that before his death, Yao often communicated with the school principal's wife, who was one of the last people he saw. He was told that this was an ordinary married couple and that they could not kill him. After that, he was asked to return in 3 days if he didn't find anything else, because they needed him more where they were talking to him from. The next day, the main character gave Keiki a ride home on his bicycle. Stopping, he noticed her temperature and asked why it had risen so sharply. She replied that the battery at home was broken, and last night she had a cold, and besides, her parents were most likely not at home. The main character suggested that after the riots associated with the collection of debts at the school, the director took sick leave, and now he has found Lei, who will give him a loan. Having brought KK into the house, he realized that there was someone in the house, and clearly it was someone else who dared to enter someone else's house. Next, the main character asked the girl where they had medicine at home, because they first need to drink it before going to bed. She replied that they were in the dresser drawer in her parents' room. Entering his parents' room, the main character assumed that the enemy had disappeared, and that he was capable, and going to the chest of drawers, he began to look for medicine. Anderson was standing behind him at that moment, and looking at the fact that the main character's muscles were relaxed, and that he had no defense, he realized that he was an ordinary person. The main character realized that this man he noticed was a master and a foreigner, and not an ordinary thief. After he found the medicine, he went to his classmate, and Anderson was hanging from the ceiling at that time. The main character gave medicine to the girl and invited her to sleep. Meanwhile, he realized that the man had already left. After discovering that this man had left through the window, he decided to follow him and find him. After some time, the main character was able to find this man, who at that moment was just excluding the director's family from the list of killers. The main character then went to the nearest cafe and ordered himself noodles with meat and a boiled egg. The waiter agreed to fulfill the order and asked to wait a little. The main character then realized that this person who was in the director's house turned out to be Anderson from the Abyss organization, and thought about whether to improve him this time just as he did in his previous life or not. Abyss is a Class B organization created 50 years ago. There are several powerful people in this organization who have done many terrible things, namely the Doctor, Cheetah, and Anderson. Among them, the most influential is the leader, nicknamed Captain, and he has incredible abilities. Additionally, in an organization called Gold Digger, there are those who travel the world, create social networks, and make money from other organizations. In 2004, the protagonist destroyed the Abyss in a past life because they blackmailed him. For this, he received the name Yang Luo, which translated meant the Lord of Hell. This time, the Abyss provoked him again. But this time, the main character realized that if something happened to Anderson, the director's family would definitely suffer, and they would be destroyed again, as was the case last time. He also realized that he was tired of returning to this dark world, and in this life he wants to change. He decided not to touch those who do not touch him, because since the director's name was crossed out, then in that case he would not die. The next day, on the basketball court, Olaf approached the main character and said that no one could stop him on the way to his dream. Hearing this, the main character successfully threw the ball into the hoop, and the girls watching him play supported him with words that he was an invincible, handsome man. After the game, KK approached him and offered him a drink with wolfberry. He saw him, and thought that he was still not old enough to drink such a drink. When handing over the drink, she said that her dad told her that after training you should not drink cold water, otherwise health problems may appear in old age, and besides, wolfberries are good for the kidneys according to her. At that moment, the same Hao-han approached the main character with Zhang Lin-sheng, the head of a gang in the Causeway Bay area in Hong Kong, and another friend. He told the main character that he had angered him, and that he would now beat him to death. At the same moment, Li Yingguan rushed into the arms of the main character and said that she had finally found him after quite a long search, and was glad that he was safe. Hao-han saw this and realized that another schoolgirl had ruined everything this time. The main character did not understand what Firefly was doing here, how she ended up here and how she escaped from that battlefield. While KK was wondering if she was out of place, the main character was faced with making a difficult decision about what exactly to say to Firefly. He had a choice of saying that he had a twin brother, or calling KK for help. The main character realized that under no circumstances should he appear weak in front of Hao-han, because this would be humiliating. After that, he pushed Firefly away and told him that the best time in his life was passing in his senior year, and he was doing similar things, so he needed to be taught a lesson. During the attack, the main character expressed that today he would take his place and let him know that sooner or later everything has to be paid for. After the blow, he asked him to let him take him to the hospital, otherwise he would definitely take his place. Zhao-han asked him to be taken to the hospital in front of everyone because he felt terrible. The main character took him and carried him to the hospital. His friends saw this and realized that it is better not to mess with the main character when you want to fight. Then, after the hospital, Firefly found him and wanted to run and ask where he had gone. But at that moment, someone came up to her from behind and grabbed her and shut her mouth. The main character threw her attacker into the trash and approached her, and told her that it was him, and asked how she was feeling, and also asked why she was looking for him, because with her presence she only causes trouble. She replied that she remembered the Chinese inscription on his coat, and her mother translated it here. She said that she was in the director's office and went through the reception. Then she heard a noise on the playground and saw him. The main character expressed that this was already crossing all boundaries and asked her if she wanted to cause him trouble. She answered positively. He said that in that case he would set rules that she must follow. She agreed. The main character said that the first thing is that no one should know that he once saved her family, and that she is the only one who knows his true identity. The second thing he said was that you need to come up with a story about how they met. And thirdly, he cannot stand out in public, so she must learn Chinese well, and added that this is all he has come up with for now. As he left, he said that he would contact her later. She asked if he was leaving. He answered positively because there are still those who persecute them and it cannot be left like that. Seeing Kei and approaching her, the main character asked her why she was crying. She asked why Firefly hugged her. The main character understood that when you don't know what to answer to a girl, it's better not to answer at all, because he will still answer incorrectly, and you need to think differently. After this, the main character asked her if this was the only reason she was crying. She asked if he knew her. He replied that she was his friend. She asked how they knew each other. He asked if she didn't see anyone else when she ran out. She answered in the negative and added that she simply ran after him. Next, she asked if that girl ran after him, because she ran in front of him when he carried Hao-han to the hospital. He replied that he did not know where she had gone and it was quite possible that she had run away. She continued to ask what kind of relationship he had with that girl. The main character realized that she was so stubborn that it was definitely impossible to ignore her, and accordingly, a different approach was needed. At that moment, Liuan approached them and invited them to return with him, because the director was going crazy. Meanwhile, one of the teachers asked Hao-han's friends and asked him not to kill, not to take knives and guns, not to break the law and not to commit crimes. He also said that he was disappointed in them. Liu An brought the main character with Kei and said that he had found them. Fan saw the main character and realized that again this child disappears and appears the same way as in Yanban. After that, he asked the main character what happened. The main character replied that they tried to beat him and he ran away because he could not defeat them. He asked why they were beating him and said that it seemed like he provoked them. The main character said that they really bullied him and asked whether he should have endured such an attitude towards him. Fan asked how dare he talk to the principal like that and if he wanted the school to call his parents. The main character agreed to call his parents and left. The director said that he was creating lawlessness and that his parents should take care of his upbringing. Liu An told the principal that this student's name was Chen Nuo. His parents were divorced. His father was in the United States, and his mother was in prison. Already at night, the main character came to his home at the call of the director Sun Sheng Li, and the director sat him down and told him that he had heard that a new student from country N had arrived at the school and asked if they knew each other. The main character replied that it was just a coincidence, because just 2 days ago he was learning how to repair cars in Lei's workshop. And this girl had a broken car nearby, and he fixed it. The director asked if this foreigner really walked the streets alone. The main character replied that she was with an adult, but it was difficult to understand her. The director expressed that he still didn't understand why she was delighted with him. The main character said that this is most likely because he is handsome. The director suggested that if the girl from country N is also beautiful, and they are both at that age, then this is normal, after which he decided that it was time to go home. Keiki decided to see the main character off, and then, when they had already gone out to where the father would definitely not see, she hugged him, and expressed that she still had not hugged him like that girl during the day, and that it was her turn for this. The next day, at school, the class teacher and acting director, Teacher Wu, introduced the students to a new student from country N, Li Ingwang, who came from another school and would study with them. She greeted everyone and said that she was very glad to meet them. Wu invited her to sit in the empty seat next to Chen Nuo in the last row. At that moment, KK stood up and expressed that her new classmate was a foreigner, and her Chinese might not be very good. Therefore, she is afraid that she will not be able to understand the lecture while sitting in the last row, and besides, she cannot see the blackboard from there. Luo Qing told the main character that the battle had begun, and that he should thank him when he turned around. After that, he stood up and offered the teacher his seat for the foreigner, while he sat in the last row with Chen Nuo. The teacher agreed with his proposal. During lunch in the dining room, the main character realized that there was no meat at all in the dish provided to him. At that moment, KK approached him and offered him to eat 3 fresh pieces of pork from her set. She also warned him that in the dining room they don't even wash the rice according to her father, so you shouldn't eat here often. After KK left, Firefly approached him and asked him to take at least a bite of the delicious food he was eating, but he did not want to share, realizing that KK was watching them. At that moment, Honan came into the dining room and told the main character that today he would not run away from him. After defeating him again, he said that he would take him to the hospital, although he did not want this. While the main character was carrying him, he understood that the most important thing was to save his face, but he again became a laughingstock, and his best times, in his opinion, had come to an end. At the same time, in country N, somewhere in the sea on some boat there was Anderson, who reported to headquarters that they had found a place with gold nuggets number 4. He also said that he had made some progress in his investigation and would soon send them the results. He also added that there is no need to take revenge, but it obviously wouldn't hurt to do something. He decided to send a signal that if someone crosses their path, they will pay a certain price for it. Meanwhile, the main character mentally told the director that it was not that he wanted to skip class, but the class was uncomfortable, and if he wanted to eat fried rice, then he needed to go to Tangji Street for this. Arriving at the car dealership, he realized that something had happened here and that Lei was clearly not there. After that, he turned to the cook preparing fried rice and asked if he knew where the owner of the car dealership across the street was. The cook took the offered cigarette and replied that if he had come to pick up the car, then he could not wait for the owner, because someone had kidnapped him in the morning. He also said that there are rumors that someone from Li Qingshan did this, and if someone falls into their hands, then there is almost no chance of returning back. Meanwhile, at a resort in the south of the city, Li Qingshan was torturing Lei and asking if he had finally understood. Lei told him that what he was doing was against the rules and asked him to stop the torture and give him 2 more days because his family also needed food. The assistant said what he was saying. Li replied that he had heard, but since he did not want to understand, he asked him to repeat it. The chief asked what right he had to bargain with him, and said that he admitted that his elder brother went to prison for the 2nd time and was sentenced to 10 years, and all his subordinates fled, so he no longer needed his store. At that moment, the main character of the story burst in and said that in his opinion, they had already had enough fun. The leader saw him and asked his assistants who this guy was and added that he had not seen such impudent people for a long time. The main character asked Li Qingshan to stop talking nonsense and not hiding behind security, and he also said that they would talk after the fight. But the leader decided to send his remaining guards to him. But as expected, none of his guards were able to harm the main character of this story. Seeing this, the leader asked the main character why they should fight if they could talk about anything, and at the same moment, while he was saying this, he was making an escape plan. After defeating the leader, he told Lei that he was here for him and to take him away. After that, he took him out of the water and they sat down to eat. While they were eating, the main character told the bald man that his boss had left. His subordinates had dispersed, and he decided to ask what he would do if this leader came to him again, because he could not be his bodyguard. The bald man replied that he did not know this, because he was no one and had no money. And besides, he needs at least 100,000 a year, and if he cannot afford it, then he needs to earn a living somehow. And he can't fight every day. He also added that his business is highly competitive. He wondered if he could be successful at this further by doing this and realized that he could manage, because this year he wanted to contact a car dealer. The main character realized that this guy is not so stupid, and that he knows how to plan for the future in a greatly increased car market in 2 years, and he told him that he would give 500,000 to further engage in this business. Baldy replied that, together with his savings, the total amount would be 700,000, which would be enough to sell the store and get an agent. He also planned to bring a couple of people who had worked for the boss before. The bald man also suggested that after today, Li Qingshan would hardly want to visit him, and in the meantime he would work for him. The main character decided to become a shareholder, and after that they agreed. Next, one of her classmates approached Li Yingwan and reminded her that they had done biology experiments together, after which he said that he wrote her a letter. She took the letter, tore it without opening it, and said that even if he liked her, she definitely didn't like him. After that, she got into the car and drove away. Luo Qing and Kike watched this. He told her that there were so many people with broken hearts in this day and in this world, and suggested that she try harder. She replied that in her opinion it was none of her business. In addition, this girl herself clings to the main character, but now she doesn't even know where he is. But she knows, after which she decided to go to him. She eventually arrived at the location of the main character with a bald man. The main character asked why she came. She replied that she heard from her father that he had found a part-time job, so she thought that he could come here and skip class. The main character saw how red KK's skin was and realized that the bike ride from Jiangning could take an hour. And in early spring it is very cold, so he asked the bald man to find a warmer coat for her. He agreed. Next, he asked her if she was cold. She replied that she was not cold, but he understood that she was lying to him now. The bald man said that he found one coat with a lining that protected from the wind and asked who this girl was. The main character replied that this was the director's daughter, and the bald man now understood why he was helping the director. The main character suggested wearing this coat. She agreed, and the bald man said that he had a lot of things to do, so he would go do them. Then the main character decided to take her home and they ended up going. Meanwhile, Li Yingwan's mother, Zhang Yingzi, arrived at Li Yingwan's home in Wuhan. Entering the house, she realized with relief that she was finally home. And although she has brought the company back, it is still difficult to manage. After all, now she must forget about her weak feminine side and become stronger. At that moment, Anderson approached her and said his purpose for coming was to ask a few questions. She asked him to leave her house immediately, whoever he was, otherwise she would call the police. He took out a syringe and said that it seemed to him that she was not going to cooperate, but he had to find out something and she might not like the next step. Then another girl approached her from behind, who was on his side, and promised him that she would do it faster and that he didn't have to worry about it. As a result, he learned about a single boy who saved her family, and the daughter transferred to another school to find him, and that son, who was the number 11 gold miner, turned out to be a teacher in this school. At some point, it seemed to him that he knew this guy and invited his assistant to go immediately. When the assistant asked what to do with Zhang Yingzi, he replied that she could temporarily dispose of the property left by He Jiangzai and asked her to tidy up, because he did not want anyone to find out about him from her memories. Meanwhile, the main character was taking his sister home, and along the way she asked him what was wrong with his dog. He asked what she was talking about. The sister replied that usually the boy walks the dog on the street in order to please the girls, but today he took her along many streets, and 53 girls gave him their numbers. He asked how she knew about such things. She replied that a classmate told her about this, and she has 8 boyfriends from different kindergartens and she is jealous of her. He realized at that moment that he needed to go into the kindergarten and talk to the director, but his thoughts were interrupted by Lee In-wan. She asked if it was his sister because she had heard that he had one, but had never seen her. He told the hiding sister that she should not be afraid, because she was his friend. Firefly said that she was 18 years old this year, that she was born in the year of the cow, and that she believed in her brother. The sister said that she was 5 years old this year, that she was born in the year of the mouse, and that she believes in the Mother of Mercy. Firefly said that she called her brother Appa, and that he was the head of their family. At that moment he realized that these two could not be left together, and remembered that they had stood there long enough, and that they needed to go. They came to his house and the girls started feeding each other. Next, Firefly asked the main character if he noticed her speech, which he asked her to practice and which she came to show off to him. He realized that this was quite fast and asked her to say something else. She said a Chinese tongue twister that she had been practicing, and the sister, hearing this, told her brother that she thought she was pronouncing the words incorrectly. Firefly asked why it was wrong and convinced them that she really was training. The main character asked his sister to tell her how to correctly pronounce something that she expressed incorrectly. My sister said, and she asked if they could all read like that. The sister replied that her brother taught her this. The main character said that he didn't lie to her and that all children read like that, so he asked his sister to read something else. And my sister eventually read it. After that, Firefly left, and as she got into the car, he asked her to remember that she would not succeed without hard training, and hoped that this time it would take longer. At this moment, Alpha was already watching him and reported that Lee In-wan had left, and the object was climbing the stairs, and that he had not yet seen anything unusual. He was asked to continue and not worry about the girl, because their goal was the guy. The assistant in the car asked Anderson if he was sure that this was the guy from City N, and if they could have identified each other. He answered her that his assumption was correct, and that today it was necessary to end the persecution with an arrest. And it doesn't matter what his goal is. In his opinion, they must get him at any cost. The assistant agreed and said that the doctor was outside the door. The cheetah would be outside at 6 o'clock and asked if he wanted to do it now. He replied that Alpha is responsible for the attack in the group, and they are responsible for the frontal attack. He further asked to be ready and warned the doctor and cheetah if the target escapes. He also said that they would start in 5 minutes. The assistant asked Alpha to prepare a weapon. The main character tells them that now their Alpha is now out of reach and impossible to contact. He also asked them to act quickly, because he had little time and still needed to wash the dishes at home. Alpha tried to call for help, and the main character, crushing him with his foot, asked whether he would continue to cling to any chance of survival. At that moment, Anderson and his other assistants climbed onto the roof and asked the main character to release the hostage. The main character asked what would happen if he didn't want to do this. Anderson asked Cheetah to go after the girl he told him about earlier. The main character then told him that if he threatens him, then he made a huge mistake and finished off Alpha after that. Anderson then asked Alpha to kill the girl, but he could not move because the main character stopped him in flight with the help of his abilities. Next, the main character dragged the cheetah to him and killed him. This was the second corpse. Anderson was surprised to see that the main character was able to hold the cheetah at a distance of 20 meters, and then told his assistant to stop him, because he has the gift of control. She used a ghostly explosion, but the main character turned it in her direction, strengthening it, and after that she died. This was already the third corpse. Anderson attacked him with a knife, and the main character began to kill him, but he was prevented. During the elimination of Anderson, the doctor also ran towards the main character, whom he successfully killed, despite his professional knife skills. Seeing this, Anderson realized that he had met a monster, and that he needed to escape from here. But the main character did not let him do this. The main character killed him too, and he became the fifth corpse that evening. He collected all these corpses in their own car and took them to a place where no one would ever find them. At that moment, the captain called Anderson's phone and asked if he called on time, and if the operation went smoothly. The main character asked for his forgiveness, and notified him that 5 of his people were dead, including the one he was calling. Next, he launched the car into the sea and told the captain that if it was convenient for him, he could send someone to carefully collect the corpses of his 5 subordinates. He also asked him to remove all subordinates in East Asia. While somewhere in the Virgin Islands, the captain asked who he was talking to, and even suggested that he was with the Lord of Hell. Returning home, the main character took his sister and carried her to the bed. Along the way, he realized that he should not act rashly, because the captain had lost a group of elite subordinates. Having put his sister into bed to sleep, he suggested that, just in case, he should secretly protect his sister, at least for 2 days. Already in his soul, he realized that he was still far from his true goal, and that now it would be difficult to get to the chapter. However, the recovery of strength is happening faster than he thought, and he wondered to what level he was able to recover. But then he realized that his strength is not measured by the system of those guys, and most likely this is precisely for the reason that he is living a second life. 2 days later, during a break, Firefly saw him and decided to approach him. Approaching him, she invited him to eat samgyeopsal, Korean soup made from chicken, rice, and ginseng roots. He told her that it was not tasty. She persuaded him to try at least a little, and said that her mother told her that if she had a cold, then she needed to eat more chicken soup. While pushing him a spoonful of soup, she asked what he wanted to eat today, saying that she would buy it for him. She suggested seafood tofu, and he decided to add bibimbap crab roe and cold noodles. Firefly agreed and said that she would go cook it. His friend thought he was being dishonest for ordering food and decided she shouldn't suck up to him. The main character liked the soup. After that, KK approached the main character and suggested that he quickly put on what she had brought. After all, it was cold outside and she heard him coughing during class, so she suggested that he dress warmer. Taking the item out of the package, he asked if her father knew that she had brought him his sweater. She replied that her dad was now sleeping at home, and in her opinion he would not notice that something was missing, and suggested that he put on this jacket as soon as possible. He put on a jacket, even though it didn't seem very beautiful to him, and drew her attention to it. But at that moment she was not looking at him, but at someone else's chicken soup that he was eating. Next, she asked him if he wanted to ask the teacher for a couple more days of sick leave, because he looked unwell. At that moment, he also realized that it was really time to do something about this. He went on to tell her that it just so happened that Brother Lei bought a couple of cars and made an agreement with the manufacturer. And he wants to do something in the future, so he decided to go on a business trip and learn this business. She was upset when she heard this, but he calmed her down and asked her not to worry, because he would be back this weekend. According to him, this will be like a trip in which the chances of getting sick are minimal. On March 20th, 2001, the main character arrived in the capital of Nepal, Kathmandu, and told someone that he needed to go to Lucca, a city in Italy, and then to EMU, and he also asked to help him get there, saying that he was in a hurry. A man with a cold look for a certain fee said that he had a couple of friends who were flying to Everest Base Camp tomorrow, but clarified that it was not cheap, and that he would ask if they wanted to take another passenger. Seeing a lot of money that could become his, he instantly changed his mind and said that they were very generous people, and in his opinion, would not refuse a young climber from the east. On March 21st, 2001, at 9:40 at Lucca Airport, the girls were told that they were ready to fly. 18-year-old Knievel Devonhill, standing next to 24-year-old Lacus Devonhill, asked Uncle Ben if he was ready, and if he really needed to wait for someone else, as their dad told them. Ben, after seeing a helicopter landing near them, replied that in his opinion their guest, who was late, had already arrived and that they could board the plane. The main character got out of the helicopter and asked everyone present for forgiveness for being late. Ben asked the main character if he was their guest and asked him for his passport in order to look at him. He couldn't make out the name in his passport, but the main character helped and said that he was 21-year-old Chen Yang from Hong Kong. When returning the passport, he expressed to the main character that he has very good English and an excellent accent. After this, he asked him if he had ever been to London. The main character replied that he had been, and that he was an Arsenal fan. Ben said that everyone in their family were Arsenal fans, and he suggested that they discuss the details further. He warned that any of his actions and consequences had nothing to do with them. He further added that for the same reason, as soon as the plane lands in EMU, they separate and nothing else connects them. The main character agreed to their terms and said that they don't have to worry about anything, because he will just sit on the phone all this time. Lacus became wary at that moment, because experienced climbers know that they shouldn't waste their phone's charge so carelessly. Because after arriving at EMU, charging it will be very difficult. And in her opinion, his body is fragile and he doesn't look like a climber at all. Moreover, he was also late, and this approach to the matter is frivolous. The main character interrupted her thoughts and after greeting her, said that he had seen her somewhere and asked after that if she happened to have the nickname Hummingbird. She confirmed the information and said that most likely he had read about her in a magazine. He said that it seemed like it was true, and after that he complimented her by telling her that she was very beautiful. She thanked him for the compliment. He remembered that Nivier had this code name in memory of Sister Lacus, who saved her. She was also the only survivor of the Devonhill family in his previous life. In general, in his past life, the story of his acquaintance with Hummingbird did not begin this way. It began on March 22, 2001, at the peak of Mount Robo. They then wanted to reach the top at any cost. Then their Uncle Ben took out a custom-made climbing knife and cut the rope passing by him with the thought that only if those below him died could he inherit everything. Lycus, hearing her screams, said that she should not worry because he would not allow the family to be separated, intending to cut off the rope holding her. He was prevented from doing this by the Hummingbird, which grabbed onto him and began to pull him down. After this whole situation, 2 months later, she saw a deal being made to sell the house. She thought that they had taken everything from her, and that this estate was her only memory, and she decided that she would not allow them to take this from her. She approached them with a knife and asked them not to sell her house. They calmed her down as best they could, but it was useless. Some woman took her to prison for murder and said that she thought the warden would definitely like her, because she had heard that she was rich. After some time, the main character came to the prison and was deciding whether to kill the warden. He didn't want to take on such a miserable task again in the future, because it was boring. Inside, Hummingbird was being bullied by the warden. She really liked it, but at some point the main character decided to go in and kill the warden. Taking advantage of the moment when she was shot, Colibri decided to finish her off. She really wanted to do this during the 6 years that she spent there in torture. Next, the main character approached her and put clothes on her, because it seemed to him that she was very cold there. After that, he took her and began to carry her out of prison. On the way, he asked her what her name was, but she didn't want to talk to him. Sometime later, realizing that she was not in danger, she tried to say something starting with Co. He then expressed to her that he would remember her as Hummingbird. In this life, he decided that he would be himself, namely, Nivier, and not Colibri. Already in our time, on March 22, 2001, after arriving at EMU, they wished him a good trip and good luck, and said that they would be at EMU in the next few days, and if he needed help, he could turn to them. Before leaving, the main character gave Novelle a chocolate bar and left. She didn't understand how he knew what her favorite chocolate was. Lacus told her that she didn't like this guy. Neville asked why she thought that. She replied that this was all because he ignored her beauty and paid attention only to her. This time, just like in past lives, they began to climb the mountains, and Uncle Ben cut off the rope this time unnoticed. The main character also climbed a mountain not far from them in order to save Nivier, and he succeeded in the end. He caught her flying hopelessly towards death. After that, he brought her to some base and warmed up a drink for her. She got up and started calling her dad, mom, and sister. He told her that none of them were here and that it was useless to call them. He told her that it was all her imagination, and that now she was alone. According to his stories, on April 17, 1997, their family, a famous couple of climbers, died due to bad weather while climbing Everest. On June 3, 1999, her older sister fell to her death due to a rope-breaking accident during training. On July 21, 2000, according to him, her uncle Benjamin, who was deeply in debt, forced her to sell the house and was also shot by her during self-defense. He further said that she was later acquitted, but after that she was left with serious mental problems. According to him, she was divided into 4 individuals, and these are father, mother, sister, and uncle. She also deceived herself, as if that tragedy had never happened. He also added that just last month she dropped out of school due to a long absence, and the day before yesterday she used her sister's passport, joined the mountaineering training program, paid the fees, and took everyone to the EMU. Then he paid for a flight on their plane, and during training she began to hallucinate. According to him, she tried to cut the climber's rope with a knife. He further remembered that in his past life, Nivier cut the rope, as a result of which 2 team members were seriously injured and were sent to the hospital, and he was given the task of killing Nivier herself. Killing a noble heir was also psychologically difficult in his opinion, and he no longer wanted to take on these kinds of low-level tasks. He further told her that all this was true, and that he was sorry to awaken her from this dream. But what she ended up in is a real nightmare. The reality she creates looks beautiful, but in reality it is a dark abyss. In his previous life, under torture by a perverted director for several years, Nivier's mind was severely damaged and she was never able to get out. In this same life, he decided to help her. The next day they went outside and she asked if she should leave the pendant, which was a memory of her relatives who remained on this mountain. After all, this mountain remained in her heart. He advised her to leave it. Then they walked away and he expressed to her that he took care of everything and reassured everyone on that team. After all, she suddenly cut the climbing rope with a knife and scared them. Fortunately, none of them were hurt. He told them that she had mountaineering syndrome and hallucinations, and they, having heard and realized this, promised not to talk about it. For this, he gave them some equipment taken from her supplies. She thanked him for this. She went on to announce her decision to donate her parents' property to create a fund to support mountaineering. He supported her idea and promised to give her all the money in her hands, so that it would be completely at her disposal. She asked if this meant they would never see each other again. He confirmed her words. He went on to say that he knew she wanted to know the reason. She replied that she knew something he wouldn't say, and that she wouldn't mind if he did something to her last night. He began to leave and she waited for a command, after which she was ready to follow him. She asked him not to leave. She also expressed that she doesn't care how many secrets he has. He turned around and communicated his wish, which was that she should live her good and happy life and take up other sports. And as for the hummingbird, he decided to leave it in his memory. After his final departure, he decided that such a life would suit her more than the one he knew about from his past life. At night, KK could not sleep and counted sheep. Thoughts about the main character prevented her from falling asleep. After all, her birthday begins in the morning, but he is not there, and his phone is not in the access zone, which is not like going abroad on a business trip. Then the thought occurred to her that he might not even know when her birthday was. At some point, a pebble flew into her window and she went up to it to see where it came from. She saw him, but did not want to open the window. She didn't want to do this even after requests in SMS messages. At some point, he wrote her a message wishing her a happy birthday, and she was glad that he knew and remembered him. At one point, he launched such a large stone with such force that it ended up breaking her father and mother's window. The director got angry and, wondering who decided to break people's windows in the middle of the night, got up and went to the window to see someone. And the main character ran away while he approached the window. A couple of days later, the main character came to the director's house. The director tried to close the door, but he couldn't do it because the main character is quite strong. He came in and said that he had come to fix his glass and said that he had called the owner of the glass store and added that people couldn't come just like that. As they sat and waited for the technician to fix the glass, the director wondered how he dared to knock on KEK's window in the middle of the night and decided that he should do something about it. The main character reported that on the way he met Teacher Liu and asked why he came. The director replied that he came with Mr. Zhao from the education company and asked him to think about something. The main character asked if they asked him to extend his contract. The director asked how he knew this. The main character replied that he simply assumed and clarified whether he signed it and whether the price suited him. The main character understood that at the end of this semester their school would change from a public school to a private one, and Lao Sun was the only person in the school to receive the Outstanding Teacher Award, and they would try to keep it. The director told him that he was still a child, and he didn't understand why he kept asking about money. The main character would like to say that he still owes him 200,000 yuan, but he couldn't, and besides, he is brave, and his daughter can go on maternity leave. The director also asked why he was skipping the lesson that was going on at that very moment. The main character replied that he was just about to return to class. After leaving the apartment, the main character realized that it was quite possible that this was due to a loan at high interest rates. After all, there are rumors about this at school, and the director cannot just return to teach. In addition, on Saturday, the school organized another outing for students, and the director is leading it. On Saturday, in the park, Li Yanwan saw Keiki and the protagonist's younger sister and approached them. Luo Qing said that in his opinion it is good to have a younger sister, because with her it is more convenient to chase girls. The main character answered him that he still does not understand the problems associated with girls, especially when there is more than one of them. A friend said they had a lot in common, and the main character realized that he could have had problems if, before going out, he had not had the idea of taking his younger sister with him. The main character told his friend that he was speaking correctly, and asked him to help him and look after them while he went away. The main character came up and called Haonan. He replied that he was no longer Haonan but Zhang Lingsheng. The main character asked why this was so. Zhang replied that these famous F4 guys are no longer so popular, and for them brotherly loyalty is a joke. The main character said that this is like an epidemic that will soon pass, and F4 will soon lose its popularity. After this conversation, the main character asked him if he could swim. He answered in the negative. After this answer, he threw him into the water and said that when he had a chance, he could make up for it later. After this, the main character called the teacher to help his classmate, who fell into the water. The director and Luo Qing came running to the call of the main character and asked the director who fell into the water and where. The main character pointed out where and who fell and advised them to hurry up. The director ran, but he did not let his friend do this. The director threw himself into the water and shouted to all the other students in the air to stand still and not move while he saved him. After saving the student, the director himself tried to get out of the water, but slipped and began to fall back into the water. At that moment, the main character did not allow him to fall and pulled him out. His daughter ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The main character shouted that the director was the best teacher, after which everyone else supported him and shouted that he was amazing, magnificent, and they said everything in the same way. A friend asked the main character why he didn't allow him to save Jang, because the teacher was no longer young and many could have saved that guy. The main character asked him to relax, because nothing bad had happened. Afterwards, the main character approached Li Yingwan and expressed that he knew that her family was investing and doing business in the area, so she should be aware of the local media. He said they need to make the teacher popular. The next day, in all the newspapers in the city and on all TV channels, the most important news was the rescue of a student in Qinghu Park by Sun Middle School 8 teacher. Zhao came to the principal's home and said that he was staying anyway, and should continue to work as a teacher and homeroom teacher in his senior year. And he was also suitable for many other roles, and added that the contract was ready to be signed. After school, Zhao Lingsheng, walking home with everyone, realized that every time he meets Chen Nuo he gets into trouble, and therefore he no longer has the slightest desire to intersect with him. Seeing KKE, he wondered why she was walking in a completely different direction from where her house was located. He followed her to Lei and wondered if she was going to buy a bike. When asked about the main character, Lei told her that he had gone out to eat at a small eatery on the street and should return soon, and asked her why she didn't want to call him and ask him personally where he was. For some reason, she didn't want to call him and decided to continue the search. Meanwhile, Zhao continued to secretly follow her. At some point, she forgot to give Lei a small gift, because thanks to him, the main character has a job. Zhao realized that she was turning around and that he had no options to hide, and only one option remained. He sat down ostensibly to tie his shoelaces and dreamed that she would not notice him. But she noticed and called his name. Zhao pretended to be surprised that she remembered his name. She said that he had recently become famous at school, so it was impossible not to remember his name. She further asked why he was near her and whether he was following her. He answered her that he lives not far from here, and that's why everything coincided. At that moment, 2 bandits drove up in a car and noticed them. Baldy asked if it was them. Another replied that it looked like them, and asked if the insider said that he was a student and also a girl who often came to see him. After that, they left. First, they took Keiki and took her to the car. At that moment, Zhao shouted about the kidnapping, drawing the attention of others to them. Then one of them told him that he had heard that he was very famous and a great fighter. At that moment, he mentally wondered whether his name had really spread so much throughout the city, and whether there were still legends about him. The bandit invited him to get into the car because the boss wants to see him, and moreover, he must get in for the reason that otherwise something might happen to the girl. He thought about the fact that her father saved his life, and that's why he couldn't sit idly by now. And although he is no longer Hounen, he will try to be one a little longer. After this, the main character came to Lei, and he asked him if he had met Keike along the way, who was looking for him. He replied that he had not met her and that he would now go to look for her. A few minutes later, he saw her bag lying in the middle of the road. Meanwhile, the bandits brought Zhao and Keiki to one of the backyards. After that, they took them out of the car and brought them to Li Qingshan. Zhao did not understand where they were. KK started screaming, and she was ordered to remain silent, otherwise they would kill her. Next, Li Qingshan invited them to sit down and told Zhao that first of all, he admired him. After all, he hasn't suffered such losses for more than 20 years. He also expressed that he had been in the hospital for 15 days, and that he also had pneumonia, and his hands were swollen from IVs, and that he could not cope with everything that had befallen him, and asked if he really had nothing to say. Zhao didn't understand who it was or what he was talking about. He told him that he probably needed to drink more hot water. Li expressed that they still don't know each other well, and after that he said his name and that everyone knows him. So if he doesn't want to disgrace himself, then let him call him Master. After that, I asked the guy what family he was from. The guy replied that he was from School 8, and that his name was Chen Haonan. Lee said that since he did not want to talk, then someday he would find out everything himself, and asked his assistants to bring something. After the assistants brought the suitcase with the money and opened it, Lee said that there was not much here, but about $500,000. The guy did not understand what kind of generosity and where so much money came from. Lee went on to say that he would have to do something in return. He further told the guy that he needed Lei's hand and that he could take the money at any time. He gave him 3 days to bring him his hand. The guy asked if he was joking or if he really wanted to get his hand. Lee replied that it was not a joke. He further said that during these 3 days the girl will be his guest and asked not to worry, because he is a hospitable person and accordingly she will eat well, and after 3 days they will exchange. The guy didn't understand who Lei was and how he could manage everything, because he hadn't done his homework yet, and he also realized that Lee considered Keiki his confidant, and it looked like he had been mistaken for someone else. At that moment he understood that if they found out, they would definitely kill him, and most likely it would make sense to continue pretending for the sake of KKE. He also knew that they might notice his fear if he stood up. At some point the thought occurred to him that they most likely mistook him for Chen Nuo, but how he got in touch with them was unclear to him. Lee noticed the guy's sweat and asked him if he was hot. The guy decided that he should finish the matter because he can find out everything. Next, the guy asked for a cigarette and said that $500,000 was not enough. Lee noticed and told him that he was brave and greedy and that he appreciated it, and after completing the task he will definitely pay the same amount. The guy took the suitcase and said that since they had agreed, then in 3 days he would come for the girl, and if even a hair fell from her, he would not leave it like that. Then he approached her and said that she should not worry, because he would deal with the affairs of the main character. After leaving, he decided to urgently look for him, but at some point he saw him riding a motorcycle and called him. The main character stopped next to him and asked how he could recognize him. He replied that it didn't matter. He further added that Keiki was taken hostage and one of them is Master Lee. They accepted him for him and gave him $500,000 in return for the task, the essence of which was to bring Lei's hand. The main character asked if she was okay and where she was. She replied that she was there. The main character advised him to return. The guy asked if he could help with anything, like calling the police or finding someone. The main character advised him to go and not get involved in this because it doesn't concern him. Li Qingshan's assistants gathered around Keiki and one of them said that she was very pretty. The boss asked if the women in the area weren't enough for him. The boss further reminded that money can buy anything, and when the guy fulfills his part of the deal and the case is closed, you can do whatever you want with the girl. Hearing this, the rest of the assistants began to support him with shouts that he was the best, the smartest, and everything in the same spirit. The boss pointed out that the world has changed and little can be achieved with brute force now, because today you need to think with your head. At that moment they saw the main character enter, and turning to him, the boss asked why he returned again, changing into the clothes in which he met him for the first time. The main character said that he was afraid that he might be filmed by a camera, and added that last time he was in such a hurry that he didn't even look where the safe was. But this time he decided to find it, and asked if he would help him in that. The boss admitted that he was a good fighter, but not the best he had ever seen. Next, he asked if he could kill 50 people at a time who would attack him at one word. The main character replied that it would take him 2 minutes, and that he wanted to see if he had time to finish smoking before all his subordinates took a lying position. The boss said that he would not turn a blind eye to this, because the most capable person he had ever met was his bodyguard in his 40s doing business in Myanmar, and that only he was a true master. Then he ordered everyone to go on the attack, closed his eyes and continued the story that he saw with his own eyes, how his bodyguard flew over the cornices, walked along the walls and was unusually strong. Meanwhile, the main character fought. Later in the battle, the boss continued with a story in which his bodyguard in Myanmar, who killed 70 people with knives, received a standing ovation in admiration of his skill. But 2 years ago he fell into a trap and was shot. Continuing to smoke, the boss told the main character that this is why, no matter how high his martial arts skills are, he will not be able to resist a bullet. Having opened his eyes without noticing anything, he said that in the modern world, strength is in the brain, and no matter how a person fights alone, there is always a weapon that he cannot withstand. A little later, the boss looked up and saw that all his subordinates were dead, and did not quite understand how this could happen. The main character said that he can be considered the #1 person who used to live in poverty, and is now successful. but he would not accept his superiority if he did not try to shoot him, so he asked him to do it quickly. The boss shot, and the main character caught the bullet and said that for some people the world has not changed, because they themselves are this world. Approaching the boss, the main character asked if he was really giving up, because he gave him a chance to shoot. He also added that he doesn't care about his problems, but he must understand what's what. The boss finally gave in. The boss told the main character that from now on he is a god for him and he will do whatever he says. The main character, having heard this, said that it was quite touching, but in his opinion he should spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. After that, the main character broke the boss's legs, took Keiki and began to carry her out of there. On the way to the motorcycle, he told her that everything was fine and that now she had nothing to fear. Zhao saw the two of them leaving on a motorcycle and decided that since he did nothing, but the main character did, he should protect her, because she is now definitely his. Along the way, KK told the main character that he was strange, and that it seemed to her as if she didn't know him at all. The main character asked the question, "Isn't it good when people change?" She replied that this was good because before he was gloomy and no one wanted to approach him, but now he is much happier. But she is still afraid. He asked what exactly she was afraid of. She replied that she had been watching him and had not noticed when he became so strong. She further asked what happened to him and why he was moving away from her and why he had become so mysterious and powerful. She also added that it turns out that she is always thinking about what they will do in the future, and even though he does not like to study, and most likely will not go to college, she still likes him. After that, she said that after entering college, she would go to Lei's car dealership to spend her free time with them. And after graduation, she plans to find a job near them so that she can pester them every day after work. She imagined how she came to them, and Lei asked him to take her out and, in general, to quickly marry her before anyone took her away. She also imagined them sleeping together in the same bed. After that, she imagined the two of them in old age, how they walked everywhere together. At some point, the main character stopped the motorcycle and kissed her. He realized at that moment that he wanted to protect her, her world and everything that surrounded her. And by forcing her to fall asleep, with the help of his abilities, he erased her memories of that day. She woke up and told him that she had a dream that he became the hero of the whole world. She chased after him and cried, but could not catch up, and this made her very sad. She further asked why she was here and whether she had gone to Lei to look for him. He replied that she wanted to go for a ride and fell asleep. She said that she did not remember this at all, and asked if she would soon go crazy. She decided to start keeping a diary. He put her on the motorcycle and said that they would go home. She asked him or her. He asked what she was talking about. She replied that it didn't matter. Hypnosis will never make people completely forget something. It simply forces you to temporarily ignore certain circumstances, and until triggers appear, KEKE will continue to ignore everything that happened. The main character also decided that it was also necessary to hypnotize Honan so that he would not accidentally let it slip. A month later, at Jinlin International Airport, Li Yingwan saw her mother, whom she missed very much. The mother, hugging her daughter, asked her if she had done what she asked her to do. The daughter replied that she invited him to dinner with them today, where they could talk. Mom asked how far she and him had come. The daughter replied that they were just friends. Mom said that since there was no progress, then let her forget about it and suggested that we start preparing dinner for today. In the evening, the main character arrived at the appointed time to visit Li Yinwan. While already inside the room, the mother said that her daughter told her that he liked soju from Country Inn, so she specially brought him from another province. It seemed to him that she wanted to ask something. Having allowed even her daughter to drink today, she suggested that they all do so. After they drank, my mother said that this drink was quite strong, and the main character wondered what to do with the drunken mother and daughter, who looked like they were drinking soju for the first time. Seeing his daughter and mother worshipping, he told the mother that this should not be so and asked her to quickly get up. After all, he and her daughter are the same age, and she is older than him, and this is inappropriate. The mother said that this was necessary, because she heard from her daughter that that day he dealt with Zhang Jie, avenging her late husband, and with this bow they wanted to repay his kindness. The mother also said that, moreover, if it weren't for him, her family would already be dead, and this time she is here to express her gratitude. And also, she wants to talk to him about her daughter. The main character said that he also wanted to say something, but Li Yingwan's mother interrupted him. She expressed her desire for her daughter to be with him. She also said that she knows that she can rely on him, and that her daughter can even be his maid, because that's what their family wants. Li Yingwan listened to all this and did not understand what her mother was talking about and why. The main character asked his mother if she herself understood what she had just said, because it was complete absurdity. She replied that she understood everything, and that she had already decided everything. He further asked what troubles they encountered this time. She replied that this was the only way they could pay for his service. He said that they did not need to pay him in any way for this service, because he did not expect anything from them. He said that he understood their feelings, but he could not do what they asked. After that, he drank another glass of soju and began to leave. The mother told the departing protagonist that she was making such a request to him with serious intentions. He got angry and left completely. Li Yingwan tried to say something to her mother, but her mother asked her to remain silent. Next, the mother hugged her daughter and said that their family was in danger, and that after the death of her father it was difficult for her to run a business. She went on to say that if all else fails, they should go to China together. Further, the mother said that she would find a solution, and if it doesn't work out with the main character, then she can become the mistress of another man. At least someone else will appreciate her and like her. The daughter told her mother that she didn't have to send her back and asked why she couldn't be with him without being a slave. The mother said that he clearly had no intention of being with her. Otherwise, he would not have left that night, leaving her, and if she had not remembered those Chinese characters, she would not have even been able to find him. The daughter said that even if she had to give up everything and her dignity, she would still follow him. The mother said that she agreed with her, since she decided so and for the sake of her brother, then she had to do it. In a place for fun and debauchery for the rich, some girl asked Boss Yang to remember to find someone next time. He replied that this would definitely happen, but next time he would need to call her sisters. This place makes teenagers feel nervous and sad. The girl told the departing Boss Yang that everything was fine and that he didn't have to look back. And Haonan watched all this. At some point he realized that this was really not the place he wanted to be. The girls noticed him. One said he looked good. Another said he should go home, but he still got a little prettier because before he was a complete brat. The first one added that he was already blushing. Xiaoxia asked them not to bully others or look at him anymore. Then one of the other girls said that if he is so embarrassed, then let Xiaoxia do everything herself. Xiaoxia walked up to him and asked him not to be afraid and go to the lobby and wait for Aunt Luo to leave work and not look back, because he is young and should not imitate these perverted old men. He washed his face and walked further into the lobby as she asked him to do. Aunt Luo came up to him and said that he was early today, and added that several guests went to a separate room and would play there all night, and she decided to stay and try to earn some extra money and rest in the morning. He said that she shouldn't be overworked because during the day she worked as a cleaner at the farmer's market, and at night she arrived here without resting. She replied that she was not tired and that he had better go to sleep because he had classes tomorrow. He left with the thoughts that it is good to be rich and remembered what he heard from his mother, that the price here for a room per day is more than his mother's salary per month. But at that moment he heard some noise. At this moment, Wang did not want to let Xiaoxia go, so he rented a room for 3 days to be with her. Haonan decided to save the girl and saved her from the consequences of her refusal to stay with that man. All those who supported Van in his actions, considering them correct, ran after them. Van thought that it was not surprising that someone stood up for her, which meant that she had tamed someone as a pet, and he decided to see who it was. At some point, they stopped and were surrounded by Van's subordinates. The girl asked Haonan what he was doing and whether he was looking for death, and then asked him to run away. A man approached her and she told him that she had nothing to do with Haonan and that he was just a guy who brought her goods, after which she asked him to forget about him. She continued to beg him to leave until he was killed, but he did not want to. Wang saw Haonan. The man asked if he wanted to play with him, and he sent everyone away and said that he didn't want to, and all this for the simple reason that he remembered the incident in Zhefeng Hall, where this kid himself knocked down and injured 50 people. Then he knelt down in front of Haonan and asked for forgiveness for not recognizing him right away, and he also said that he would leave immediately since Xiaoxia was with him. Haonan asked if he knew him. He replied that he knows, and that is why he asks for forgiveness for this misunderstanding. After that, he began to run away from Haonan and asked all his subordinates to do the same before it was too late. Xiaoxia asked Haonan to take her home, and he agreed to fulfill this request despite the rain. Meanwhile, Li Yinwan knocked on the main character's door. Opening the door and seeing her, he asked if it was her mother who asked her to come. She answered his question by saying that she came here of her own free will. While he was leading her into the house, he asked whether she came here on her own or with a driver. She replied that she had come here with a driver, and said that she had been wandering around the house for a long time and could not dare to get up. He asked if she had really gone crazy, and he asked her to wash her face first and change clothes. Then he remembered that she didn't eat a single bite at the table, but she drank 2 glasses of wine and could not understand why everything was like that. Meanwhile, after washing and changing clothes, she thought that her mother's words definitely made him look at her differently. After she came to him and sat next to him, he persuaded her to at least eat something and said that her mother said that they had problems. She confirmed and added that if she could not be with him, then she should return. He told her that this was a pretty good decision because there was no point in wasting time here. When she heard this, she cried and said that he just didn't want her to be near him, and he didn't love her, but he didn't want to drive her away either. Besides, Mom will give it to someone else if she finds out that he is not with her. He calmed her down and said that she was already an adult and that there was no point in crying over this, after which he suggested that she lie to her mother. She replied that she did not want to lie to her mother. At this moment, Haonan had already led Xiaoxia to the very door of her apartment. He told her that he would probably go. She asked him to wait a little longer. He didn't understand what was going on. While he was waiting for an explanation of the reason for his expectations, she kissed him, and he did not particularly resist it. After that, she went to the apartment and, before closing the door, thanked him for bringing her and promised to invite him to visit next time. After that, they said goodbye and she closed the door. He was very happy about what had just happened, and he went home in such a great mood. Hearing Haonan's fist hit the door, the main character decided to go out and see who was there. And when he saw the man running away, from the back he seemed to him to be someone familiar, but he did not try to catch up with him. He then returned to Li Yanwan and offered to take her home. She didn't want to go home and expressed it in words. She further said that her mother asked her a lot of questions, how long she had been here, how far their relationship had gone, and much more, and she replied that they were still communicating with hints. She went on to say that if she returned home tonight, her mother would definitely bombard her with questions, but she didn't want that and asked to stay. The main character said that today she can sleep in Yeji's room because she is at school and only returns on weekends. And in the meantime, he realized that Firefly is as stubborn as he remembers her from her previous life. She went into his room and sat on the bed, hinting at sleeping with him. He asked if her mother really taught her all this. She asked if he really didn't like her, and if she was so scary that he didn't want to sleep with her because she was no longer a child. He remembered her same words from a past life and answered her question positively. She lay down and waited for him to begin with the hope in her mind that he would be gentle with her, but he still didn't start, and at some point she wondered why he didn't start. He immediately tied her up and said that everything was ready. She asked what he did and why. He replied that she could only sleep with him this way, and if she screamed, he would throw her out of the window. The next day she woke up, and after waiting for this, he asked her to go wash and go home. She reminded her of her mother, who is very perceptive, and most likely she will not be able to deceive her, because nothing happened at night. He said that if so, then let her turn around and be patient, because it will hurt a little. He hit her, and she said that it hurt too much and asked why that was. He realized at that moment that the feeling was the same as before when he trained her in a past life. He told her that her mother would see a handprint on her butt and suggested making another one to make it easier to lie. She asked the question why she had to lie. He replied that she would understand it later. On Friday afternoon, the main character picked up his sister from kindergarten. While they were walking home, she said that she was afraid that she would fall in love with him, and that's why she couldn't get too close. At that moment, he remembered that his sister seemed smart beyond her years, so he was asked not to show her anything on TV that he shouldn't. He agreed to follow her. He then decided that it looked like he needed to lock the remote control. At that moment, Firefly called, and after accepting the call, he asked how she was feeling and whether she managed to deceive her mother. She replied that something had happened to Mom and he should come as soon as possible. The main character did not understand what could have happened and wondered why she called so suddenly. Then he began to think about who to leave his sister with, and decided to leave her with a friend. He left his sister, came to them and asked what was the matter. Firefly said that Mom usually takes a bath at noon and goes to bed, but she didn't wake up and suddenly had a fever. The doctor couldn't help. Examining her mother, the main character realized that she was short of breath and had some strange smell. He further asked if disinfectant had been sprayed. She replied in the negative. He said that he would go and look in the bathroom. After checking the bathroom, he said it had been poisoned by a substance dissolved in the water that had been added to the shower head, which had been used to spray it all over the body. She asked what they should do now. He asked her not to be afraid because her mother's symptoms were not too dangerous, and if she no longer exposed her to toxins, then everything would go away on its own. He further asked her to pretend that she didn't know anything, and from now on not to trust anyone but him, including the bodyguards they hired. She agreed. She further asked who he thought wanted to kill her mother. He replied that this is exactly what he was going to find out, and asked him to take care of his mother while he searched. He understood that it might be possible to bury someone, because if someone wants to kill someone with a chemical substance, then they need to monitor every movement of the target. He remembered that these two bodyguards were suspicious, but mother and daughter were not stupid enough to trust someone with a questionable past. Seeing an office building opposite the hotel, he realized that this was an ideal observation point. He further suggested that, given the floor on which the mother and daughter live, the poisoner must be hiding somewhere from the 8th to 10th floor. 15 minutes later, he reached the rental room and realized that that was it, since the rest of the premises were either occupied by businesses or under renovation. And besides, the windows of this room should look towards Yingzi's room. Opening the door and seeing the telescope, he realized that he had chosen the right room correctly, and that the killer was exactly here. The poisoner tried to kill him, but he couldn't even wound the main character, unlike him. The poisoner asked who he was. The main character replied that he was Korean with a southern accent, Kang Hodong. The poisoner didn't believe it. 15 minutes later, the poisoner was killed, and the main character found a fake passport and hotel keycard and something else. He found a device, seeing which he realized that now everything had finally returned to normal. Having inserted a device into the computer that allows him to access tasks, he saw a new order for the purchase of the largest octopus. When I saw the task, I remembered this dark web which belongs to the underground world and became nostalgic. Supernatural creatures in the underworld are divided into 5 levels depending on their strength. In his previous life, he had the ability to achieve a level of control. He was hired as a consultant for this octopus site at a salary of $10 million a year. His responsibilities included protecting the site from hackers, but he still prefers the old Fox sites over this one. He realized that there was no information about the poisoner even on the website, because he changed his name there. He has $2 million in his account. He saw on the website that 15 days were allotted for the task of killing Yingzi, of which there were still 11 left. He knew that during this period the task would not be entrusted to others, and for now she was temporarily safe therefore. He mentally addressed the inhabitants of the underworld and said that their king had returned. He sent a message and someone answered him, the Golden Boss, who is his enemy from a past life. At some point he met the Star Queen Lu Shichi and asked why she was angry. She replied that someone had offended her on the octopus site, but the site's privacy policy prevented her from finding him. Nu Tao said that everything is much simpler than she thinks, and she has one way to do it. In a small room, Chen Nuo said that the internet is a multi-level structure, which is divided into a surface network and a deep network. The dark web, he says, is part of the deep web. He said that logging into the octopus website must be done through a special flash drive. Depending on the level of the user, the flash drive is divided into 3 types, namely black, silver, and gold. The queen called the octopus and offered 10 million and promised to catch the giant octopus in exchange for information on the arsonist, from whose account the main character wrote. But she was refused. At some point after the story, the main character was informed about the offer by a consultant. The site had 3 features, namely high privacy, a strong network and technical team with a consultant, and a 20-year-old aesthetic. He continued to show the site, paying attention to the entrance to the site, and he also said that the interface would be revised in the future. Also, many people like to deposit money into the site's account because it is safer there than in any bank in the world. At one point, he told his team that it would be great if the invasion was successful. His subordinates promised to give him all the money they earned. In a previous life, on December 23, 2021, in a small town on the west coast of the country of the maple leaf, his last message was in the chat with a promise to see you soon. At that moment, Nyuto tried not to think about it while on a mission. But she didn't succeed, and she still wondered if he was dead, and if so, then she liked the way he called her even though she hated her name. She thought that people like him turning to the victim did a lot of evil, and then just hide. And although she is not the goddess of justice, if by killing him she can save someone's life, then she will gladly do it. The man offered to give her a lot of money and asked her to name any amount in order to save his life. She told him that he was rich and made hundreds of millions thanks to his scams, and if someone else were in her place today, he could spend the money to save his life. but in this case, he was out of luck. She also said that if he was destined to die, then she would be responsible for his soul and asked him to go along Henkwan Street and remember her. After that, she drove off somewhere in the mountains with the thought that if the main character already has someone in his heart, then why look at others? But everything has already passed and there is no turning back. After that, she drove off the road into the sea consciously from the mountain road in order to die. In this life, she asked the teacher to look at the site. The teacher looked and praised her. On the site, meanwhile, the message posted by the arsonist is now at the top. She remembered that she first used 2 cheap tricks to get his attention. After all, this way it will be easy to identify him, and for this you will only need to relax his vigilance a little. She then planned to post 4 messages that he had responded to earlier. Discussion of mind killing, exchange of information about the construction of a prison in the country of M, and another explanation for the disappearance of supernatural beings. In the end, this guy will show up on his own, she is sure of it. At some point, this almost happened. The teacher asked why she was happy. She replied that it was because she was already close to her goal. She saw that the identity was not visible on this site and it would take some time to get the information. But she was glad that he fell for the bait when she used 9 accounts. But so far, she does not know what to expect from him. After some thought, she told the teacher that she would continue and immediately make him feel that he had met a like-minded person so that he would lower his guard, and within 2 months, she would try to find an excuse to entrust him with the mission. The teacher asked me to hurry up and left, and at that moment he responded to her message, but she didn't like what he answered, and so she got angry and shot the computer out of anger. The main character decided that there was no way she could fool him, because even if she lived her whole life, even then, in his opinion, she would not be able to compare with him, and he had already learned everything he needed. After that, he went to Lei to pick up his younger sister. Having met him, he asked how everything went, whether there were any incidents, and whether she behaved well. He replied that they were fooling around a little, but that was normal for children. He also wanted to ask him something. The main character asked what this question was about. Lei wanted to become a godfather because he really likes his sister, and besides, she calls him daddy, and he calls him brother, so he suggested discussing it. The main character took his sister and they went. Lei said that if he has time, he can bring his sister to play with him. The main character realized that his sister liked the bald man, and decided that now he could leave her with him more often. On the way, the sister asked what was so heavy in his bag. He replied that there was a laptop there. She asked where he got it from. He replied that his sponsor lent it to him. On Monday in physical education, Keiki sat next to the lying main character, and thought that after that day she really wanted to kiss him, because what she remembered was not like a dream. At some point, she told him that her dad went on a business trip today, so he was not at home. But in the evening, she goes out on business, because she needs to catch up on Chinese literature and language. Hearing this, he said that his sleep disappeared and invited her to spend the evening. And about the lessons, he said that it was enough for him to just watch her from the side while she did them. Then in the evening, as promised, he took her to the Chinese language teacher, Zhang. She said that he lives on the 3rd floor and she lives on the 5th, and since it is very close, that is why she can come without delay. The main character also drew attention to himself by greeting the teacher. The teacher asked him why he came and thought that he was very brave for coming after the persecution of KKE, but he is too polite to shoo him away. The main character said that he heard about his side quests with KEKE, so he said that he would come by later, wishing him a good dragon boat festival. The teacher did not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about, because it was only April. After that, the main character asked him to talk in private, and coming to the kitchen, with the consent of the teacher, he asked to improve his studies. The teacher agreed to this. After the main character left the kitchen, the teacher realized that his motives were easy to figure out, but he was trying to carefully hide everything, and by this he showed that the drunkard's intention was not to drink. Next, the teacher came out to the students and announced the beginning of the lesson, and that from today the main character would study with them, and asked him if he had brought textbooks and a workbook. The main character answered in the negative and said that he could use KEK's textbook. A few minutes later, the teacher announced the time had come for everyone to take turns saying phrases and explaining the meaning of the hieroglyphs. They began to complete this task, and the teacher noticed that the main character, just to chat, only looked at her. At that moment, the teacher heard a knock on the door, and he wondered who else had come to him, and he went to see who it was. And it was Hanlin's father, who apologized for the trouble and said he hoped that his son would be able to go to college. Before this, the father severely beat his son, asking him to study, and said that if he did not study, he would beat him to death. The teacher received another student and invited him not to be shy, to come in and sit down. While the teacher was deciding where to put him, Honan saw the main character and got scared. The main character, meanwhile, realized that he was supposedly his lucky star, which always accompanies him. The main character asked the teacher to sit Honan next to him because they are quite close. The teacher agreed to this proposal. Next, the main character asked his classmate if he was here to do his homework, and if he had already had lunch. He also said that they were now explaining the meanings of the hieroglyphs and that he could help him. After the lesson, the teacher asked them all to review the material thoroughly, and he asked Zhang Linshen to consolidate his base, read more ancient poems and classical texts. The main character asked what he should pay attention to. The teacher simply asked him to be careful along the way. After leaving the house, the main character asked where he was going and if he wanted to go together. The classmate answered negatively. The main character asked if he really didn't want to go with him after saving his life. Answering mentally that he had already thanked him, he ran away from the main character. Having run away from him, he realized that he had finally gotten rid of him. After all, he used to hate him, but now he is afraid of him. While he was walking with a voice sitting inside his head, saying that he should not provoke the main character, he was already approaching him at that moment on a motorcycle. The main character stopped and invited him to sit down and drive home. A classmate, meanwhile, admired the motorcycle. Then he still accepted the invitation and got on the motorcycle, after which they began to ride. The main character asked him to hold on to it because he is now planning to speed up, and at this moment he may fall. Taking on the main character, he dreamed that if he had such a motorcycle, it would be great to ride on it and go to the other side of the earth. They eventually arrived at a place of entertainment and debauchery, and the main character asked what he needed here at night. Jang replied that his mother works here as a cleaner, and he is picking her up from work, which will end soon. The main character thought that the last time KK was kidnapped, Honan helped them, and therefore they need to repay him. Moreover, his memory is blocked. The main character talked with Honan about the motorcycle, found out that he had little experience and that he liked this motorcycle, and at some point he decided to offer him something. He suggested that he try to ride this motorcycle and asked him to be careful, and at that moment he understood that he would still have to somehow repay him for everything he had done. Half an hour later, Honan returned with a good mood and positive emotions, and thanked the main character for allowing him to ride himself. The main character said that if he liked it so much, he could lend it to him for 2 days. Jang asked if he was afraid that he might break it. The main character replied that he had nothing to worry about, and even if he gets into an accident, the main thing is that people are safe. Jang asked why he became so kind, as if they were friends. The main character handed him the equipment in order to get used to the role, and said that the small misunderstanding that was between them was resolved, and now they are friends. The main character realized that it didn't look like he was waiting for his mother, and decided to secretly see what kind of girl he was dating. Next, Xiao was chased by a crowd of guys who wanted to break a bottle on her. Honan stopped her and said that it was him. She said that they were making fun of her and that they needed to run away quickly. Honan decided not to run away, but to deal with this whole situation. Many ran away, but one of them remained, and he began to interrogate him who he was. He said that he was Kui Dapeng, that he was 29 years old, and that he had committed a crime and ended up serving 2 years in prison for wounding. He also asked to be released. Realizing that they wouldn't just let him go, Kui smashed the bottle over his head and told Zhang that he shouldn't put his hands on it. Zhang did not understand what was happening, because before the bandits maimed people, but now they maimed themselves. After that, he let him go and he ran as quickly as possible and further away from him. The girl asked to take her home and said that he could come to her today. Meanwhile, on the other side, someone asked Li Qingshan if it was true that the guy caught all the bullets and survived. He replied that he was not a man, and that he did not even dare to think about revenge. At that moment, Kui called him and asked him why he was calling so late. He replied that he met that guy. Kui also said that he was the same person who robbed their company. He has a black jacket, helmet, and gloves, and he knows where to look for him and is ready to take revenge. The boss said that he should get out of there as quickly as possible if he did not want his, or anyone else's death. Meanwhile, at Xiao's house, she and Haonan were lying in bed and enjoying each other. She said that she liked how everyone was very afraid of him because of his power, even those with a terrible past. At that moment, he quickly stood up and realized that something was wrong with him and that he had gotten involved in something bad. She asked if he was okay. After remembering Li Qingshan and all those incidents associated with the role of a motorcyclist, he began to run away, and she did not understand what happened to him. 2 days later, he approached the KTV entrance and met her and asked what she was doing here. The girl rushed into his arms and asked where he had gone for those 2 days. He answered her that he left in order to miss her. Meanwhile, he found out what happened then, and he is now afraid that Chen Nuo might find out about his returned memory. She asked if he could accompany her to visit her dead sisters. Then they went to the hospital. She said that Zhao Hong's father is a bad gambler and her mother has kidney disease. There was always not enough money, so she had to borrow from dubious people, and now her end may soon come. She went up to the aunt and told Zhao further that she was her daughter's friend, and that she knew everything, after which she gave her money. At some point, while outside the ward, he heard Zhao asking not to kill her aunt because of debts. Meanwhile, the bandits replied that a debt of 80,000 must be repaid, and although they are trying to return little by little, in their opinion they should give more significant amounts. She said that Zhao Hong did not borrow that much and that it was not legal. The bandit replied that he did not care about the law, and if she had a strong sense of justice, then let her pay the debt. Jang was also surprised, realizing that there was no way such a large sum could be obtained. Then they went and got into the car, and he secretly came up and punctured their car tires. A bandit noticed him and said that he shouldn't sit here, but it was time to go to his mommy's house. While he stood up and stood with the thought that he could not do anything, unlike the main character, at that moment the bandits got into an accident not far from him. The main character knew about this whole situation, and helped make this accident so that no one noticed it, and mentally informed Honan that if he could not do something, then he would do it for him. A few days later, at Zhang's house, the teacher told the students that he had taught them what he could teach, and further said that they needed revision material that they needed to buy. He further added that they will use it next semester and that it costs about 50 yuan. However, he has a former classmate who can sell at a low price, around 40 yuan. The main character said that he has the last word and is ready to buy it right now, as well as pay for KKE and add a little for Linsheng. The teacher saw that change was needed and began looking for it. He found it and gave it to him. After that, they all left, saying goodbye to the teacher, and the teacher wished them a good journey. After they left, Song Chaoyun came out to the teacher and asked what was wrong with him. The teacher replied that he panicked a little, because he had been teaching for so many years, but this was the first time he had done this. He is very sorry that he had to make money on students thanks to the difference in price. She tried to reassure him by saying that it was temporary due to her illness, and that they could look for cheaper drugs. He replied that he would rather take the risk than allow the disease to develop further. Meanwhile, the students discussed these innovations, the teacher's new business, the possible amount of earnings, etc. The main character suggested that we stop discussing this, because the purchase of these materials is provided for by the school, and Zhang did not ask to buy them. It just might help students buy them cheaper to save money. Zhang supported him. The main character asked where he disappeared on his motorcycle. He replied that there were problems at home. Next, he decided to thank the main character, and he, without immediately understanding why, said that it was just a motorcycle. Zhang said that in any case, he was very glad that they were friends. A couple of days later, the main character remembered that the mission to kill Zhang Yingzi had expired, but most likely there will be an order for murder again, and therefore this issue needs to be resolved. He went to the site and set a task to protect her from all possible dangers, and was grateful to the site for confidentiality. Otherwise, the queen would have seen this and killed Jinling. In an extremely short time, 6 people have already responded, one of them with a very strange nickname. He began to choose the best among them. Meanwhile, Zhang was warned about a meeting that would take place in an industrial park, and she would have to host guests. She replied that she understood, and asked that everything be prepared. Then someone followed her as she got into the car and drove off to the industrial park. The observer realized that foreigners do not know about local conditions and leave during rush hour, which is a mistake. At some point he realized that in traffic jams the cars were not as fast as his bike. While already in the industrial park, Zhang told everyone present that she had a desire to make Haohei the center of development of their company in the future, in which everyone should work for the prosperity of the business. All this time, Li Yanwan reported every step to the main character. Zhang noticed her daughter texting someone and asked who. The daughter answered. The mother suggested that we go out to eat after that. Next, the mother asked a clarifying question about how things were going with the main character. The daughter did not answer. The main character heard these questions and wondered if his mother really didn't know that he shouldn't poke his nose into other people's affairs and where the bodyguard he hired was anyway. Then the main character noticed the killer, but it turns out that he wasn't the only one who noticed him, because the bodyguard also noticed him and stopped him. While mother and daughter approached the elevator, the bodyguard hired by the main character held the killer and told them that the elevator was not working and that they could not enter it. The killer told the bodyguard that he had noticed him a long time ago, because normal people don't dress like that. After a short battle, the killer told the bodyguard that he should not underestimate him, because he was simply careless. After the elevator doors opened, the killer decided to immediately run away. The bodyguard grabbed him and told him that he must see the Buddha before escaping. The killer was able to escape and, throwing a weapon at the bodyguard, said that he would still pay for this. In the end, the bodyguard had no choice but to let the killer go. After that, he said that this 500,000 is not so easy to earn. The main character watching the bodyguard wondered if this is the same Fusheng who is dressed like a charlatan and evokes dubious feelings. At night in an internet cafe, the bodyguard reported that the target was attacked today and he protected it. Someone tried to kill her in the elevator. The main character asked to continue defending the target. The main character also wrote that he will do everything to ensure that the killer reveals himself, and he must be on the alert all this time, and help catch the enemy, or confuse him for an additional 100,000. The next day, mother and daughter decided to go out, and the daughter asked her mother if it was dangerous. At that moment, she remembered how yesterday, after the elevator, the main character approached her and said that the next day he would take her mother to a restaurant. Further, already on the street, the mother asked her daughter what was the matter, because she noticed that she looked distracted. The daughter replied that everything was fine with her. At that moment, they were attacked by a killer who had prepared a whole plan for this. The bodyguard hired by the main character moved and stopped the car aimed at the mother. Meanwhile, the killer attacked the mother, asking her to die. But nothing worked out for him. And all this for the reason that the bodyguard used the lion's roar, which prevented the killer from carrying out his plan. The killer ran away, but the bodyguard remained in place with mother and daughter and thought that fortunately they were okay. Having run to a safe distance, the killer realized that fortunately no one was pursuing him at that moment. Getting into the car with his partner, he told him that things were bad. Then he finally got into the car and they drove off. The partner asked if they had failed. The killer answered positively and added that since their third was not in the van, he could set up an ambush. One of them further said that all they could do now was wait for news. And at that moment the main character was already riding behind them on a motorcycle. They eventually arrived at a place that was considered their rallying point in case something went wrong. While waiting, they saw someone running towards them. One of them said that the third had returned. The second questioned why it happened so quickly. One told the third that he had failed because the target had been picked up and it seemed that someone was watching over them, so he should pay more. Another suggested contacting the client. The third suggested visiting their friend. Approaching his friend, one of them patted him and said that today he failed again, and those people turned out to be very cruel, and he also realized that he should have listened to him. Having used the weapon at that moment against their comrade, the main character reported that this thing works well. One of them asked who he was. Another of them asked where he had taken their brother. The main character replied that he was under the bed. One of them asked if he wanted them to name the client. The main character asked who told them that he needed this, and added that he only wanted to know what account they had on the site. They then took out their knife and sword, and one of them suggested killing the main character, because they definitely didn't want to reveal this. He told one of them who attacked him that he was an idiot, because metal conducts electricity very well, and even children know this. Another of them, hearing this, tried to attack with his bare hands. The main character said that the human body also conducts electricity, and moreover it is an improved version with supernatural abilities. After this, the main character asked one of them if he was the boss and if he would tell who the client was. One of them said that he doesn't know, and since he knows about the octopus site, he knows about privacy. Another told him that the main character did not want to leave them alive. After this, the boss asked the main character if he wanted to detain them. He answered positively and added that in his opinion they should not live at all. The boss asked his brothers to help him strike the client when he got to him. The main character asked why he should do this, and the boss told him that they were deceived, because the client did not say that they would meet a person like him. After these words, the main character promised not to use electric shock. Meanwhile, the bodyguard came somewhere and opened the lock, thinking that he was getting old and that making money was not easy and that it was hard work. He never imagined that he would come here to gain strength. Opening the door, he answered the call and said that he was fine. After that, he took off his mask. Then he went to the website and said that he was injured and that he needed time to recover. The main character replied that the task was completed and there was no longer any need to protect. He also asked to go to the address and deal with the corpses for 20,000. The main character, being not far from the indicated address, saw a blackbird and was surprised because they shouldn't be in the city. Seeing Fushen come running and the blackbird flying towards him, the main character realized that it turns out that this bird is his eyes and ears, and that is how he holds his breath and becomes invisible. Next, he took out corpse powder and sprinkled it on the corpses. The main character is familiar with this old trick, but he was surprised to see it in action at this time. Fushen was glad that the job was done, the corpses were removed and the surveillance was completed. After talking with the client, they completed the cooperation. The main character transferred the payment, and Fushen was glad that this time he earned quite a lot. Although he risked his life, he will be able to cover the next medical expenses, and now he will finally be able to go home and eat fried pork. At that moment, something dazzled in his eye, and he decided to see what was there, and there was a message about the transfer of $12, after which the account balance was $10,012. He wrote to the main character that it was only 120 yuan, and he replied that he did not specify the currency, and that in Canadian dollars it was exactly 120,000. Fushen tried to write something else, but there was nowhere to write. Then $500,000 were transferred to him, and he realized that, fortunately, the rewards for the missions were posted on the official website, and if this had not been monitored, the main character would have been able to deceive him. The next day, the main character sat with his sister on the sofa and recalled that, unfortunately, he found only one flash drive out of the supposed 4 from those brothers. He inserted the flash drive and saw that the balance in the account was $880,000, and although he hired Fushen for $500,000, he received $880,000, that is, even with net profit. He wrote to the client that the goal had a defender, and therefore he had to pay more for the complexity, and eventually asked for half of the payment in advance. After the funds arrived, the main character realized that there was a good sponsor on the Octopus website, and he thought about publishing an advertisement for his murder, from which he could make good money. After that, the main character told his sister that Uncle Song said that today was a holiday and invited them to dinner. The sister agreed to go to him. While already visiting, Sun said that they just came to eat, and that for this it was not necessary to buy such expensive wine, because now it's hard to make money. The main character said that since he had already opened it, it could no longer be returned and offered to drink it. The director told the main character that he must fight with all his might. The main character replied that he works hard to earn money. The director added that he would no longer force him to study. The director also said that otherwise he would not be able to entrust his daughter to him. The daughter asked what he was talking about. Her mother told him he drank too much. The director asked him not to interrupt because this guy is energetic and his daughter has a stubborn disposition, with the help of which she was able to attract such a guy, and nothing can be done about it. Further, the director asked not to have any dates before graduation. After all, only after his daughter enters university will he stop worrying so much about her. The main character agreed with him and promised to continue to love KK until graduation. The director said that he is simply a miracle and a real man. The wife told her husband that he drank too much and was talking about it even when the guy was still too young. She further asked if they could already plan their future in advance. The director told her that she didn't understand. After all, despite his age, he is quite mature, and besides, he has a younger sister, and is already earning money without going astray. He also told the main character that they were not the ones who would be against it. Yang stood up and asked her daughter to stay with the guests while she went and took her drunken dad to rest. After they left, the main character stood up and told KK that in this case he would take his sister and leave. She wanted something about Mom, but he said that he understood everything, that they hoped that they would become good people and achieve success. KK asked him to believe her that she was not afraid of difficulties and was not afraid of anything at all, and her thoughts were that this was only when he was nearby. He replied that he believed her. After this, the main character came to teacher Jang. Seeing his wife, he said that he was her husband's student, and that he decided that he should go and see the teacher after leaving Sun's house. She said that she remembered him, because he often came to extra lessons and offered to go inside. Already at the table, she said that the teacher went to the pharmacy to buy medicine. He asked if he or she needed these medications, and who was generally unwell. She replied that the teacher had sprained his back a few days ago. He asked if she used Chinese medicine. She replied that she had health problems and usually resorted to Chinese traditional medicine, but the teacher was always afraid that the students might smell the medicine. She further said that she heard that he was dating the teacher's daughter. Suna added that girls at 17 18 years old, are very vulnerable and therefore everything will develop gradually for them. He realized that she was a kind woman. Then she suddenly stood up and screamed about the monster. After that, her mood changed dramatically again and she began to dance. She also started singing while dancing. He watched all this and did not understand what had happened, but he liked this song. She further said that the document indicated that Zhao Zilong single-handedly killed 7, grabbed a weapon and mounted a horse, after which he pointed at Cao Cao and shouted for this thief to stop talking nonsense. The main character still did not understand whether she was possessed or something else was happening. Then in another room he noticed the same blackbird bird, which was the eyes and ears of Fushin. At the same moment, teacher Jang came in and gave her something to drink, calming her down. After that, he told her that it was all his fault because he went to buy medicine and forgot that she was also sick. She replied that it was okay, because she just forgot to take her medications. The main character asked what happened. The teacher replied that she had been ill for many years. She used to be a member of the Q troop, but due to illness, she was forced to leave it and stay at home. He further added that this is a rather strange disease. Attacks happen once a day and last for an hour, and they can only suppress the attack. The main character said that his wife sings great. The main character said that since this was the case, then in that case she would not bother them anymore. And next time he would like to hear the full version of the song. The teacher said that he was very sorry that they could not sit longer. After he left, the wife told her husband that she had made a fool of herself in front of the student. He said that she was wrong, and that the student wanted to listen to her sing next time. She said that this student was kind. He said that Yang Xiaoyi's family did not like him. She said that in the future she thinks he or Keiki can help him, because they are good children. She told him that due to illness she could not give birth to a child for him, but she really wanted it. He said that it doesn't matter because after so many years he stopped even thinking about it, and besides, they are no longer young. He also added that since they don't have children, there are therefore no unnecessary problems with money, and he has also turned a lot gray over the past 2 years, and all this is due to constant problems. He further said that thanks to one deal, they can live peacefully for another 2 years. For their family, $500,000 is enough to pay for medications for 2-3 years in advance. In the morning, the main character thought that he could not imagine that Zhang was the same mercenary, and he did not understand why he had to engage in such a dangerous business. After that, he wrote to him on the website that he had transferred him the promised $120,000 and thought that the teacher was most likely having fun in bed now. After that, he saw a teacher who was teaching martial arts to someone. He approached him and asked him to teach him such beautiful blows. The teacher said that he did not teach and asked why he came here so early. Meanwhile, the teacher was wary, because he might spill his secret to him. The main character said that he had been weak since childhood. His bones were weak, and the fortune teller said that he would not live to see 20 years old, after which he asked the teacher if he was afraid of death. The teacher accused him of lying. The main character coughed, and the teacher asked if he was really sick. The main character answered negatively and added that it was nothing to worry about. After all, his life is worthless anyway. His mother went to prison, and it's better to die rather than live like this. After this, the teacher said that he would teach him. Although he is not a doctor and cannot help him with his illness, his body will benefit from learning the introductory techniques of qi practice and internal breathing. The teacher asked what kind of illness he had. He replied that chili pepper and tomato sauce caused discomfort and just a napkin is enough to solve all the problems. The teacher said that he would not teach him because he lied to him. The main character asked the teacher how dare he not keep his promises. After that, the main character said that he had to go to school now, but tomorrow morning he promised to come on time. When he left, he realized that there were some shortcomings in his skills and abilities that needed to be addressed. The next day, as promised, he came on time and, moreover, brought Zhang Lingsheng with him, who yesterday heard him talking about classes and also wanted to study. The teacher then began to teach them together, telling and showing them what and how to do correctly. After a while, Zhang Lingsheng was already lying on the ground and vomiting. The teacher realized that he was generally a hopeless student. He had slightly different thoughts about the main character. In his opinion, he was a little better than Jang, but still just as irresponsible. At some point, the teacher realized that if this continued, he would be furious and asked the 2 new students to practice basic skills while he rested. They practiced for a while, and the main character said that they could leave. Zhang stopped and was also about to leave, but the main character asked him to continue. He asked why he should continue unlike him. The main character replied that it was all because of beauty. He thinks he's beautiful so he can leave, but he's ugly so he has to keep training. Already at night, the main character came to Jang's house and did something to him, hoping that he would not let him down in the future. A few days later, the main character noticed that the techniques their teacher was teaching were very interesting. The breathing technique is especially breathtaking. But this is still not enough because he cannot break a glass at a distance of 3 meters. But this is only the beginning, because mastering any martial art takes more time. At that moment, someone knocked on the door and he opened it but did not recognize who was behind it. When asked by the main character who he is, Gu Kang replied that they met a couple of years ago. After this, the main character said that he remembered and asked how he came and why. Gu Kang asked where his daughter Gu Xiaoye was now. The main character did not want to answer his question and did not invite him to come in. Gu Kang said that they needed to talk and came in uninvited. Sitting down on the sofa, he said that it was soft and that in general he lived well. He also suggested that the TV and air conditioning were most likely also expensive. He also said that a few years ago his mother secretly took money from his house to help him and his grandmother. The main character asked to say directly what he wants. He went on to say that a couple of years ago he was quiet and timid, and he didn't expect that he had changed so much. After that, he decided to get to the point and announced his desire to take his daughter. The main character began to ask questions whether he was able to take care of her, whether he planned to abandon his daughter while he himself was drinking shamelessly, or whether he would give her to his scumbag brother or mother. Next, Gu Kang asked the main character to shut his mouth and told him that his brother was an honest man and that there was no need to try to anger him. The main character said that he understands that he doesn't care about his daughter and asked how much he wants. He replied that he wanted 3,000. The main character said that he was ready to pay another 1,000 on top if today he would go with him to pick her up from school and then have dinner with them, like her father, and only after that would he let him go. After picking up her daughter from school, she began to cry when she saw her dad. He asked her not to cry. The main character said that she can't help but cry, because now her dad is here, who can't even imagine how she was hurt in his brother's house. The daughter told him that her uncle beat her and her aunt did not let her eat, locked her in the toilet and doused her with cold water. She further expressed a desire to see her mother and asked where he was. She continued to cry. Her father did not answer her questions and stories, and the main character suggested going to eat. They came to the cafe and she tried to feed Dad. He said that he was not hungry and she could eat more. She told him that she had many friends and that everyone wanted to play with her. The teacher loves her too and treats her with treats. And the father sat in a state of shock all this time. The main character understood that no matter what he did, he could not replace her parents, and in fact, in her memories, her father was not the same as he is now. This family was also happy before. Her parents rejoiced at her first steps and achievements. It's just that at some point my father became interested in gambling and became less and less human. They eventually left the cafe after eating and talking. The father told the engraved hero that he had done everything he asked and now he needed to go. The main character took his sister from his arms and asked if he should take care of her and make up for lost time. After all, she was his own daughter. His father said that he was still small and did not understand anything. The main character replied that if he were not her father, he would not even talk to him, and said that if he had even a drop of humanity left, he could stay for the weekend. He replied that there could be no days off, because he had a lot to do and he had to meet with one person. The main character realized that Gu Kang decided not to use his chance and he decided to act differently. He called Lei after that and asked him to do something for him because he was in a hurry and couldn't do it. Meanwhile, Gu Kang came to KTV and met with someone. The man said that he was too slow because he asked him to be here at 10 o'clock because his brother was leaving. He replied that he could not have come earlier. Next, that man suggested that they come up and meet his brother Van, nicknamed the Tiger. In Jinling City, everyone knows his name. They met and Wang told Gu Kang that he was very brave and that he would have a good reputation. Gu Kang said that he can rely on him in the future and hopes that he will take care of him and feed him. Wang replied that the food these days is rather bad. It seemed to the person who introduced them that Ban was dissatisfied with the lateness of his friend, with whom he introduced him. Van suggested leaving. Gu Kang said that he would pay the bill first and only then could he leave. When leaving, Van asked his brother to take his friend to the company, and tomorrow they would meet with him. The brother asked his friend to be sure to pick up the phone tomorrow. A friend promised that he would be in touch. Gu Kang thought about it. It cost him 1,000 to 2,000, and it looks like Chen Nuo has money. Therefore, he decided to find an excuse to come to him again. Then he noticed the girl and asked her name. She replied that people call her Shan Shan. He invited her to leave. She replied that there are no people here who go outside and it looks like he is here for the first time. He said that even if so, he serves a well-known guy, and in the end they went. He tried to kiss her, but she asked her to wash her face first. He agreed. He then went into the shower, and in his heart he realized that in prison he existed and did not live, and that now he would have a good time. At that moment, the girl's brother came and saw Gu Kang in the shower not far from her and grabbed him by the head and dragged him out of the shower. He tried to convince him that he was mistaken and he didn't want to fuck her, but it was useless. The brother told the girl, whose real name was Lily, that he would not let a bad person near her, so he suggested that Gu Kang discuss how he was going to pay for his mistakes. He further thought that Lei was saying that the average health insurance costs 4,000 yuan, so he needs to think about how to deal with it, without consequences. The next day, Gu Kang left the hospital in the afternoon and realized that he had just left prison, but he had already made enemies for himself, and in most cases it was not his fault. After that, his friend finally got through to him and accused him of not keeping his promises. He explained to him that there had been a small incident last night, and he had just left the hospital and his phone was dead. Then he came to Van and he asked if the main character was the child his wife gave birth to, and if this child was rich. Gu Kang replied that he was very rich. The house was well equipped and most likely he had a lot of savings. Van liked it. But after the owner's legs have been injured, it is now dangerous to act thoughtlessly and you need to be very careful and think everything through in advance. He further told the beaten man that he was the man who was brought by Xiao Yun, and therefore he would lend him a helping hand, and they would do everything as needed. He thanked him for his help. The next morning in the park, teacher Jang realized that Jang was learning quite well and quickly. The teacher also realized during these couple of days that Lin Shen could be molded into a good fighter. He is a little stupid and weak, but his physical attributes are good. His body, bones, tendons, everything is the best. But on the other hand, Chen Nuo spent 3 days fishing and drying nets for 2 days. But today he didn't come and he still needs to train more. But at that moment, he still came. The teacher saw him and asked what kind of species it was and whether he had come here on foot. The main character replied that that was exactly how it was. This time his sister came out from behind her brother and asked the teacher why he was scolding him. The teacher replied that my uncle had a loud voice and did not swear, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Then the teacher offered to take her and feed her delicious food, and he eventually took her somewhere. On the way, she told the teacher that her dad came to see her last week and left immediately, and her brother said that he was away on a business trip. Next, the main character approached Jang and praised him for his hard work. Jang replied that the teacher told him that he wanted to organize an official community, and he wanted to talk to him. But he did not come. The main character said that it simply means to hold a ceremony of worshipping the teacher and asked when to do it. He replied that according to the teacher, he would skip lunch and offer incense and also mentioned tea. Jang added that after this they will be brothers and asked if he would be his brother. The main character replied that he needed to think about it. And while the main character, having made a decision, told Jang that he would always call him brother, the teacher approached them. The teacher asked the main character what they had already planned during these 5 minutes of his absence. The main character replied that they were just discussing apprenticeship with their brother. The teacher asked if this was true. Jang confirmed the protagonist's words. The teacher further said that they could already decide this among themselves, but when he arrived in the city of Jinling, he accepted one student who would be their elder brother. At the same moment, Xiaoyan knocked on Lao Qing's door and said that a car with Mr. Zhao was approaching, and therefore he should open the door. Van looked out the window and wondered why he also came to school this weekend and who else came with him. And with him in the same car came a very beautiful girl. The teacher at school announced to the students that the last exam was next week. Today is Monday, less than 2 weeks left to prepare, so you need to hurry. The teacher also added that there would be a school meeting in the afternoon. At 2 o'clock, everyone must go for exercises and gather at the school playground. The main character asked K.K. to ask his teacher for time off after lunch. She asked if he wanted to skip class again. He replied that Lei had some business to do at the store and needed to help. He further promised that he himself would deal with her rivals, and when Zhang Yingzi's affairs were settled, Li Yingwan would return home and realize that fortunately she was banned from coming to school this month. Otherwise, things would have been more complicated. At the meeting, the teacher announced that in the future they would gradually expand the school's academic buildings and dormitories, renovate the cafeteria, and build a library. Jang asked the girl if she wanted to say something while everyone clapped their hands. She refused. She was looking for the main character and remembered that their first meeting with him was quite mysterious. A classmate asked KK to pay attention to this girl, who was already quite an adult and dressed well. He went on to say that even though this woman is wearing sunglasses, he can feel her carefully studying their team, as if she is looking for someone. The main character, meanwhile, was at home and was deciding what to do, because before the assassination mission expired, he tried to contact the client twice, but did not receive an answer. At that very moment, a notification appeared that the task had expired, and he decided that it was time to play arsonist. He realized that since the client did not respond to messages and did not cancel the task, it means that he probably realized that the task was difficult to complete and was waiting for it to expire automatically. Next, he saw that a new task appeared immediately after the end of the previous one, which this time was more improved in order to attract more people. He applied for execution and decided that he needed to delve into the internal affairs of the enemy and be serious about it. After submitting the application, he decided to wait for its approval. Half an hour later, the application was accepted, and a notification appeared that after completing the task, he would be able to increase the level. Seeing 6 candidates, he was glad that none of them even realized that there was a rat on their side. However, to be safe, you will need to add another layer of insurance. At this moment, the teacher was also online, and the main character offered him 300,000 yuan for his help, of which he is ready to pay half immediately. Seeing that the money was credited, the teacher wondered why he was so generous this time. Is there really something wrong here? Next, he decided to go ask for leave. After all, even though the family has money, it is always not enough, and this mission is in his area, and he will be able to take care of Chaokun. The boss thought while in the bathroom that she was looking forward to his frightened expression when he saw her. Then the girl called her and she told her that she had been gone for a couple of days and that she already missed her. The girl said that this time her proposal was accepted and she should try to complete the assignment without incident. She said that this time she made a lot of money and suggested that the girl go to Las Vegas because they could buy a lot of wine and then gamble and watch girls pole dancing. The girl said that she is only 9 years old and her consciousness is just developing, so she asks not to tell her that. She told her that at her age she had already started drinking, and besides, she had also already tasted rum in the cake. The girl said that if she did this again, she would leave her for someone else and that one guy had already promised her to give her all the books of the monks. Sometime later she realized that after being sick her head was pounding. But what's even worse is that you need to find the main character. Next, she decided that first she would take a short walk in the fresh air. After all, in any case, there is no useful information now. Li Yingwan suggested that her mother go for a walk, because sitting at home all day is boring. Meanwhile, she remembered that the main character had reported last night about a new danger looming, and that the killer needed to be caught. Just as she was leaving the room, Ani came out from the next room and asked if she wanted to go for a walk. Li Yingwan replied that she was only going for a walk with her mother. Ani wished them good fun and realized that it was a pity that it coincided that she was so beautiful. The main character found it strange that the killers were so patient because Li Yingwan walks the streets with his mother, but it seems no one is going to kill them. Teacher Jang realized that the view from here is not bad, but his view on the second floor is better, and since it was already 8 o'clock, it seemed to him that nothing would happen today. Uni saw the bird and, becoming interested in it, landed it on herself and asked where its owner was. She really wanted to meet him, since she had not met people who could communicate with birds and animals for a long time. Seeing Ani coming towards him, the teacher realized that the girl had powerful strength, because even just a glance makes her hair stand on end, and this feeling is similar to being forced by blood magic when meeting an enemy. She approached him and told him that she initially took the task on a whim, but did not think that he would accept it too. She further said that in her opinion he also wanted to see her again, calling him an arsonist and a criminal. The teacher didn't quite understand her and asked what was going on and who the arsonist was anyway. Seeing that the girl followed the teacher, he wondered where she came from and why she followed him. At that moment, he looked at the chat and realized that all 5 accounts belonged to this girl, the Queen of the Starry Sky. After that, the main character ran to save teacher Jang. Meanwhile, the teacher understood that in the fight against this girl, he could only rely on his reflexes, developed through many years of training. But they couldn't help him in his fight against it at all. She almost killed him with her abilities, but at some point he managed to convince her that he was not an arsonist and miraculously survived. At this moment, teacher Jang fainted, and a bottle flew towards her, which she grabbed and wondered if he really had friends. Then this bottle exploded, which she could not have expected because teacher Jang did not have any abilities, and her friends were unlikely to be stronger than him. She activated her defense at that moment and wondered what kind of power this was and whether it was a false maneuver. She was not happy that she had not caught the real arsonist and did not understand who attacked her. At that moment, her student called her. She answered and said that she had finally spoken to her. At that moment, the student asked what she was doing and why she took on some small work without her consent while she was supposed to complete a large order. She asked not to be angry, but the student said that she had spent a lot of effort to make her a queen, but now she had not followed the path that she had laid out for her. She told her that they had quarreled, and after her arrival she spent almost all the money. And since all her money is usually under her control, she could not ask her and therefore decided to earn some extra pocket money. The girl said that she had already cancelled this order, and she might not fulfill it. She also managed to raise her score to the highest on the market and asked her to finish her business and return home. The main character advised Li Yingwan and her mother not to return to the hotel for several days and to change their place of residence, because this time the killer is very cunning, and he needs to figure out what is happening. After the call, the main character began to heal the teacher, and at the same time wondered what this woman was doing in Jinling and why she needed the task of killing Jiang Yingzi. And is she really angry with people from the internet, beating them up when they meet? Fortunately, teacher Lao Zhang was not too badly injured, but there is some damage to the lungs and internal organs. The main character helped him with internal breathing, and when he wakes up, he will be able to recover faster with it. He said deliriously that he really wasn't an arsonist and she was mistaken. The main character thought that this time he really didn't want to do this to him. He realized that perhaps this woman had come on important business. She can easily crush any A-level organization, and she doesn't have to deal with such little things herself. He further hoped that her presence here would not affect the person he wanted to protect. After all, even if he had been in the prime of his life in a past life, he still would not have been able to win against her. He realized that even with his current strength, he could get into her lap. With these thoughts, he came to the cafe and ordered a plate of red stewed rice, a large bowl of ramen, meat and eggs. But he was informed that they were closing. The main character asked to add more green onions and fried lamb, and also thin noodles and less coriander. The cook asked if he was paid because he was so generous. The main character said that their ramen is very healthy for him, and he needs to eat it from time to time. At that moment, the Star Queen entered the same establishment. Trying not to notice her, he asked to change the garlic and asked how long they had been storing it, because half of it had already dried up. He mentally persuaded himself not to panic, that she definitely wasn't looking for him, and when he saved the old man, she definitely couldn't see him and it was just a coincidence. But in his opinion, you shouldn't be too calm now either. She approached him and asked if she was beautiful. He responded positively, and she also complimented him that he was handsome too. When asked if the noodles were tasty, he replied that they were not bad, but the owner here is a little stingy and spares meat. She also added that he was cute and that after he eats, he needs to hurry home. At that moment, the owner of the establishment came out and said that he had run out of green onions, so he would not be able to cook lamb with green onions with them. An hour later, he asked the main character why he was eating so slowly today, and asked him to do it quickly, because he needed to close himself. The girl complained to the owner that he did not ask what she wanted to eat. The owner asked why ask her this if she was not here to eat noodles. She reported that she thought his guests were happy with the food and that's why she wanted to try it too. The owner said that he was now busy with the young man, and therefore she needed to wait. After she reported that she was in a hurry and that it was already quite late, the owner decided to serve her anyway. She asked the owner if he really is as they describe him, and if he really thinks about every step. He replied that it seemed like she had only heard bad things about him. She said that she knew that the Shu family once had a boy with the surname Guo. He was very talented. The head of the clan even gave him his daughter. In competitions held every 3 years, he defeated all opponents. He said it was him. She asked why he ran away then, because he was trained by the best elder, and he ran away before the competition and injured 7 or 8 sect members. Because of this, his sect suffered great losses. The losses in these competitions were terrible. If she had not heard about this act, she would not have been able to accept the order to arrest him. He said they were forcing him to get married. She said that he got married anyway. He added that there are 6 girls in their family and he likes 4 according to seniority, and they gave him 5. He said that she weighs 160 kilograms and looks ugly, and that's why he didn't want to marry her. He is very talented, and in 3 years he has reached such a level that the master is no match for him, and in his opinion he deserves better. During his 10 years of service to the sect, he brought a lot of fame and benefit. He made wonderful plans for the future. But someone came up to him, grabbed his hand, and asked him to marry a girl who eats at least 10 times a day. She said that no matter what he said, she received the task and now she could not let him go. She tried to arrest him, starting to destroy everything around her. He asked her to go to another place so as not to destroy everything here irrevocably. They went further to Nusho Mountain and she asked him there if he still intended to give up, because he just needed to go with her without resistance. He said that he managed to get out of there and live freely in this world, and she came and decided to destroy everything. Then he asked what the Sue clan promised her. She spoke of an ore vein. He laughed and said that there is nothing good in this sect. He lived and worked there for so many years and never saw them be so generous, and now they pay so well to arrest him. She confronted him with the fact that either he would obediently give in and suffer less or vice versa. He attacked her with a strong attack and said that either he would have freedom or death. But she activated protection, and these attacks had no effect on her. She said that he was not her opponent, so it was better for him to surrender, and added that she would severely cripple him if he did not surrender. She pushed him away and threw something, which he caught, and asked what kind of light it was. She replied that this is the Zhu family's secret technique that no one can resist. At that moment he realized that she was right, and that now he needed to think about how to at least avoid death. Watching all this, he realized that old man Guo was as strong as he was, and if he were in his place today, he would be finished. But she has a weak point that Guo is unlikely to be able to discern. But he was wrong. Guo noticed and asked her if she was afraid of water. She answered this question positively. Guo told her that if she did, she wouldn't catch him. She said that now he had managed to anger her completely and turned her back to him, leaving. She approached the tree where the main character was and decided to climb out to this particular tree. While no one noticed him, the main character managed to hide from all of them in the water. Then she walked from the tree in her balloon through the air towards him, thinking that this way she would be able to avoid falling into the water. But at some point she lost her ball when it came into contact with water and began to sink. At that moment, old man Guo's wife appeared next to her and asked how she dared to offend her husband. Before she even noticed her, Uni thought that everything was fine now and she definitely wouldn't drown. Then, after hitting her with her palm, she recognized her. This woman asked her husband if he was okay. He answered positively. Ani then asked Fifth Lady Shui why she hit her, since she was there to help her catch that man. She told her that he was originally her husband and she had no need to catch him. In addition, she is not the fifth, but the fourth sister. Ani asked what the difference was between them. The sister said that her husband loved her, and she ran away with him. She also heard that it was ordered that her husband be arrested and brought back, and so she must deal with it. Swimming up to Ani, the sister said that even if she couldn't kill her, she could definitely take away her abilities. After this, Ani fainted, and meanwhile the wife came up to her husband and asked how he was and whether he was in pain. He asked her to stop because most likely he would die if she continued to beat him. She further noticed that the wound medicine was saturated with water, and she did not know what to do. He replied that there was nothing wrong with that because first you need to get rid of the bounty hunter. She offered to kill her. He agreed and said that this woman is very strong, and he is not her rival and does not even know where they found such a capable master. After they decided to kill this girl, they heard voices convincing them that they needed to be merciful. The wife asked if the accomplice was talking to them and if he was playing hide and seek, and then asked them to leave. After that, the wife and husband leaned back to back and the husband asked to go out and talk. The wife said that she heard that Mount Nisho is a sacred place for Buddhists, and that this place is the birthplace of some sect. Further, the main character said that the Creator has a kind, compassionate heart, and that it is useless to kill evil at every step, because it is better to listen to them and leave. The wife said that she hears voices from all sides, and it seems that no one wants to come out. The husband asked who this great monk was from the sacred mountain, and why he did not come out, after which he invited his wife to listen to him and leave. After they left, the main character approached the girl and realized that her mental strength was severely damaged, and most likely it would take a long time to awaken from the coma. He picked her up and along the way suggested that she could kill her wife with one breath, but she hit her because she didn't resist, and used her back to redirect the blow there. Then he realized that if he carried her this way, she would not fall in love with him, and therefore he needed to carry her differently. An hour later they were already at his house, and he, having found something, assumed that it should be suitable. While undressing her, he said that it wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but she was soaking wet, and water in the wild is dirty, so he needed to wash it off first. He went on to say that he really doesn't want to do anything bad, but what he is doing is necessary. After bathing her and changing her clothes, he realized that he had many grievances against this woman in a past life, but now he cannot leave her. Laying her on the bed, he told her that today she would sleep in his sister's room, and in the meantime he would sleep on the sofa in the living room. Then, using his abilities, he suggested that restoring her spiritual powers would be a rather long process, and that she would sleep like this for approximately 2-3 days. He wondered if anyone would believe him if he told someone that this queen had fallen today. In a past life, they traveled together to Antarctica to complete a mission, but when the ice broke, they fell into the water. After rescuing her, he asked her if he had hydrophobia, because people of their level could dive underwater for several hours without any problems. She asked if he touched her ass. He replied that he saved her, she clung to him, and it was quite possible that he touched her by mistake. She said that if this was rephrased, the answer would be positive, and after that she kicked him in the head. At this moment, after the memories, he said that he not only touched her, but also pinched her. Then he noticed that she woke up and got scared, fearing revenge for this many times more seriously than in her previous life. He quickly removed his hands from her and she asked him if he was her husband. He answered in the negative and asked why she said that. She also wondered what she had just said and why. After that, she asked him what this place was, who she was, and why she didn't remember anything. She further said that she heard a woman's voice calling her husband and did not understand if it was her. She also said that as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw him and felt that he was touching her. At this moment, the main character wondered if this woman was really abnormal. But this time she did not beat him, but simply grabbed his hand and continued asking questions about herself. He asked if she really didn't remember anything. Then she went on the attack, continuing to ask questions. He realized that she had gotten angry too quickly. She was sure that he wanted to kill her while she was sleeping, and that's why he was bad. At the same time, he understood that this could be the end, and said that he was not bad, and that he was her husband. While she stopped killing him and continued asking questions, he realized that this was a shame, because he was saddled by a woman, which should not be allowed. Next, he invited his wife to tell everything in order and asked not to worry. She got up from him and he began to tell her that her name was Lu Yi, that this was their house and that they had been married for more than a year. At first they had a fun and sweet life, until one day she went crazy. He further added that she doesn't remember anything and treats him like a stranger, making a mess everywhere. He started crying and convinced her that it was true. But he never blamed her honestly. He promised that he could bear it and hoped that one day everything would be the same as before. Next, he drew her attention to the fact that despite the fact that the house is old, all the equipment in it is new, and that all this is because she broke all the old ones. He further offered to take her to his father, who was also sick. Taking her to teacher Jang, he said that her father had suffered a heart attack and they were trying to cure him, but they had a difficult financial situation, and she was constantly making it worse. She said that she didn't believe him, and if they got married, then there must be some photos or documents. He replied that it was all gone. After all, a few months ago, she got sick and burned everything. She asked a little nervously how he would now prove that he was her husband. He replied that she had a mole the size of a grain in a hidden place on her body. This time she understood that since he knew such details, it meant it was true. Next, she asked what his name was. He replied that his name was Li Yu, and realized that now she was definitely in his power. After that, she asked for his forgiveness for trashing the house again and almost killing him. He forgave her, and replied that they would still be together, and he also asked her not to do this next time. At that moment, he realized that he was barely restraining himself from laughing, because she had finally completely fallen for it all. Having put her to sleep, he suggested that she needed a little more sleep for final recovery. After that, he took her and carried her. On the way, he said that he was kind today because he saved her life. Half an hour later, they were already on Nusho Mountain, where he put her down and said that the fact was that everything had gotten out of control, and in desperation he lied to her in order to stay alive, and if her memory returned, then his 10 lives would not enough. He further added that if she were a reasonable person, they would have been critical. But women can be unreasonable, go crazy, and act rashly. When leaving, he said that he just wants to live and save everyone who is dear to him, and said that he does not want her to interfere with him. The main character hoped that she would be okay. Even though she is a queen, she is a fool, and that is why he is not going to return. 5. He saw the car and decided that he would still go quickly and check it out. After all, he knows that this woman is stupid, so she has always been helped by a student who follows on her heels. And now she is injured and has lost her memory. Returning to the place, he did not find her and began to worry about her. Diving into the water, he didn't find her there either and began to worry even more. Returning to land, he remembered that this mountain is 4 to 5 kilometers from the university campus, and there are no large animals on this mountain, so they could not carry it away. In addition, there are no traces on the ground, which means that no one took it. Then he hoped that this was so and decided to return home, go to the site and publish a post that might anger her. And if there was no answer, he asked Lei to find her. Half an hour later, he returned to his house with thoughts of finding her. But at some point she called him. He asked where she had gone because he woke up in the middle of the night and found that she was gone and was scared, after which he began to look for her everywhere. She replied that she woke up by the lake and ran away scared. He asked how she found the way. She replied that she did not know this, but somehow she was still able to find him. Assuming that she found him by smell, he wondered how this game of spouses could end, because now, in his opinion, he would definitely never be able to get rid of her. Then he invited her to go and feed her if she was hungry. After all, there is nowhere to buy food in the middle of the night. She agreed to this. While she was eating, he asked her if she remembered anything. She replied that she really still didn't remember anything from what happened before she woke up. She also asked if there was something she could ask him. And after his positive answer, she asked if she understood correctly that they were not ordinary people. She further added that they fought with him at night in a way that ordinary people cannot fight. After that, she said that after waking up by the lake, she felt his breath and this power that she could not describe in words. And besides, she walked very quickly, and in her opinion, ordinary people cannot do that. She asked him to talk about it. He replied that it was a long story. She said he could take his time so she could listen while she ate. He realized that he needed to invent something again, and he began to tell a fictitious story that it was 10 years ago when the peach trees bloomed. The villains tracked down a 10-year-old boy and got lost in the mountains. The child asked for help while the villain ran after him and said that he had not taken calcium today, and that is why his legs hurt. A girl living in the mountains saved the boy, took him in and taught him martial arts. A lonely man and woman fell in love in the mountains, and finally they crossed the border of morality and the forbidden zone of love. The girl listening to this asked why she had a feeling of déjà vu from such familiarity. The main character replied that this is all for the reason that this is her experience. Later she got sick, and she still had to look after his father. So they came down from the mountains. She further said that it was really hard for him all these years, judging by his words, and he should take care of her and his father. He replied that as long as they were together, they could overcome any adversity. After that, he decided that he needed to send her away quickly, and as soon as she woke up, she would be finished. The next morning, the girl woke up and went to the bathroom. While she was getting water, she heard a woman's voice. This voice belonged to Li Yingwan, who called him and said that they were still scared. He told her that there was no need to worry, and that he would call when he was free. Seeing supposedly his wife next to him, he was frightened and realized that she had not made the slightest sound when approaching him. She asked him who he was talking to and why she heard a woman's voice. He replied that this girl was collecting electricity bills and asked what she was doing. She replied that she felt uncomfortable because he was cleaning the house after the pogrom and preparing food, and that she wanted to do something too. She also said that she could take care of his dad for him. Taking the bowl of cold water from her hands, he asked her not to worry, because he wanted to take him for examination and then continue treatment. She wanted to go with him. He reminded her that she was sick, and that the hospital would be difficult for her, because when she got there, she would get angry easily, so it was better for her not to go there. She agreed with him. He went on to say that if she wanted to help, she could peel a bag of potatoes in the kitchen. She agreed, saying that she would do an excellent job with this task. While taking teacher Lao Jiang out of the house, he asked the girl to stay at home and not leave. He said that she could watch TV if she got bored, and in the meantime he promised to return soon. At this time, the teacher's wife saw the bird and remembered that it was his eyes. The bird returned, but he did not return. Having gone out to search, she remembered that no one answered the calls, and at night the phone was completely turned off. Drozd led her to the main character's house and sat on the balcony. She decided to look for him here since the bird brought her here. Seeing such a charming woman opening the door for her, she asked her where her husband was. The girl did not understand the question and repeated what she asked. She entered the house without permission and began to search it, hoping to find him there. The girl asked what kind of husband she was asking about, who she was, and why she broke into someone else's house. The teacher's wife asked for forgiveness and said that it looked like she must have made a mistake, and wondered if she had really come to the wrong place and thought that this couldn't be true. Next, the teacher's wife began to talk about a common tradition that will last for a long time. In Juaxian County, Hebei Province, there live 3 hero brothers, and their surname is Li. At first glance they are the same, but they tend not to be born on the same day, but to die. The 3 brothers bowed and each took on their own surname. Since then they worked together, and all 3 would protect the Tang monk in the west and study the Buddhist scriptures. The girl noticed that she was also sick and felt guilty. The woman also said that there are demons, ghosts, and beauties in Xi'an. There, trials await everyone there at every corner, and she asked to listen to her again. According to the girl, she looks as pathetic as she does. She decided not to leave her alone and went with her. Along the way, she asked the woman where her home was and if she could contact her relatives. She also offered to take her to rest. The woman said that there was a relative who was waiting for her. They finally came to the kindergarten, and she said that they would take her daughter. The girl asked if she was in kindergarten now. The woman answered positively. Meanwhile, Wang asked Gu Kang if his daughter was really in kindergarten now. He answered positively, and Van then said that they would leave after he took the child. The brother asked the boss if this was a kidnapping, because if someone calls the police, no one will be able to escape. Wang replied that Gu Kang is the biological father of the child, and that is why it will not be considered kidnapping. Next, the brother asked to look at the woman. Wang said that he had had this feeling all day that something serious was going to happen, and suddenly this woman appeared. After that, he said that she was very beautiful and invited them all to come out and approach her. The girl told the teacher's wife that she would wait for her at this place. According to Van, the girls from the shelter cannot compare with this beauty, and if there weren't a lot of people, he would have tied her up. But her father took her out of kindergarten. The girl asked him where his brother was, and he also said that they would go to eat together. Van told the girl that her brother was already waiting for her at the place, and that she and her dad had come to take her to eat with him. The teacher's wife came up to them and called the girl. The girl recognized mother-son. The woman asked if she had changed her mind about calling her that. The girl answered negatively. Van asked what was going on. Gu Kang replied that he also did not understand anything of what was happening. Next, Wang asked the woman who she was. The woman, without answering their question, asked them the same thing. Wang replied that they were friends of her father. Gu Kang replied that he was the father of this child. The woman didn't believe it and said that she had never seen him and that was why he couldn't leave. The father asked what was the matter. The woman then asked the girl if it was her father. The girl confirmed. The woman said after that that the girl would not go with him and she would take her. The father said that he would take her himself. The girl asked Son to let her go with her dad, who would take her to her brother. After that, Van said that they had finally decided everything. Son said that since the girl was her daughter, she would go with her. The boss understood that this woman was weak, but there were a lot of people around, and therefore there was no need to panic. When they decided to all get into the car and leave, the girl decided to go with them and asked them to wait. She said that she was worried about her aunt, so she would go with her. Van agreed because it was just lunch, and since the family was so friendly, he asked them all to get into the car. At that moment, the boss did not believe that he was so lucky that he would receive an award and such a beauty to boot. Arriving home, the main character, not finding the girl at home, realized that something was wrong here and wondered where she was now. He went out and started searching, but at that moment Gu Kang called him and said that he had brought his younger sister for lunch. The main character said that they had nothing to talk about and he did not want to judge him for his inhumane actions, so he asked me to say what he wanted. The girl's father said that he wants 50,000. The main character agreed and asked where to bring them. The girl's father said that he was in Jefengtan, and that after arriving he should give his name, after which he would be brought to meet him. After the call, the main character realized that everything seemed not so simple, and it looked like nothing would change the way he expected. Next, the whole family arrived at the backyard of the shelter, after which they entered the building and Van suggested that they take a walk to the 3rd floor because they could eat there. He warned his subordinates that if any screams were heard, they should not get up and check what was happening. One of the subordinates said that there was nothing to worry about and that they would carry out the order. Already there, sitting down at the table, he told the beauty and the child's godmother that they could order whatever they wanted and that the people who were here would do it all. The girl asked for a drink. The boss supported this idea. The woman asked if she could really place an order. The boss replied that he had invited them to his place, and of course it was true. The woman ended up ordering steamed lamb, venison, roast chicken, roast goose, duck, sweet and sour chicken, Bacon, jerky, sausage, smoked chicken, and pork with rice. The boss realized that this old woman was causing problems, and that was why she needed to be made to pay for all this. After all, she ordered too many things. After some thought, the boss asked Gu Kang to take his daughter and godmother to a separate room next door and prepare a table for them. After all, they smoke and drink here, and this has a bad effect on children. The boss asked the girl what kind of wine she drinks and listed that they have everything, including white and red. The girl decided to try everything. He praised her for her courage. The girl's father told the boss that he would be there in half an hour when he finished his ordered juice to cool down on such a hot day. The boss laughed and told the girl that she had excellent eyesight and that she noticed everything correctly. The girl's father suggested drinking juice first. The girl refused and said that she only likes alcohol. The boss remembered that drinking alcohol on an empty stomach makes you drunk faster and decided that he couldn't wait another second. At that moment, the girl asked the girl's father for a mobile phone and he gave it to her. The main character saw a call from the girl's father and wondered if he really decided to raise the price again, because they had already called recently. Having received the call, he heard the girl ask for forgiveness and asked him to come and pick her up from where she was, because she seemed to have met bad people and this annoyed her. According to the boss, she made a mistake by telling her husband that they were bad while being nearby. After all, they are not deaf and hear everything. The main character realized that he was more nervous than her because the father took his daughter. But since the girl took his phone, it means that they are together. He further asked if she was okay. She replied that so far everything was fine and asked if he would come. He replied that he was already on his way and asked not to do anything rash. She agreed and said goodbye that she would go drink. And after that she started drinking and asked the boss to drink with him. After all, if he refuses, she will break his neck. The main character decided that she could do bad things when she was drunk and told her that she shouldn't drink and asked her to return the phone. She returned the phone, but no one heard his requests not to let her drink and she started drinking. At one point, she said that everyone should drink as much as she did, because otherwise they would say goodbye to life. The boss asked how she was going to kill someone for something like that. She suggested dropping from the top floor as one of the options. The boss said that he could not even imagine that the beauty had such a wonderful sense of humor. Everyone nearby except her laughed with him. 20 minutes later, all of them were drunk. Someone felt bad. Someone could no longer continue. Someone thought that women get drunk faster, but were convinced of something else. The boss asked to take him downstairs because he was very drunk. He also invited her to stay with him. Having heard her boss, she said that she had never allowed anyone to stop. After the boss, another person said that he didn't want to drink and she dragged him to the window, asking if he was sure that he wouldn't drink anymore. That man did not believe that his end of life would come now. The boss wondered what was going on and how she could drag someone else along. The man she dragged to the window finally refused to drink and she threw him out the window. After that, she said that she was disappointed, because it was unlikely that he would die by falling from just the 3rd floor. After that, she decided to continue. Gu Kang decided to leave, but the girl said that no one would leave today and the game would end when she said so, and she dragged him to the window. After he promised to drink, she let him go and he continued drinking under her close supervision. As soon as he decided not to finish the sip because he couldn't anymore, she hit him, asking if he was kidding him. The boss wondered what was wrong with her and why she was not at all like the other pretty girls, and at that moment she turned her attention to him. One guard asked another if the voice they heard belonged to the boss. Another replied that the boss said that whatever noise and shouting was coming from above, they had to stay put. In the dormitory, meanwhile, teacher Jang woke up and did not understand why he was in this place. Then he came home and called his wife and asked her why she was not at home. In addition, he noticed that she had not taken her medicine today. She asked him who he was. He realized that she had forgotten everything again and said that he was her husband and that his voice should be familiar to her. She said that there really was something familiar and asked me to continue. At that moment, the girl took the phone and said it was her. When asked where they were, she replied that they were in Jeffingtang and asked if he would come for them. He replied that he would be there soon. The teacher asked questions after the bell, why the main character went there to eat, why he took his sister and his wife with him. After all, this is a place to collect important shots. The main character at that moment had already arrived in the backyard and they began to ask him who he was. Having started beating the guards, he asked where the beautiful girl and child were. They replied that they were on the 3rd floor. Hearing the doors opening, the boss ran towards them and asked them to save him as soon as possible. But when he saw the main character, he got very scared and stopped asking him for anything. Seeing that this girl addressed the main character as her husband, The boss wondered why she did not say that her husband was a famous killer. The main character, meanwhile, asked where the girl was. She asked which other girl. He replied that with her there was a girl of 5, 6 years old, short and pretty. The girl replied that she was currently eating in the next room. Next, the main character reminded her of the request not to do anything and asked her if she obeyed. She responded positively, but decided to throw one out of the window when he got drunk. He praised her for this good idea, resulting in fate deciding whether a person will survive or not. The main character threw out the one she wanted to throw out and asked what about the bald guy. She replied that he wanted to get her drunk and take advantage of it. The bald man said that this was not so, and that since he did not know that it was his wife, he asked to be spared. He asked if he knew him, and if he had been to Li Qingshan's meeting last time. Baldy replied that he was there and that he did not touch his wife or do anything to her. The main character asked him if he was crazy. He replied that it was Gu Kang who deceived him. The main character asked that it would be better for him to endure than to say goodbye to life, and asked whether he himself would go into the eye or help him. He decided to do it himself, because this way he could at least choose a position with a chance of survival. After the bald man came out, the main character told the girl, addressing her as Lu Yi, that she was sick and that she should not leave the house. She corrected him by saying that she was Lu Shi. Next, the main character asked if she knew her nickname. She replied that she was the Star Queen. After that, he stepped back from her and asked who her student was. She replied that she had a student, Butterscotch. He further asked if she knew who he was. She replied that he was Chen Nuo and that he was her husband, and even though he was wearing a helmet, she still recognized him. She asked to catch her after that because she couldn't stand still. He did not catch her and said that in that case he should ask her again what her name was. She asked why he was asking this. After talking with her a little, he realized that when she is drunk she remembers a little about the past, but then immediately forgets it back. The main character walked with Lu Shi to the next room and heard that Song, the teacher's wife, was also there. He realized that there was no need to enter yet, and it would be very difficult to explain everything to Lu Shi. At this moment, teacher Jang also came. At this moment, nothing better came to his mind than to lead Lu Shi back, not letting her meet the teacher. They went back to where they came from, and he invited her to drink juice, saying that this wine was much better than what she drank. While she was drinking, his teacher called him. When asked where he was, he replied that he was working part-time with Lei today. The teacher asked if he knew that his sister had been taken out of kindergarten. He replied that he did not know. The teacher then said that there was no need to worry, because he had taken her to his home and that she was now with him and his wife, but he needed to return as soon as possible. He replied that he would be there soon. After the conversation, Lu Shi began to pester the main character. The main character said that they would continue this in another place and carried her out of the place where they were. On the way, he took the phone from one of the discarded people and carried her further. In the eastern suburbs of Jinling City in Tangshan at that time, Li Qingshan was trying to heal his legs, but he was not very successful. The main character called him and said that one of his subordinates had kidnapped a woman on the street today, brought her to Jefeng Hall and made her drunk. And this girl is his wife. At the same moment, after the call, a subordinate next to him informed him that someone had entered their city and that Wang Hu had been thrown from the 3rd floor, after which he went to the hospital. Li Qingshan asked to bring Wang Hu in any condition, and he also asked to bring him a spare phone. After the main character brought her home, he gave her water to drink, and she refused to drink it and said that she wanted hugs. He said she needed to dilute the alcohol and drugs in her system. Next, Li Qingshan called the main character and said who it was. The main character asked if he hung up. He replied that he made him laugh, and because of this he dropped the phone into the water. Li Qingshan asked if his girlfriend was okay. The main character replied that if she were not okay, then he would no longer have the opportunity to call him now. He said that he really didn't know anything about it. He also said that he has been monitoring his health lately and spending a lot of time with his family. After that, he gave the night to sort everything out. The main character agreed to his proposal, after which he suggested waiting for news from him, so they eventually agreed. Li Qingshan's subordinates found Wang Hu and Gu Kang. He figured out this whole situation and came up with a plan for what to do next with all this. At 3 o'clock, Xiaoxi, tired and drunk, came home. After entering the house, she saw that some thief had entered her home, and she decided to check what he had stolen. Seeing that the gold necklace, which was the only valuable thing, was in place, she realized that something else had been stolen from her. 10 minutes later, she discovered that the thief had stolen her underwear, which she had recently bought, and was very upset. A little later, the main character called Lei and asked him to find women's clothing for him. He also specified that it should not be too new, not old-fashioned, and not too bright. He also added that you need underwear for height 170, shoes with size 38, 39, sneakers and leather shoes, and old ones at that. Lei realized at that moment that working with the main character was becoming more and more interesting every day. Last time he beat someone, this time someone needed to pick out a woman's wardrobe and he told him that he would do everything. Already in the afternoon they were eating, and Lucy told the main character that what happened yesterday seemed very strange to her, and she told everything that she could remember. He said this was not surprising to him. He further said that since they master martial arts, of course they have enemies, but here no one knows them, so they live peacefully, because it will be a big event if someone finds out about this secret. She asked if that was why he was wearing a helmet. He replied that she herself said that she was tired of the life that they had, and that is why they decided to return to ordinary life where they are not known. After this conversation, they went outside, because they had to pick up his younger sister from the teacher. The moment he entered one of the establishments, he told her that she looked tired, and therefore needed to be taken care of. They ended up going to an interesting women's place, and he asked the workers to keep her there for as long as possible, choosing things for her and serving her as expensively as possible. After that, he told her that she would have beauty treatments and cosmetics collected here. In the meantime, he will go to the market and buy some vegetables. After that, he came to teacher Jang to pick up his younger sister. Next, the teacher took him to the kitchen and asked what was happening with the girl's father. The main character replied that he couldn't help but get angry when he was mentioned. The teacher asked what her father was all about. The main character replied that it was nothing good and asked what happened yesterday. The teacher said that yesterday his wife's condition worsened, and he was not at home. So she ran to the kindergarten to pick up the girl, and then ran into Gu Kang, who led them all to a terrible place. The teacher then asked if he had blackmailed him with money. After the protagonist's positive response, he decided that the girl would not go with him while her father continued to blackmail him. The teacher said that he has a lot of free time after school, and therefore he will pick up the girl from kindergarten at least in the next 2 days so that nothing like this happens. The main character thanked the teacher for such a decision, and the teacher asked not to forget that this girl is his goddaughter. The teacher also said that it was time for him to go to work in class, after which he asked the main character to tell him if something bothered him. The main character agreed with him, and also left. While the main character was talking to the teacher's wife was taking the girl to kindergarten. The girl said on the way that she had not yet said goodbye to her brother. The woman said that they should not stop him from talking to the teacher. The main character, on the way from the teacher, realized that since Li Qingshan found out that Haonan was him, it was normal that he decided to take everything into his own hands. But at that moment, Teacher Liu called. Teacher Liu told him that the new director of the foreign school wanted to see him, and if he wanted to know the reasons, he didn't know it himself, so he had to come and find out for himself. He came to school and met with Teacher Luan, who told him that this was his chance to show his good side and bring glory to the school. The main character replied that it was none of his business, and he didn't owe them anything. Teacher Liu said with incomprehension that if they were satisfied, they would donate a large sum to the school, and its status would increase. The main character answered that he has a job, and he no longer needs a certificate, and therefore it is not so important for him. After this, the main character asked the teacher if he had healed his wounds, otherwise he had not seen him for a long time. The teacher replied that he was in a hurry and decided to ask him to help him after that. The main character realized that this was a good idea and offered to avoid any punishment for further absenteeism as payment for his help. The teacher agreed. Mr. Liu went on to say that on the way, he learned that the school principal was looking for an assistant, preferably the same age as her, and their school considers him the best candidate. After this, the main character went into the director's office and met the manager and wondered if she really was the same age as him. The manager said that the director of the school is a young girl, and she is the manager. She further said that her sister changed her mind and decided to meet him in another place. The main character asked what her sister's name was. The manager replied that he would find out on the spot. The manager brought him to the hotel and said that her sister was in the room where she had brought him, after which she invited him to come in, saying that she would wait outside. Entering the room, he realized that this girl was quite familiar to him. She saw him and said that he had seen enough and that now he should close the door. He did not do this and asked how she found him, recognizing Nivier. She replied that she had searched all the people with that name in Hong Kong, and then found out that he was a liar. He sat down and she continued that she went to the Wilson Hotel to inquire about his check-in time, and then checked all the men who had checked in for 48 hours, and after a lot of effort, she finally found him. He reminded her of the agreement that they would not see each other again in this life. She replied that she had changed her mind, and reminded that women are fickle. He further asked what she was doing and whether it was yoga. She said she didn't know if he would like it, but told him that she had booked the room and that there were still 2 hours left for the reservation. She went on to say that 2 hours is enough time to try out a lot, after which she said that she would just put on this bell. After putting on the bell, she informed him that after a while, the louder the bell, the more he would like it. At that time, he realized that he could not stand it. At the same time, Kei understood that for some reason in recent days she had not been left with a feeling of anxiety. But what exactly this feeling was, she could not understand. At that moment, she discovered that the main character had not come to school again, and that several days had already passed. And when she called him, he replied that he was busy, and ended the conversation after that, and she decided to come see him after school. Zhang Yingzi at the same moment asked Li Yingwan if the main character had contacted her in the past 2 days. The daughter answered negatively. After such an answer, her mother suggested that she take the initiative in this case. The daughter reported that she sent 10 messages, of which he responded to only 1. She wrote whole sentences to him, and he responded with only 2 words. He's either busy or doesn't want to talk to her. At that moment, they saw him, and his mother said that she could hurry up and finish eating, and if she missed him so much, then go to him. The daughter replied that he forbade her to return to school, saying that the issue with her had not yet been resolved and therefore she needed to be close to her. The mother said that in that case she could look for him at home. The daughter replied that she was afraid that he would get angry. The mother said that guys at this age don't understand what they want, but she's beautiful, purposeful, and that's why he definitely won't get angry with her. Her mother convinced her so much that she decided to go to him right away. Her mother told her that she would still have time to go to him, and that she could finish her meal in peace first. Meanwhile, Nivier told the main character that when they were in EMU, she felt that he did not take his eyes off her. But now it's just the 2 of them here, so he can do everything. At that moment, he understood that this was impossible. He left her, hurting her, and asked her not to say anything stupid because she could be misunderstood. She asked her to help her get up, and he asked her not to move because he didn't want to hurt her again. She then asked if she had a bad figure or wasn't attractive enough. He asked her to say what she wanted. She replied that she wanted him to be her man. At that moment, he realized that this was impossible and that she had definitely gone crazy. After some thought, he told her that wouldn't happen. She replied that nothing is impossible, and that besides him she doesn't look up to anyone else and doesn't trust anyone else, and that she was looking for him after saving her life. He told her that he already liked someone and it was unlikely that he could change it. After that, he asked her if she would believe him, and if she would let him go if he said that he was gay. She replied that she shouldn't hope for it because it doesn't matter who he is, because she is sure that she can fix everything. After these words, she hugged him and said that her whole family had left and that she had no one left except him, and that she really didn't know who she could turn to except him, because she only wanted to be with him. She asked him not to drive her away and to let her just be next to him. He agreed for her to just be there and not do anything else. She said that this would only be enough for a while. He asked her not to follow him, not to reveal his secrets, and not to bother him. She agreed to his condition and asked if he would be her boyfriend. He replied that she had better leave if that was all she hoped for. She said that she would not force him, but warned him that he could not hide from her forever. He said she wasn't allowed to do anything outrageous like what she did today. After that, he asked what happened to the previous headmaster. She replied that she found him and invested £3 million in this educational company. He understood that she was amazing, and that in general their Devon Hill family included veterans of the nobility of Britain, but he did not understand that she found such a thing in him. At this time, the Star Queen's disciple came out of Jinling International Airport and decided that if she found Lu Shi, she would be a corpse, because she couldn't just disappear. The wizard immediately approached her and said that he really had met her by chance in this magical land, if she suddenly thought that he was looking for her. After that, he asked if she had arrived alone and also asked where the queen was. She replied that she was not here and that she had come on vacation, saying that she was ethnically Chinese. The wizard said that in that case he wished her a good holiday. She asked him what he was doing here, because people here do not believe in God, and he is the leader of an order of monks. He replied that we can assume that he too was on vacation and took on an interesting business because of the need for money. He also asked her to think carefully, saying that nothing good would await her if she continued to follow this woman, and said that his offer was valid and that she could become his student at any time. Having said goodbye to the girl, he realized that the captain this time seemed to be in a real hurry, since he offered such a high price. After leaving the room, the main character realized that since everything with the hummingbird had stabilized for a while, then first they needed to settle Li Qingshan's matter. After some thought, he called Honan and said that he would give him an address where he could come right now for transformation before some business. Honan came to the meeting and the main character proposed to start talking, because the time for this had already come. The main character asked him if he remembered everything already. Honan asked if he really already knew everything. The main character replied that he had known for a long time, and also knew that he went to Shefentan to find out what happened that day. Honan asked if that was why he was going to erase his memory again. Honan also asked if he wanted to kill people, because he had listened to him lately and done everything he asked him to do. The main character replied that there is no need to worry, because he will contact him and he will do what he tells him. After this conversation, an hour later they came and sat down at the table with Li Qingshan. Honan introduced his classmate and brother Chen Nuo. The boss said he was glad to meet you. At this moment the boss realized that he was not only a classmate but also an older brother. And this is a good explanation for why Honan interferes in Gukong's affairs. But it will be easy to deal with the younger brother in his opinion. The boss went on to say that he didn't sleep all last night and did what he asked. And first of all, he said that he wasn't strict with his subordinates, even after Wang Hu offended that girl. He said that Wang Hu and Gukong were still injured, but although they were still alive, their suffering was inevitable. After all, when they recover from their wounds, he promises to take measures so that they beg for forgiveness in the cell. After this, the boss said that he had prepared a small gift for the injured girl, which included cosmetics and clothes to make her happy. The brothers agreed to accept the gift and began to say goodbye to Li Qingshan. When parting, he asked forgiveness for poor preparation for the first meeting with them. They forgave him. When saying goodbye, the main character healed Li Qingshan's legs, but he didn't know it yet. After that, his brothers left him. Li Qingshan also left somewhere, but on the way something happened to the car. Li Qingshan asked the driver if he was blind. The driver replied that the car ran a red light and they almost crashed. At that very moment, the boss realized that he could move his legs, which he had been trying to achieve for a long time. The main character and Honan came to the same place they had appointed, and the main character asked him why he was so nervous. Honan replied that Li Qingshan is the #1 boss in Jinling City, and it's all because of him. He then asked what was in the bag. The main character said that he would know it when he opened it. He opened the bag, saw a lot of money there, and began to count. While counting, he asked the main character to help him. The main character said that he had already counted everything 5 times, after which he asked if he was tired of doing this. In the end, he said that there were 80,000 and added that, in his opinion, there should be millions for the fact that he was offended and then given compensation. But for some reason, this is not so. The main character said that for the insult, he sent Wang Hu and Gukong to prison, which is already considered compensation, and money is only a gesture of goodwill. Honan said that he understood everything. After this, the main character said that since it was already late, he needed to go, because he still needed to buy vegetables and cook food. Honan drew his attention to the fact that he forgot the money. The main character asked him to keep it for himself. Further, when meeting with the main character, Lei reported that the task he had given him had been completed. The main character, surprised, asked whether it was really possible to do this so quickly. He replied that he could not neglect his assignments. The main character also noticed that there was something wrong with his face and asked him about it. Lei replied that he was scratched by the woman from whom he took all these things. After completing this task, the main character asked him to find Li Qingshan and say that he is from Brother Honan, and he also asked him to now only mention this name. When leaving, the main character told Lei that he needed to say that he asked him to pay the medical bills. Next, the main character approached the place where he left Lu Shi. She saw him, grabbed him, and forced him to run away with her away from that place. Having run away from there, he asked her what happened. She replied that they continue to recommend tons of cosmetics to her, and she is afraid that they will deceive her. She also reminded that they don't have money, and therefore she won't go to such places in the future. He answered her that although their family was poor, she was hard-working and thrifty. He invited her to go eat at home, and they eventually went home calmly after all this. He promised to cook braised pork ribs, fish in sweet and sour sauce, broccoli and sesame sauce, and much more. They came home. She arrived joyful because she had not eaten well in the salon. He started preparing the food, and Lu Shi asked at this moment why she felt that something was wrong. He looked out from the kitchen and asked what exactly was wrong. She replied that her clothes were a little baggy, and she remembered what she had been told that it didn't suit her. After these words, he said that he took care of everything and complimented her wardrobe, so she can now choose what she likes best. She asked if this was really her wardrobe after seeing all those things. He answered positively. She said after that there should also be some skincare products and cosmetics at home. He replied that it was all there, and since she had broken everything indiscriminately before, he had to pack everything in bags and put it away. While accepting the package with cosmetics, she said that in this case he needs to go out, because she wants to change clothes, since she has been wearing the same sweater for 2 days. He agreed and said that for now he would go to the kitchen and wash the dishes. While in the kitchen, the main character missed the old times, the cooking of the previous generation of women of different nationalities, British, Japanese, and Brazilian cuisine. After all, he could eat dishes from all over the world without leaving home. His reminiscence was interrupted by Lu Shi, who called out to him and asked if he was sure that she had worn it before. He replied that she actually wore it before. After what he saw, he could hardly contain his laughter and decided that he needed to take a couple of photos, which he could then sell on the octopus's website. He went on to say that they were done with that, but now they need to buy a bed because they can't sleep on the sofa all the time. She said that in that case, she would change clothes again. After changing clothes, they went to the exit and she asked him which store they would go to. He replied that they would go to Tengzi Street because there was a used furniture market there. While they were getting ready, Li Yingwan and KK simultaneously thought that the main character should be at home at this time, and after these thoughts, they simultaneously decided to go to him. When leaving, Li Yingwan saw a taxi stopping next to her and a girl getting out of the taxi. She noticed her and wondered if she was lost. Li Yingwan approached the Star Queen's disciple and asked what happened to her. The girl replied that she could not find her way back to the hotel. Li Yingwan asked if she was alone. The girl answered in the negative and said that she went to play with her sister. They got on the bus, she fell asleep, and when she woke up, her sister was no longer there, and after getting off the bus, she did not find her. Li Yingwan decided that it was not worth leaving her alone and offered to take her. The girl said that her sister asked her not to go anywhere with strangers. She said that she is beautiful, people cannot be bad, but she is beautiful. The girl said that if so, then she believes her. Next, she asked the girl if she remembered exactly where she and her sister were staying. The girl replied that she remembered and that she had a hotel card. She said that with a map it would be easier to find this place and suggested we go there. Getting into a taxi and indicating the desired address to the taxi driver, they met and talked to each other. Arriving at the hotel and approaching the desired room, Iriska realized that her sister had not returned yet and said so. Li Yingwan suggested that the girl use the room card and enter, because she couldn't leave it in the corridor. The girl asked her sister to wait with her because she was afraid to be alone. She agreed to the girl's proposal and went into the room with her. Next, she asked the girl if she remembered her sister's phone number, because she was most likely worried when she discovered that she had left. The girl asked her to wait and wondered if no one had ever told her that she shouldn't go anywhere with strangers. After that, the girl used her abilities to put her to sleep and said that adults are no better at thinking than children, and also added that Lu Shi took on the task of killing her mother. She also said that this was the reason why Lu Shi disappeared. After that, she decided that she needed to be taken away for interrogation. After that, she packed it and asked the hotel employee to help her move the box from the hotel to the entrance, because it was too heavy for her. The hotel employee agreed to help the girl. At the same time, at the used furniture market on Tianzi Street, the main character was bargaining for a bed, trying to buy it cheaper. But the seller refused, because this is a good brand and it is already cheap, only 400 yuan. At that moment, Lei sent a message asking where he was because KK said that he was not at home, and so she came to his store to look for him. The main character realized that he had problems, because the store was 200 meters from here. Looking at Lu Shi, he realized that she did not see the message because she was playing with the cat, which is very good. He asked Lei to cover for him, and he wrote a little later that he lied to her that he let him go on business, so it was better not to say anything. Next, he wrote another message to the main character that the salesman in his store turned out to be too talkative, and said that he had recently seen him near a furniture store, after which she went to look for him there. The main character then grabbed Lu Shi and led her as quickly as possible away from the furniture store. The salesman told him that he understood him and that he would ask the driver to deliver the bed to the address. Coming out of the furniture store, he saw KKE and was very scared. Further, he understood that during the meeting of these two girls, the tension between them would be at its maximum level, and therefore it was better for them not to intersect. He also understood that this was inevitable. But if Lu Shi was angered, someone would definitely get hurt. At this moment, he told Lu Shi that he urgently needed to go to the toilet and asked her to wait in place while he ran back and forth. After this, KK saw Lu Shi, whom she liked very much for her beauty. Then she decided that it was better not to compare, and passing by suggested that she had a chance to become no less beautiful, because she was still growing. Moving a little further, she realized that her clothes were very similar to those worn by Chen Nuo, and she wondered if she really missed him so much that she could even see his clothes on other people. 5 minutes later, the main character suggested that KK should go inside and look for him there, and at the same time he decided to take advantage of the moment to pick up Lu Shi and leave from there. Just as he had planned, he approached Lu Shi and said that they could now go home. But she told him that now he had to wait for her, because she also wanted to go to the toilet. He began to wait for her and realized that it was unsafe to wait for her in this place and decided to hide somewhere. While he was looking for a place to hide, KK found him and called him. Hearing her voice, he was very frightened, realizing what could happen next. She threw herself into his arms and said that she had not seen him for 2-3 days and missed him very much. She asked him why he did not go to school these days. He replied that he was busy at Lei's store. After that, she asked why she had not heard any news from him. He did not answer that he had returned and that all this was no longer so important. He further said that since they were still students, they shouldn't behave like that in public, after which he suggested that she go shopping. He led her by telling her that the night market on Tianzi Street was very lively. Passing by the toilet, Keiki asked to wait for her while she went to the toilet, after which she said about plans to go eat. He understood that he could not wait, but he had no other choice. In the restroom, KK met Lu Shi, who told her that her lipstick had a very beautiful color that suited her very well. She answered her that she was also very beautiful, and realized at that moment that she was beautiful even without makeup at all, and she had to use makeup to be beautiful. Then she suggested that she try it, because even though she is beautiful even without makeup, she will be even more beautiful with this lipstick. Lu Shi, when asked if she was alone here, replied that she came with her husband, who was waiting for her outside. KK said that she came to look for her boyfriend, who was also waiting outside. The main character, meanwhile, was waiting and did not understand what was happening and why he was in such a panic. He hid and decided to wait, hiding from them. But seeing them together, he wondered if they had become friends. Understanding the direness of the situation, he hoped that KK would not call him by name. After calling her, he said that something had happened at Lei's store, and he needed to return urgently, after which he ended the call without waiting for any response from her. After the call, she said goodbye to Lu Shi, saying that her boyfriend had left and there was no point in her staying in this place anymore, so they eventually separated after saying goodbye. Seeing that they separated, he realized that he was very worried and that his heart could hardly stand it. Lu Shi then began to call him, and at that time he called her and said that she did not have to call him. She asked him where he ran away. He replied that he went and bought something tasty. The main character then suggested that we go home quickly, because the bed would be delivered soon. She said that she really liked what he bought and that it was very tasty. KK came to Lei and, not finding the main character there, asked where he had gone again. He replied that the matter was very urgent, and as soon as he returned, he immediately sent him on other matters. The quality control form for the consignment had to be returned today, otherwise he would not be able to sell the car tomorrow. After that, she received messages from him apologizing. She wrote to him that she would forgive him only if he was with her after work. He agreed to her condition, promising to fulfill it. Having dealt with this, the main character asked Lu Shi who she was corresponding with. She replied that she met one beautiful girl who even lent her lipstick. They also became friends and exchanged phone numbers. Hearing this and realizing the seriousness of the situation, he realized that now he was definitely no longer alive, and that his end would definitely come soon. He further told her that messages were charged 10 cents, so he asked her not to text a lot. She said that after making an appointment, she would not write anymore. Arriving home and getting a bed, He asked her to take a shower first because most likely she would sweat while they were walking. After her shower, she lay down in bed and realized that even though they had slept together on the couch, it felt a little different in bed. After he lay down next to her, he asked her if she was already asleep. She realized at that moment that he was so close to her that she could not think about anything. He extended his hand towards her without waiting for an answer from her, and she didn't like it very much. Thinking that he wanted to sleep with her, she used her power and threw him away from her, breaking everything again. He explained that he simply extended his hand to turn off the light, because the lamp was on her side. She looked at the lamp and apologized for not being able to control herself. The next day she ate too much and asked him where her phone was. She also said that today she planned to go shopping with a friend, but she couldn't find her phone. He replied that most likely yesterday when he washed things, he washed the phone along with them without noticing that it was inside. He gave her her phone and she became convinced that it was broken and that nothing could help him. He asked for forgiveness for his inattention and remembered that he had done this twice on purpose. After that, he promised to buy her a new phone, but she would not be able to meet with her friend because all the data was left on the phone. Next, she asked him for his phone number. He asked why she needed him. She replied that she wanted to call her friend. He asked how she would do this without a phone number. She replied that she remembered it when she told it to her. He asked if she was joking now. At that moment, he did not understand who she was and how, without remembering who she was, she could remember the phone number that the stranger had given her. His brain, in his opinion, broke down at that moment. While he was thinking, she asked him what was the matter and why he froze, and also asked where his phone was. Without waiting for an answer, she began looking for his phone and his things. He said at that moment that his phone was in the bedroom, and that he would now go and get it. On the way to the bedroom, he remembered that in ancient times, Cao Zi wrote a poem where he had to avoid disaster in 7 steps. He also decided what to do next in this hopeless situation. At that moment, someone knocked on the door and he happily went to open it because whoever was there, in his opinion, this person was his savior at that moment. Opening the door, he saw the wizard, greeted him, and realized that this man would rather kill him than save him. After that, he ran from him to Lu Shi, grabbed her and forced her to run away from the house as quickly as possible. The wizard blew up the door and asked the main character to stop hiding because he would find him anyway. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city in an abandoned house, Toffee interrogated Li Yingwan, who refused to answer her question about who was protecting her. The girl said that the first thing she did when she arrived in Jinling was to find Boss Guo, because he was the main suspect. The task of killing her mother was only a temporary idea. But Boss Guo went to the store, and now she can only start with her. Later, Butterscotch wondered why women always complicate things, and said that she was not going to harm her if she told her who was protecting her, because perhaps he knew where Lu Shi had gone. The girl also accused Li Yingwan of not sleeping the whole night because of her, and lack of sleep has a bad effect on a child's body. After that, she opened the suitcase and said that if she didn't speak again, then this viper would get into her clothes, and she was poisonous. The girl understood that she was not actually poisonous, but she was capable of scaring. And she told her, after some thought, that she had thousands more ways to torture people and that at least one of them would definitely work. Li Yingwan said that she would not say anything even if she had to die. Understanding from her words that she was protecting someone close, she took the phone and began to search for the necessary information on it. Having found the main character's phone number in the phone, the girl decided to call him, but to her surprise, he did not accept calls. At this moment, the main character did not understand where the foreigner came from, who also entered the house. Considering the whole situation, he decided to call the police. The wizard addressed the main character as Yang Luo, asked him why he was saying that, and said that there was no point in pretending anymore, because it was already useless. Seeing the open window, the wizard realized that it was useless to continue to destroy the house, because the main character had clearly already left the house. While running away with Lu Shi, she asked him who it was. He replied that it was the enemy. Stopping at one of the buildings, she asked where they were running. He replied that they couldn't stop and that they now needed to go where there were few people. At some point, she noticed that the wizard was pursuing them and informed him about it. At this point, he invited her to split up and asked her to sit in ambush while he lured him out. The main character understood that in this life after rebirth, no one should know him. But this guy was able to suddenly find him, and moreover, he still broke in and did not hide his hostility. The wizard realized that the main character is a magician whose age and nationality are unknown, but at the same time he is a member of the Octopus website with level A. The main character tried to attack, but it was useless. The wizard said that his telekinetic power is not bad, but it is nothing compared to his. He also remembered that in a past life the main character was a strong person on a par with him, and they fought for many years. But now he is weak. The main character asked to wait a little. The wizard asked why he didn't run away. The main character asked who he was and why he came to him. The wizard asked if he was joking, because the first rule is non-disclosure of information. The main character said that he had a person who ordered him to do this. The wizard said that it was useless to stall for time and sit in ambush so they could end this. The main character asked if he could defeat him, being so confident. The wizard replied that defeating him is no more difficult than wiping glasses, and in his opinion, he already understands this, because he is not his cup of tea. The main character asked if he wanted him to give up. The wizard replied that if he gave up, it would not be so interesting, but this will make his life easier because with such a good choice, he will suffer less. The main character said that in this case, he needs to think a couple more minutes. The wizard asked if he was up to something again, continuing to call him Yang Luo. The main character realized that this was the third time he was calling him that, and remembered that there is only one person who knows that his name is that. To the wizard's question, the main character replied that he thought and decided that it was not in his character to give up, so he offered to play, saying that the distance from this pit should be safe. The wizard said that all his tricks were just childish tricks that did not deserve attention. The main character asked what would happen if this pit filled with manure. He went on to say that he knows that he is quite clean. Having started filling the hole with shit, the main character saw how the wizard was afraid of all this and began to defend himself. After this, the main character said that the main goal was to make the roof of the building thinner and maximize the power of the explosion. Meanwhile, he bided his time and used force to pull more feces out of the drain. Starting to run away from the wizard, the main character realized that he was faced with the choice of taking a shower and quickly changing clothes, or enduring the smell of excrement and continuing to pursue him. The main character ran to Mount Niu Shao, remembering that behind the forest there was an abandoned mine on the southern slope of the mountain, in which there were many tunnels. Stopping and launching an attack against the wizard who was pursuing him, he knew he just needed to stop him for a moment. After all, when he gets into the tunnel, he will be able to escape from his persecution. Running away and seeing the already angry wizard, the main character thought that this was not a martial art technique, but just an explosion of manure, and he wondered if he was really so angry because of this. Having hit the main character with his ring and caused significant damage to him, the wizard said that he read his thoughts right through. Approaching the protagonist, the wizard said that at first he thought that this was a battle between gentlemen, but his treachery had angered him, and therefore his death would now be painful. At some point, the wizard asked the main character to kneel, because this way he would enjoy killing him more. The main character knelt down as the wizard demanded. Seeing this, the wizard said that this was not bad, but he was too young. He also said that he had potential and could become as strong as him. Landing near the lying protagonist, the wizard told him that it was better not to anger him. The main character asked what would happen if he didn't make him angry. Would he really spare him? The wizard answered in the negative, but this way he would die faster and less painfully. The main character asked how he would benefit from his death. The wizard replied that he knew this. The main character remembered that the only time he revealed his name was when he made a threatening call to the captain. The main character asked why someone like him would take on such a task, and also asked if they were trying their best to stop the outbreak of war. The wizard replied that firstly he had not yet reached that level, but he would not tolerate the captain's intimidation. Secondly, the energy system of the mind attracts him, and this is the main reason. The main character remembered that in a past life, when wizards were assigned tasks, many of their targets were psychics. But this guy seems to have special preferences. After that, the wizard said that this would end their conversation, and the reason for their conversation, he said, was that he hoped that his accomplice would show up, but now he was no longer interested in other people. He also added that he was glad to see despair in the dying fight. He regrets that the Nuna on his back is sealing his power, but there is nothing he can do about it. In his next life, he asked him to become someone else. The main character laughed very hard at that moment. The wizard asked what was funny about what he said. The main character replied that he was laughing because this lesson would be useful to him, and remembered that in a past life he had also used this method against him. After this, the main character asked the wizard, who told him that he had telekinesis. Standing up and using his power, the main character told the wizard that the #1 taboo for psychics is not to let enemies get close to him. But now it's too late to think, because he lost. While destroying the wizard, the main character told him that if he had not pretended to be seriously wounded and had not burped on his back, he would not have come close to him. After defeating the wizard, he said that all the people in the underworld know that he is a veteran and, in his opinion, also an innocent child. The main character also told the dying wizard that he never told anyone who he really was. The wizard asked what power he had. The main character replied that he was taking the kidneys and liver. Then he remembered that the Ochero on Mount Nusho was already close. Having drawn water into the hole towards the wizard, the main character said that this trick is called Who Will Repair the Dam. The wizard asked if he really thought that he had not seen anything like it, but the main character decided to leave. Being in a safe place, the main character realized that he had reached his limit, and if he could not cope on his own, then he should call his wife for help. After getting out of the water hole and healing himself, the wizard thought that he did not expect to be in a situation where he was injured by a boy a level below him, and he further asked the main character if he had any other tricks. The main character answered him that he still had an ace up his sleeve and asked if he was scared now. The wizard asked to show him, and the main character called him closer to him. The wizard realized that he wanted to fool him again, but this time he would not succeed, and he asked him, after some thought, whether he really needed to approach him to continue, or whether he had heard the wrong thing. After his words, he grabbed him and held him in the air. The main character asked to be lowered to the ground and offered to fight face to face. Then he thought that it was a pity that only now he understood how to fight. The main character, after the wizard put him down, said that he really had no more aces up his sleeve, and if nothing was done, he would be left with nothing. The wizard asked to call his comrade. At that moment, the wizard was attacked by Lu Shi, and he definitely did not expect such an attack, neither hidden nor open. He noticed that his Horcrux was broken and was very angry about it. Seeing her, the wizard asked what she was doing here. At that moment, she asked how he dared to hit her husband. Having heard about her husband, he did not understand who she was talking about and thought that she had simply gone crazy. But all this was not important given the fact that he could not escape from her, because she was stronger than him. At some point, he managed to get closer to her and tell her that if she continued like this, she would die along with the main character. Watching them, the main character wondered if something bad would happen because Lu Shi was trying very hard to kill him. At some point, the wizard spent another pestra and the main character had to save her. She, being in his arms, said that the wizard was too strong and therefore she could not cope with him. He told her that everything was fine because she already did a good job forcing him to use her Horcrux. This time he also suffered greatly. She told him that her arm hurt very badly. He realized at that moment that it was the residual power of that guy that was destroying her body, and she was using her power to suppress it. She went on to say that she was very tired. He replied that she could rest and recover because the energy that had left his Horcruxes would soon dissipate. While healing her, he realized that he had spent too much energy, and that's why now he had a headache again. He further remembered that a few days ago her mind was badly damaged. This battle was desperate, and now her brain was even more damaged. He further asked her forgiveness for lying and said that many times he wanted to wake her up and leave, and he lied to her for so long that in fact he also lied to himself. He said he felt like he didn't want to let her go. Not because he is afraid that she will kill him when her memory returns, but because it seems that he is already obsessed with this feeling that he experiences next to her. He also added that he seems to like her and that just like in her previous life, she falls asleep on his lap. He also promised her that in this life he would never be angry with her again and would never call her crazy again. He also promised to take her fishing in this life and asked her not to die. The next day he realized that after such a difficult night everything should be fine now, and he also hoped that she would wake up, because otherwise he would be completely exhausted. At that moment he noticed that she had finally woken up and greeted her. She asked who he was. He replied that it was a long story and wondered if she had amnesia again. He further decided that since he had helped her wake up, he also decided that he would work on restoring her memory. Lu Shi stood up and said that she didn't know anything, but she was sure that he saved her. After all, she feels that there is a force in her consciousness that was drawing out foreign energy, and this force comes from him. He confirmed this. She asked if he could tell what happened because she did not remember at all everything that happened before she woke up. He asked her to wait while he explained everything. After some time of talking, she realized that he was a hermit practicing ancient martial arts, and that during practice he met her fighting with someone, after which he saved her. He confirmed that she understood everything correctly. She asked who she was fighting. He replied that he didn't know that and that he didn't even know her. After all, when he arrived, her opponent had already run away and he only saw her lying on the ground unconscious. She asked if he took advantage of this moment. He replied that he was a supporter of communism with excellent academic performance, and if this were not so, then there would be no point in wasting his energy on healing her. They talked a little, learned a little about each other, and she realized that although he was quite young, he already had enough strength since he was able to awaken her. After these thoughts, she invited him to become her brother and said that she was very good, and if he became her brother, she would tell him who she was. She also told him in confidence that being her brother or student was very prestigious. Hearing this, he became afraid. After all, in the blink of an eye, he was a husband, and now he became a brother. Previously, he lied to her, used others, but now they play daughters and mothers. After some thought, he told her that he wouldn't do that, because now he already had an owner. He also said that people tend to help each other when something goes wrong, and after that he said that he needed to go. On the way away from her, he realized that it seemed that the Star Queen remembered everything. She caught up with him and asked him to wait for him, after which she said that in her opinion, he spent a lot of effort to save him, so she would definitely see him through. Having arrived at some place, he got out of the taxi and said that she did not need to get out because they would take her. Looking at the taxi leaving with Lu Shi, he understood that this was the area where Uncle Xiao Yezi's house used to be, which was far from his house, and that she would definitely not find his house here. After that, he also thought that if she recovered and her memory returned, then it was better for her to leave, and in some ways it was even good that some things were forgotten. After temporarily repairing the door, he decided to stay here for the night, and planned to sort everything out tomorrow. Sitting down on the sofa, he suddenly felt lonely, and for some reason this feeling seemed unusual to him. At some point, he heard a knock on the door and wondered if it was the same guy again, and if he was so badly injured that he was forced to hide somewhere as quickly as possible. Taking a knife, he decided to check who might come to him so late. At some point, the door itself fell from the knock, and the main character Lu Shi saw, who said that she did not want to knock down the door, but it happened that way. After she walked in, she asked if it was his house, pointing out that it was a little dirty. He asked how she got here. At that moment, he mentally asked her to speak quickly if she wanted to say something, otherwise his heart would soon sink into his boots. It was as if she read his thoughts and asked why he deceived her and why he made up so many things. She also asked what he was going to do with a knife, kill people or cut vegetables, and why he was silent, not answering her questions. Sitting down on the sofa, he replied that he was confused and asked what she was saying and why she didn't answer the question at first, why she ran to his house. She asked why not tell him first why he gave a false address and went out where he was clearly not at home. Sitting down next to him and taking his hand, she said that now he could talk. He began by saying that the most important thing for him was that he should not have the heart to harm others and should not have the heart to hinder others. And he gave a false address for the reason that he did not want to run into trouble. When asked why he ran away, he replied that it was because she was beautiful and pretty, and when she took his hand, he realized that he was also handsome. She went on to ask another question about why she felt like he clearly knew her but pretended they didn't know each other. He asked if she really didn't remember him at all. She replied that she remembered that they met at a ramen restaurant and that he ate noodles there and looked good. But after she woke up, he pretended that he was seeing her for the first time, and she was now wondering why this was all. After these words, he admitted that he saw her in a ramen restaurant and remembers that she had a conflict with her superiors. He couldn't contain his curiosity, so he decided to watch the fight and ran after them up the mountain. She said that she remembers his fight with that boss at the lake, after which she was ambushed and knocked unconscious. He said that the reason he saved her was because her opponent was wounded and ran away first, otherwise he would not have dared to approach. She also asked why she woke up in a man's t-shirt and whether it was his clothes, and she also asked why she found something in her pocket and then handed it to him. He took this thing, looked and realized that this was the invoice that was given when buying the bed, and now it's no wonder why it's here. She asked how he could explain this. He asked if she would kill her if he told the truth. She asked him to tell him first, after which she would decide what to do next. He said that she was injured and unconscious. Her clothes were torn, she was naked, and so he decided to lend her his t-shirt. He further said that when she woke up, he was afraid that she would not understand everything correctly, and that's why he lied to her, because they meet all the time and every time the situation is different. After this story, she told him that although there were still many doubts, she was sure that he did not harm her, but saved her, so she decided to just trust him. She also let go of her hand, took the receipt and said that his interrogation was temporarily over and she was grateful to him, after which she also asked if his number was written on this receipt. He answered positively. He also asked what she wanted to do with the number. She replied that she would find him next time. After all, he saved her once and she wants to pay back. She also said that there are still many questions that she has not yet asked. She then began to leave and said that she was leaving for now and that the doors in the house needed to be repaired. He wished her a good trip. After she left, he decided that he needed to pack his things quickly. After all, Lu Shi is a time bomb and it is unknown what will happen when she remembers everything. While packing his things, he thought that Liu would take care of his departure from school, and Lao Jiang would take care of Xiao Yezi. He decided that he just needed to hide somewhere in Canada, Brazil, or Antarctica until she left the country. While packing his things, he saw a call from Li Inwan. Having received the call, he realized that Iriska was now torturing her. After waiting for his answer, she wanted to say something about Li Inwan. But at that moment, Lu Shi called her and said that she had seen many people who had missed and, assuming that she was going to Jinling, asked her to come to the hotel. Toffee said that she would be there soon, and after the call ended, she began to leave. Li Inwan asked if she would like to free her after finding the one she was looking for. Toffee replied that she would ask the main character to take her away from this house. After hugging in an international hotel, Iriska asked to tell her where she had been all these days, quietly sniffling. Lucy said that she met an interesting person. Butterscotch asked what that shy expression was and asked if spring had really affected her that way. She later said that it looks like she didn't disappear, but met some guy who bought her clothes and most likely she lost her virginity, after which she wanted to check out her body. Lu Shi asked how she knew about this. The main character, meanwhile, came to Li Inwan and asked if she had been harmed. She replied that she was very lucky in this regard. Having freed her, he asked her not to say anything, not to answer or worry about him next time because he didn't want to harm her. After that, he told the story that there was one Lady Guo from a noble family, and on her 16th birthday, people from all over the world came to congratulate her. Although she was happy, she knew that all the people came only because of her background. She thought so until a hero named Yang appeared and specifically gave her 3 big gifts. The value of these gifts far exceeded the value of other gifts, and Miss Guo suddenly became the center of attention. She asked if she liked Mr. Yang. He replied that it was both good and bad luck to meet someone quite amazing at such a young age, because after that they never met again for the rest of their lives. She asked why she didn't follow him. He replied that Ian lived in seclusion and therefore no one could find him. She further wondered if Ian would feel guilty if he knew that because of him she would never get married. He replied that perhaps if he had not given her any trouble, perhaps she would not have regretted it. After that, she asked the main character if he wanted to be like Yang. He replied that he tried to explain the whole situation to her with this story. He also said that it was his own fault that he kept that school uniform, and that she ended up in Jinling because of it, because otherwise everything would have been completely different. She said that she wouldn't let him be like Yang and didn't want to be Miss Guo. She said that wherever he goes, she will be there whether he likes it or not. She also said that she knew that he liked someone else and did not object to this, because in these parts there are many beautiful men with women, but she asked not to drive her away after that. She asked if he agreed to this. He replied that she could follow him with her tail but could not do anything, especially sneaking up with kisses. While he was thinking that it was time to stop forcibly driving her away, she told him that she would remember this, and remembered the saying that a person can fall in love if he is with him all the time. The next day he came to school and saw Keiki and called her. She did not react and walked silently past him. Already in class, she thought that this was too much. At first, he said that he was busy at Lay's store, did not go to school, and did not answer the phone. Considering all this, she decided to ignore him today. But she had something that she had to give him, and remembering this, she decided that she would just give it to him and leave immediately, without considering it a violation of the oath. She walked up to him and gave it to him, telling him that this was something that needed to be learned and would be on the exam that would be held next week. He asked if they would go home together. She answered negatively. He understood that she was angry with him, and a little later he suddenly hugged her. She said that they were at school and someone might see it. He said he didn't care at all. She said that it still couldn't be done and pushed him away. He asked if she wanted to fight. She replied that it was not she, but he who wanted it. After all, it was he who disappeared for several days and did not even answer phone calls. He replied that he was busy and worked hard. At that moment he remembered that he had almost died during all this time. She suggested he go home where she could give him a massage and where he could relax. He refused this offer, saying that he would need to return to Olay's store and report to him after the business trip. At this moment, he remembered Lu Shi's things at home that she shouldn't see. He gave her her favorite pie and asked if she was happy. She replied that not yet. He asked what could please her besides pie. She refused to answer this question. Seeing the call from Lu Shi, he told KK that Lei called him, so he urgently needed to go to the store, after which he said goodbye to her and left. Arriving at Lu Shi's invitation, he realized that since she called him, it meant she remembered something. At the same moment, Toffee asked the main character what he even knew about her sister. Both Lu Shi and the main character himself, who couldn't even drink properly, were surprised by this question. She further said that her sister is very beautiful, which is why many guys are crazy about her. He asked her if no one told her that she could be scolded for talking to adults in such a tone. She asked if he wanted to scold her. At that moment, he remembered that in his previous life he did not beat her. He further asked Lu Shi why she called him. She replied that there was nothing special about this invitation. After that, she said that the student forbade her to drink alcohol and asked him if he would have tea instead. He agreed to this. While pouring tea, she said that she asked him to come firstly to thank him for saving him. Secondly, to apologize for his student who kidnapped his girlfriend to find him. And thirdly, the student said that she went missing several days ago, but for some reason he told her that he only found her yesterday. He said that he knew nothing about this and continued to convince her that he met her for the first time yesterday and helped her, and he knew nothing about where she had been for several days. Butterscotch said that if she couldn't ask, then she could do it. Lu Shi told her that there are things that are not so easy to talk about. The girl said that men always lie, and she is too trusting. Butterscotch told him that he and Li Yingwan get along quite well, and that she found out about this when she looked at her phone and saw a dialogue with him there, and she got an interesting feeling. He told her, laughing a little, that everything was not so, and that young people just like to joke about various topics, without taking anything seriously. The girl asked if this was true, then whether the messages that she missed him were a joke, and whether he couldn't see that she was in love with him. He asked the girl why she poked her nose into things that weren't her own, and why he had to say who he liked and who liked him. He also asked where such a child comes from so much curiosity, and whether in her opinion he should tell her what he eats every day and what color his underwear is. Lu Shi asked the student to stop and told the main character that he was very popular among girls. He asked her how long she would stay here because he had heard that she was a foreigner. She replied that most likely she would not stay long, and as soon as she found someone, she would immediately leave. He asked who she was looking for. She replied that this was a task, the essence of which was to find the bastard who offended her. She also said that she met him that day and therefore knows that this guy is also in Jinling, so she should try to find him. He realized that she was looking for an arsonist and began to sweat, realizing the seriousness. She asked him if he was hot. He said that it was a little hot and asked why the food had not been brought yet, thinking at the same time that he should quickly eat and leave here. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan was walking in the evening with his subordinates and talking about how while he could not walk, he thought that after he could walk again, he would go around the whole of Jinling. At that moment, they met on their way the main character, who was coming to meet them along with Lu Shi and Toffee. Seeing them, the main character was afraid, because Li Qingshan might give away his secret. Li Qingshan approached him and the main character said that Lu Shi was his friend. At this moment, Li Qingshan realized that Chen Nuo had such an evil face and such strange eyes. It looked like he and Haonan's wife went out to eat alone. After that, he told the main character that since they were here, he would just move on. The main character said that it seemed to him that his legs had already healed. He replied that his legs were still bad, and that he was just wandering around here idle because of his nerves. The main character invited him to go back and rest. He said that what he said was true and that he would do so now. Li Qingshan returned back and asked Lao Qi to check if he still had his legs. He replied that there is. He said that now they are, but later they may not be. Lao Qi asked if he was joking now. The boss asked where he was joking and said that his walk after eating was a mistake, and asked why they didn't stop him, because now he was in trouble. After that, the boss called Mr. Xiao and said that he wanted to take part in the Shinma Tai group team building activity. Lu Shi asked who the man they met was because she thought he knew her. The main character replied that this was his friend. The girl said that he looked at her very strangely. The main character said that this old man is just an old lecher, and as soon as he sees a beauty, he immediately wants to meet her. He went on to say that he could introduce her to him if she wanted. She refused. Having put them in a taxi, he realized that they had finally left, Otherwise, there could have been a lot more problems because of them. After they left, Haunan called him and asked him to come and have a drink. Otherwise, his heart was a little messed up. At the same moment, the girls drove far away, and Lucy stopped the car and decided to get out. Toffee asked why she came out here. She replied that she had business in this place. In Jaifeng's hall, Li Qingshan wondered whether to go or not to go. Lao Qi asked at this moment whether he was really going to hide abroad. The boss replied that everything was wrong. After all, he had never seen Haunan's wife. But because of her unusual appearance, he realized that that woman was just that, and if he left, it would only confirm his indecision. He also said that whether it is a blessing or a curse, disaster cannot be avoided. Even abroad it may not be safe. After all, he can only hope that it will not kill him, and if it touched him, he would already be here. Hearing a knock at that moment, he got scared, thinking that if he remembered the shit, it would immediately be nearby. Without waiting for an answer, Lucy destroyed the door with her power and asked if he really knew her or if she imagined it. The boss replied that he didn't know her. She said that she was sure that he knew her. He said that he only saw her in the evening while walking. She replied that she was sure that he knew her before. She said that she doesn't know what to do with him yet. He said that he would not dare to say anything and everything that he knew about her, and Chen Nuo would die with him, and he would not say a word. He also said that he was a simple old man and that he really didn't know what was going on between her and Chen Nuo, and today they met by chance. He also added that he is the kind of person who will keep his mouth shut. She asked what happened between her and the main character. He replied that she was family with him and said that he did not know anything. While he was bowing to her with his eyes closed, Lao Qi came up to him and said that that woman had left and it looked like she was checking on him. At that moment, he realized that since she didn't kill him, it looked like his life was saved. At the same time, the main character came to Haunan at his request, and Haunan told him that Xiaoxia seemed to have cheated on him. He saw her and another man going to the same hotel. He thought that since they were together, she wouldn't do it. The main character said that he thought he was just having fun, but he turns out to be really serious. He also said that he felt like he still didn't understand something. Haunan asked what he didn't understand. The main character replied that whores are sensitive, and actors are senseless. People talk about money, and he talks about feelings, which harms money. Haunan asked not to talk about Xiaoxia like that because she is not like that. The main character asked why he was so excited, because it doesn't matter what he says, since he is his brother, and therefore he will arrange everything for him. He called Lei and asked him to help him out. He asked to provide one person with a couple of girls so that he could explore the world. Lei said that he would do it without any problems, and asked what about the budget. He replied that there were no restrictions. After that, the main character sent him to Lei and he came there. Already on the spot, he was a little nervous since it was his first time sitting in the hall in such a place. They brought girls and Lei asked him if he liked anyone. He replied that he didn't like any of them. Lei asked to change the girls and not to bring someone unknown here. The girls were changed many times, but Haunan didn't like anyone. He understood that none of them could compare to Xiaoxia. At some point, he took the microphone and began to sing, but his singing was interrupted by bringing him a girl named Jacia. Having brought her, he was told that this was the most beautiful girl they had. She wasn't supposed to be at work today, but they called her and asked her to come. He liked this girl, and Lei also liked that he had finally chosen someone. She approached him and said that she would call him brother. At that moment, he remembered that Xiaoxia called him the same thing, so he couldn't allow Xiaoxia to do the same. He realized at that moment what the main character was trying to convey to him, and he decided to drink at that moment. He realized that now he was only running away from reality and deceiving himself. At that moment, he was very grateful to the main character for allowing him to face the truth. He asked the girl if she would go home with him. She replied that she had something to do because she lived with her little sister and she was sick, so she needed to come back and take care of her after work. After that, he said that he doesn't like to beat around the bush and listen to all sorts of nonsense, and having offered her 8,000, asked again whether she would go or not. She asked me to wait a little while she changed clothes. He asked her to take the money and leave without accompanying him. After all, he asked a question, and money is payment for it. After she left, Lei asked what was wrong with him and what he should now tell the main character. He asked Lei to say that he understood everything and was grateful to him. The main character was sitting at home on the couch and realized that this magic rune contains power, and he feels fluctuations in the power of thought in it. But no matter how powerful it is, it will not be able to hide the power of the Tao inside. He remembered the laws recognized by cultivators. according to which the purer the power, the better, and the purer the power, the easier it is to manipulate. He further wondered if the wizard wanted to study in Linghu or Xinhu, and learn the laws of luck or the wonders of the northern sea or the method of the stars. He further realized that although this is clearly the work of several people, when only one uses it, he can manipulate it. But it is so powerful most likely due to the fact that it is all thanks to this rune. Next, the main character invited the wizard to see what he could do too. The next day at school, the main character decided that the vacation would have to be postponed because the final exam was coming soon, and it could not be missed. He learned something new, so when Lu Shi knocked on the door, he was not confused and was able to escape. He approached Kei Kei and saw a bruise under her eye and asked what was wrong with her face. She replied that he shouldn't think about it because she just fell on the stairs yesterday when she was returning home and hit her face on the steps. He asked her if she really fell. She replied that it was true and that yesterday it hurt so much that she had difficulty falling asleep. He said that he would help her and soon it would all pass. She asked what about her classmates. He said it was quick and only took 1 minute and thought that he could cure it in just a few minutes without her having to spend days. But to avoid looking too suspicious, the effect needs to be reduced. He asked after the treatment how she was feeling. She replied that it was already much better. In addition, she told him that teacher Jang's 50th birthday would be next Tuesday. He said he didn't know about it, and I hadn't seen him for the last few days, so I decided to visit him after school. She asked to go with him. After some time, he came to the teacher, and the teacher said that in a few days he had already forgotten that he had a student like him. He further said that Jang was also acting strange and weak-willed. It was as if the soul had been sucked out of him. He regrets accepting such students. The main character said that there was nothing to worry about because Jang was heartbroken. After this, the main character asked how his younger sister was doing and if she was causing trouble. The teacher replied that she felt much better than him and asked what was wrong with Gu Kang. The main character replied that he was not looking for him and apparently found entertainment and went somewhere to do evil. The teacher offered to return my sister in a couple of days. After the exams, the main character and KK walked from school and discussed teacher Jang's birthday tomorrow. He announced his plans to buy a gift. She decided that since he needed to buy a gift, it meant that he would spend a lot of money, and if he invited him, he would not have to pay, and it would help him save a little. After she treated him and he bought a gift, they decided to go home. At that moment, the father called the main character and asked if KK was with him now. He answered positively. At that moment, she looked for her phone but couldn't find it. The father asked to give her the phone. He gave her the phone and she asked what happened. Her father told her something. After the call ended, he asked what happened. She replied that she did poorly in the exams and her father told her about this, since the teachers had already graded the work for the first 2 days. She also said that her father began to scold her and said that since she did not study, she would not communicate with him. He asked if she didn't say she did well. She answered that she didn't know, and Dad said that he saw her work, and many of the answers there were either incorrect or not accurate. But in mathematics, she definitely answered everything correctly. She also added that she wrote the wrong symbol, and in tasks with multiple choice, she definitely chose the answer correctly. But she wrote it in the wrong place, and in the end, that's why there were a lot of mistakes. Besides, she still can't find her phone. The main character calmed her down and suggested she go and buy a new phone. She wondered why she started having such bad luck after lunch. A man located not far from them turned to her and said that buying a phone would not solve anything, because in a couple of days she would lose it again. The main character asked him who he was. He replied that the girl was crying so much that it attracted his attention, so he inadvertently stopped and accidentally overheard their conversation. He further said that the girl was cursed. The main character asked if he was crazy for still playing these games at that age. The main character suggested that KK leave him and leave, because for several days there were a lot of customers in Lei's store, so he would pay him well for his work, and this would be enough to buy a phone. She said that this was not necessary, and that it was better to save the money. The man was persistent and told the girl that recently she had fallen into a bad patch, and if this problem was not solved as soon as possible, the streak would drag on for a very long time, and then a catastrophe would definitely occur. The main character asked if he was a Taoist. He confirmed that he was a poor Taoist. The main character realized that this was some kind of plagiarism, and that at first it was a little curious, but now everything became clear. Realizing that they would not listen to him, the Taoist tore off his outer clothing and said that he was a poor enlightened monk. He also said that Buddhists and Taoists are in the same family, who are poor and also serve Buddha. The main character said that he opened his eyes and asked him what he would say that he believed in Jesus. He replied that he had a cross. The man went on to say that the poor monk did not lie to them, because the girl is really unlucky and some minor things happen. KK said that was true. The main character asked her not to believe him, because this was a trick. The monk further said that cause and effect speak of giving in to gluttony, and that the pain of the flesh should be eaten and spiritual strength reduced. He also said that it seemed that their meeting today was fateful, and that he had a remedy that would help the girl survive her troubles. The main character got tired of it all and decided to screw up the monk. But the monk said that if he doesn't believe, then he has evidence, and he showed something after these words. The main character took what he was given and began to examine it. The monk at this time said that he understood their mistrust, but he only arrived in the city today, and strange things began to happen to the girl a few days ago. The main character made sure that the train ticket was dated today, and did not look like a fake, and asked what he was going to do. The monk replied that he was simply going to replenish his treasury of good deeds for the sake of karma. The main character asked to speak directly. The monk said that he had an amulet that he could give to the girl and make her life easier with a guarantee of quality. He asked 500 yuan for it. The main character said that this time he believes him, and is willing to pay him 500 yuan for the amulet. KK asked what he was doing and why. The main character replied that recently it seemed like something was wrong, so she should calm down, because now everything will be fine. After the purchase, the main character warned him that if he deceived them, he would find him. At this moment he understood that after absorbing the power of the wizard's rune, his mind control had increased, and as long as this person was in the city, he would be able to find him. Then he suggested that she take it and put it somewhere. She said that he didn't have such a big salary that he could spend money so easily. He said that she had really been a little unlucky lately and 500 yuan was not a lot. She said that she only had 100 with her, which she offered to take. He replied that this was not necessary and that he had no shortage of money. She said that if he didn't take it, she would be angry, because there is never too much money and later you need to get married, buy an apartment, and in general there are many places where you need money. But he left without taking the money. A little later, many gathered for teacher Jang's birthday and sat at the same table. Sitting next to the main character, she told him that Dad was still angry, so she came today with Mom. He told her that she should listen to her father at a time like this. At this moment, Wu Dao, who had recently been a monk, a Buddhist, a peasant, and many other things, came and congratulated the teacher. The teacher told the main character and Zhang Lingsheng that this is the one he told them about, his student in Hui Province. He sat down at the table and the main character asked where he worked. He replied that he doesn't really work, but rather works part-time at home. He said that he focused on Taoism and Buddhism, which are all religions in China. The main character said that the older brother is not only smart and talented, but also modest. The elder brother asked the younger brother to stop joking because they could not study foreign scriptures. After the birthday, the older brother said that he was leaving. The teacher's wife asked how long he had come, because they had not seen him for a long time. He replied that he was busy at work and would come to them after his release. KK told the main character that she was leaving too. He told her that her father's anger would subside in a couple of days. Her father asked her to go to a tutor. He further told the teacher's wife that his little sister would bother them for a while longer, because there was a lot of work in Lei's store and therefore he would not be able to look after her properly. She agreed. Wu Dao, watching from afar, realized that the teacher was favored by fortune, and it seemed that this was due to the fact that he had met a good person, so now he is calm about him. The main character approached him and asked why he was leaving so urgently, because he could drink a little more. He refused this. The main character turned out to be very persistent and forced him to drink more. Wu Dao realized that the main character is very strong, and it seems that his martial arts training is going well, unlike him. Next, the main character decided that he should be interrogated in a different way, since nothing happened under alcohol. The next day, Wu Dao woke up in the car and was told that he had slept all day. Noticing that he was completely naked, he asked why this was so. Lei said that he shouldn't complicate things, because he was assigned to ask him something, and he should think carefully about how to answer correctly. He also said that if he did not answer, then in that case they would not touch him, but they would open the door and throw him out onto a crowded, busy street. Wu Dao said that he is not afraid of it. Lei said that since it didn't work out the first time, they'll try the second or 10th time, After all, finding it is not such a problem. Lei asked to open the doors, and at that moment Wu Dao asked to call the main character and invite him, after which he would answer all the questions he asked. They eventually met with the main character, and he asked him if his boss had made his life difficult. The older brother said that yesterday he heard that he was working part-time at a car dealership and asked if it was here. He also said that if you look at his face, he looks more like a boss than Lei, and asked if he understood correctly that he was his boss, and if teacher Jang knew about it, that he had a deep enough foundation. The main character asked if he was pretending anymore since he already understood everything. He replied that all people have secrets and they will all go to heaven, after which he asked why not go one way now. The main character replied that the situation had changed, because KK was hit by a car in the morning. Further, the main character said that he does not believe in bad luck, karma, amulets, and talismans. But now what is happening, this unknown force that is making all this happen, is making him believe. Wu Dao asked why he thought he knew something. The main character replied that this was because he arrived in Jinling the night before yesterday, and only came to his birthday yesterday, and in his opinion, he was trying to understand something. The elder brother said that he understood his methods. The main character said that since they talked about it, he admits that he is very worried, because the girl's life is also his life, and he is not going to lose her. The elder brother began to tell the legend that at the moment the world appeared, chaos was divided into pure and muddy ki. The pure one rose into the heavens, and the muddy one fell to the ground. Pure and turbid ki. Action and reaction, the balance of yin and yang, affects everything that exists. According to the ancestor, if a person is exposed to this ki, it will lead to good fortune or misfortune. But in essence, a person's luck and bad luck are balanced. You won't always be lucky and you won't always be unlucky. The so-called ups and downs, sorrow follows joy. The main character asked if he wanted to say that she was influenced by bad luck. He answered positively and added that if this continues, the bad luck will last another 3 days, and in the worst case, it will lead to disability or even death. The main character said that he was talking about balance. He replied that there are 2 options. Either a person can be born with such a lone star body, or someone did it on purpose. The main character asked how this is possible. He replied that this could be done using the evil eye, curse, and many other ways. There are many ways that he doesn't even know about. He also said that all these methods were created in order to strengthen what already exists. But in order to apply them, direct contact is required. Therefore, you need to pay attention to who she has been in contact with in the last 2 days. He also added that, first of all, he wants to say that there is no need to wait for him to help, because he sees that she is always accompanied by failure, unlike him, and he cannot afford to get involved with her. The main character agreed with this. The main character came to Song's house a little later and after examining him said that fortunately, the injuries were minor. KK asked if he had examined the wounds sufficiently. He asked her if he should then explore the untouched places. She told him that she was not ready for this yet. He said that he would not touch her, because he promised her father that he would not do anything before the wedding. He then asked if she had had any contact with strangers in recent days. She replied that there were 2, one of which was in the store when she was looking for it. At this moment, he thought that Lu Shi didn't count because she didn't kill people just like that. She further said that the other contact was at Lin Xiang's birthday party. She went there and her friend was there. She said that this was also a girl, not a boy, so she asked not to think about it, because she doesn't communicate with guys except at school. He said he knew it. He asked what they did for their birthdays besides eating. She replied that they ate and chatted, watched TV for a while, and then she went home. He asked her name. She said her name was He Wrong. After that, she asked why he asked this. He replied that he was just curious and asked if she wanted to sleep. She answered in the negative, but for some reason she suddenly felt the urge to. At that moment, he realized that since people can control failure, it is also a kind of power. And if you look more closely, you can feel it in her body. Having taken out a piece of this power, he saw and realized that it, like any other force, has the property of growing, and this is clearly not part of her power, but of an outsider. And since it is a seed of bad luck that promotes bad luck, he decided to leave it in his space while he finds out who and what it is. While watching near the school, he saw that Hirong came out, and according to KK's description, she was short and fat with a tattoo on her arm that was truly recognizable. She came home and watched TV shows that she thought sucked, but fortunately, today there was a lot of joy in her opinion. After all, she scratched someone's car, punctured a bicycle tire, deprived someone of their legs, hit a cat, and did many other bad things. But the only thing that upset her was that Song Kke, whom she met the other day, still did not die, although she should have already died. In her opinion, she enjoys all the advantages of the world, and it would be nice if she died. And at that moment, she decided to go and look at it tomorrow because just the thought of it makes her delighted. Someone in the world of her consciousness told her that she seemed to be very excited. She replied that it was so, because when she was younger, she vaguely felt some kind of energy in her body. And only 3 years ago, in a dream, she entered the space of her consciousness and realized that she had mastered incredible power. Someone asked what kind of tree this was. She replied that this tree could absorb her negative and evil emotions, multiply the seeds one by one and allow her to summon them in reality, and then plant them on others. But the only pity is that so far only 3 seeds have ripened. There are so many lucky people in the world, and she wants them to be unlucky. Seeing and hearing how she asked the tree to work harder, the main character began to destroy this tree. She asked who he was. He asked the same question, being next to her both in her consciousness and in reality, while holding a tree. She asked to return her treasure, which had been growing with her for such a long time. He asked why he should return this tree to her and why allow her, an evil person, to continue hurting people. She tried to return the tree and kept asking who he was. He replied that people like her deserve only death. But for her, in his opinion, this is too good a punishment, and he decided to punish her differently. Having made her simply crazy, he began to leave her house. Returning home, he realized that it seemed that he had stolen the abilities of that woman. He entered his world of consciousness and told the tree that although it greedily absorbed his ki, its recovery rate was much higher. From now on, his mind will be his prison until he finds a way to use it. He remembered the 3 victims with the seeds of this tree, and realized that compared to the tree of fate, these 3 seeds are insignificant. He also, after moving the tree into the space of consciousness, felt that changes had occurred in the sensation of this world, and realized that he could even sense some subtle existences. However, its properties remained to be studied. At that moment, KK called and said that the talisman he gave her was broken, and that she only saw it, since it broke yesterday when she was hit by a car. She also said that she was upset because she spent 500 yuan. The main character realized that she injured her leg because she put the talisman in her jacket pocket and said that most likely it was he who saved her from the disaster yesterday. She said that this was the only way to console her, and that there was no one at home. He told her that he was busy at the store today, so he couldn't come, and as soon as he finished, he would find her. She agreed to this, and they ended the conversation. After the call, he realized that his older brother was cunning, and that he would now have to blackmail him, since the talisman was broken. Having met with his older brother, he asked what he wanted to see. The older brother replied that he wanted to watch The Shawshank Redemption to learn how to escape. Next, the main character offered a drink and drew attention to the fact that he had bought vegetables, and also ordered lamb soup, which would be coming soon. The elder brother asked what was the matter, and if he had anything to ask him. The main character replied that that's not the point, but that he just wants to have a drink with his brother. After all, they are from the same school, so they should get closer. The elder brother asked if the amulet he gave to Keiki was broken. The main character said that he was very smart and asked after that if he had any more amulets. The older brother replied that he was about to have a heart attack. He also said that he doesn't have any more and added that his talismans are not cabbage, and their production takes time. The main character asked what he found with him then. He opened his eyes, saw and frightened asked when he managed to take the lock of longevity from him. The main character replied that it just happened while he was ranting, and with the help of his quick hands he took it from his neck. The older brother said that this cannot be taken, because it is his weapon, which he himself made, and tried to take it. The main character replied that since this was his favorite weapon, it was even better, and added that he would give even more than last time. The elder brother said that the cost of 1 jade is 8,000, and this one is also from Hetian, not to mention that he has been carving for half a year. The main character asked not to lie because this jade should be white, but this one is green, and that means an ordinary sapphire. The elder brother realized that he understood this and said so. The younger brother decided to give him 3,000. The elder brother said that for every action there is a reaction, and after that, he admitted that he agreed to 3,000. The main character said that since they were brothers, they would not bargain and that Lei would bring him the money later. The older brother also said that in his opinion they had decided everything, and there was no need for him to keep him here. The main character said that he just wanted to get closer to his older brother, so he invited him for the day. The elder brother asked if he could leave then. The main character answered his question positively. After he got into the car, the main character asked him to stop by when he had time. The older brother said that he doesn't even know when they will see each other now. Lei asked if it was really his brother. The main character answered positively. Lei said that this man is a terrible talker, because yesterday he engaged him in conversation and he almost went crazy. The main character asked if he noticed anything during the 2 days he was here. Lei replied that he sent him to the store this morning, asked him to buy jade for 100 yuan and come back. A little later he found a note and read in it about his older brother's gratitude for the money. It also talked about fake things that will not affect the result. He realized that he had let him go early and that he was a little interesting. On the way, the elder brother remembered that this time, before descending from the mountain, he had told himself great opportunities. But the fate of his younger brother is still not clear to him, and he is either unpredictable or keeps aloof. After some thought, he offered the driver to predict his fate, and as payment he could take him for free. Next, Hirong came to Lushi with Toffee. Toffee asked the teacher if this was the student she wanted to accept, because she was a little old. The teacher said that perhaps this was a mistake, because she had previously heard from an old friend about a very talented girl in Jinling. The student said that she was sick now. The teacher said that she heard that she was sick this morning. The nurse approached them at that moment and asked if they were really the patient's family, and said that her attending physician was not there right now, but they could come tomorrow to learn more about her condition. After a negative answer about entering her, she decided to check everything from afar, and she found out that this girl's consciousness was overloaded and it looked like a mental storm. But something remained. She noticed the trace of the main character on this girl and was very surprised by this. Meanwhile, Nivier's subordinate reported that she had studied the information about the main character that she had requested, namely hobbies, relationships, family, past, and much more. Nivier thanked her subordinate for her good work and suggested leaving to rest. She then went to the mirror and removed the covering cloth from it. From the mirror, the girl asked her sister if she had calmed down and if she wanted to let her out. Nivier asked why she should do this, because it would make him think that she was a prostitute, but she was actually noble. The girl replied that she was naive and that she should relax, because men love that kind of thing. Nivier said that the last time they met he did not pay attention to her at all, as if she was not there. The girl suggested taking the initiative in this case. Nivier said that they promised not to ruin his life. The girl replied that only she promised, but not both of them, and what worries her is her two rivals. But a noble miss should not feel jealous. Nivier told her that she knew that she didn't understand this. The girl asked not to worry and just let her play, and offered to invite him on a date tomorrow because it was time to move the relationship forward. The next day, Nivier met with Li Yingwan and told her when they met that she was the only heiress of the Devonhill family and one of the main character's fans. In addition, she invested in the school and was able to find it. She also said that they both know that he loves Keke, and they can be considered just fans. But for some reasons unknown to them, he cannot treat them with indifference, and she decided to form an alliance. She further added that several days of vacation have already passed, and he only cares about Keke, and in a few days she will not stand it and will go to him just like her. And since he won't be able to separate, this holiday will become a fight. And that's why she decided that in order to avoid a situation where both of them would suffer, they needed to jointly develop a schedule of meetings with him when he was without Keke, she said. And they began to act. On the first day, she decided to arrange her own day with him. The second day, she decided to leave him with Keke so that they could be together that day. On the third day, she decided to let Li Yingwan spend time together. She decided to do the 4th, 5th, 6th, and subsequent days in the same order as the first 3 days. After some time on the 13th day, he finally realized what was wrong. He realized that the three had allocated their meeting times like a number in a queue, leaving no gaps or disrupting the schedule. He also understood that he could not ask them directly himself, because in this case he would immediately reveal that he understood everything. After that, he went to old man Guo and asked if it was his daughter-in-law next to him. Guo responded positively. The main character told him that this was a great choice. Guo asked why he was here since his home was quite far away. The main character replied that he was meeting friends here, and besides, his ramen was getting better and better, and that he had been dreaming about it since the closure of his restaurant. 5 minutes later, Li Yingwan called and said that she was waiting for him at the ice cream shop. He agreed to come to her soon. While she was already with her, She said that through the window she saw his friend with a beautiful girl. He sat down and asked her to pretend that she was alone and not tell them that he was here, but tell him what was happening there. At that moment, Lu Shi approached them and invited them to talk about something somewhere. Li Yingwan reported that they entered. The main character said that he saw this and that there was no need to say this, and he realized at that moment that unfortunately there was no back entrance to this cafe, and accordingly, there was no way to escape. A little later, Lu Shi came up to him and said that it was a wonderful coincidence to see him in the cafe and meet him. Li Yingwan asked if he knew her and wondered if she was another fan of his. She said that she knew her name, and Li Yingwan asked her name. Lu Shi said that she was a relative of the main character, which he confirmed with his words after that. Li Yingwan apologized for being rude, thinking that it would all be over if she left a bad impression. Lu Shi said that she really wanted to meet her. Li Yingwan asked why and why. She went on to say that she remembered a photograph of her that the blonde girl had shown her after the abduction. Lu Shi apologized for this misunderstanding, because she is her student. After that, she said that she had not had dinner yet, and since they had met, why not eat together? Besides, they had already met Li Yingwan when they were in the same hotel. Li Yingwan remembered this, and Lu Shi said that now they should definitely have dinner together. The main character said that she really doesn't need to pay for them, because Li Yingwan doesn't hold grudges. She confirmed this, because it was a misunderstanding, and since they are relatives, there is nothing wrong with it. Lu Shi said that it doesn't matter. Li Yingwan asked her who she was related to him. She replied that she was the main character's aunt. The main character confirmed this and realized that it seemed like her memory was being restored. At some point, Lu Shi stood up and said that since they wouldn't eat, she would go, and added that she hoped that they would see each other again. Li Yingwan asked her to be careful on the way. Lu Shi grabbed Li Yingwan's head and told the main character that his girlfriend was really very cute. After that, when leaving, she told him that he was so nervous, as if his aunt was eating people. After she left, Li Yingwan asked if it was possible that his aunt didn't like her even though she behaved well, and whether she wouldn't mind them being together. He answered what he thought. After spending the day with Li Yingwan, he came home and decided that he needed to take his suitcase and run away, because everything was already packed in advance. Arriving home, he was afraid to see Lu Shi at his home. She reminded him that she saved his face at the meeting. He thanked her for this. Next, she turned the laptop and said that she wanted to talk about it and settle the score, and she asked what to call him now, an instigator of feelings or a nephew. She also asked if she could call him husband, already a little angry. He said he had nothing to say other than greeting his wife upon his return. She started beating him and asked why he deceived her. He replied that she was the first to call him husband. She asked how he knew about the red mole on her body. He replied that he saw her by chance during treatment. She asked what he was going to do with the nude photos he bought from the website. He replied that he was mistaken and asked to treat it as a misunderstanding. She asked if it was cool to have a girl in the ice cream shop. He replied that this had absolutely nothing to do with her and that there was no point in being angry. They moved to Mount Nyusho from home and continued. There she asked him who told him that she was angry. He said that he saved her life, and she could have died that night at the hands of that couple. She said that he came out exactly when she was on the verge of death, and he was there not because he wanted to save her, but because he just came to watch the show. He reminded her that in any case, he saved her. She asked if this was so he could strip her and trick her into becoming his wife. He replied that he did not touch her and that she misunderstood everything. She said after that he was just a petty pervert who likes to grab people's hands and then left. The next day, she and her student already flew away from Jinling. During the flight, the student asked where she went last night and why she didn't say a word after returning. The teacher replied that she wanted to kill someone, but for some unknown reasons, she never did. Meanwhile, on Mount Nyusho, the main character woke up and realized that Lu Shi had knocked him out and left him in the forest all night. And all this after he saved her. On the way home, he realized that although she beat mercilessly, she did not want to take his life, and the result upset him. He also decided that after restoration he would take revenge on her. He also realized that he couldn't stop being angry because he was terribly offended by all this, and considering that the culprit was the captain, he decided that he needed to find him, and even the score. But he understood that it would not be easy.